Chapter 331. Hidden History and the True History. Starting ball space. Kaguya Otsutsuki looked at the place where Seiji disappeared, feeling lost. She certainly didn't want her man to leave her like this, but at the same time, although she had eaten the chakra fruit and achieved the bloodline network, and possessed a full 8 kinds of bloodline network power, but unfortunately, there was no time-related ability among them. Therefore, facing Otsutsuki Urashiki's eye technique that cost the Golden Rinnegan its complete destruction, she was powerless. I'm afraid that only after completely crushing Otsutsuki Urashiki's in terms of the time ability of the power of time and space, can we truly break Otsutsuki Urashiki's move. Aim no Minaka was activated again, and Kaguya Otsutsuki returned to the ninja world from the origin sphere. She floated in the air, staring blankly at the various parts of the ninja world affected by the aftermath of the battle, and remained silent for a long time. Then she slowly closed her eyes, and thoughts came flooding in like a tide, bringing her into a whirlpool of memories. The time she spent with Kingsley was like a movie scene, constantly playing in her mind. From the first encounter when she was forced to come to the ninja world because her chakra fruit was about to mature, that stunning first glimpse was like a flash of lightning that streaked through the night sky, instantly illuminating each other's hearts. And then, every meeting and conversation between her and him was like a shining star, all inlaid on the sky of memory. The two of them once strolled together along a flower-filled path, with the breeze caressing their cheeks and bringing them the fragrance of flowers. They also once sat side by a tranquil lake, gazing at the sparkling water and sharing their deepest dreams and aspirations. Sometimes, she would smile at a little joke he told unintentionally, and sometimes, the two of them would listen to each other quietly and give each other warm comfort and encouragement. Those days and nights spent together, whether sunny or stormy, have become the most precious treasures in Kaguya's life. At the very end, the grand wedding between her and him, the gazes filled with affection and joy, seemed to be solidified into an eternal picture, deeply imprinted and frozen in the depths of Kaguya's memory. This beautiful scene kept replaying and flashing in her mind, becoming clearer and deeper, making her immersed in it and unable to extricate herself for a long time. After a long time, Kaguya Otsutsuki slowly opened her eyes, a look of deep longing flashed across her face, and then disappeared into thin air. Then, her eyes gradually became firm. Since they couldn't meet in a short time, she would protect Kingsley's ancestral country. This land would be ruled by her. However, those creatures in the ninja world who were protected by her using God Tree World Advent and Infinite Tsukuyomi still needed their memories cleansed before being released again. According to the instructions left by Kingsley before he returned, since he does not belong to this era, let the Son of Heaven be buried in the long river of history. After absorbing the sacred tree into her body and releasing the birth of the divine tree world at the same time, Kaguya Otsutsuki put her hands together and formed a seal. The Rinnegan on her forehead lit up instantly. Infinite Moonlight Reading, Release. The scarlet blood moon with 9 black megatama appeared again in the sky, and then the dazzling white light fell on the entire ninja world, awakening all the creatures that were hit by the Infinite Tsukuyomi and modifying their memories as Kaguya Otsutsuki had preset. After doing all this, Kaguya Otsutsuki did not loosen her hands, but continued to change the seals in her hands, and her expression became solemn. Next, what she needs to do is to seal her own memory. For the Otsutsuki clan, time travel is not uncommon, so of course she knows some of the taboos about time travel. History cannot be changed easily. Although Kingsley told her all the extremely sad things that she would encounter in the future, in the end, she still decided to seal her memory. After all, those 2 rebellious sons who were raised by her and endowed with chakra but dared to attack her in the end, although they were also her offspring, they were not her and Kingsley's children. Kingsley was everything to her. Moreover, Kingsley told her all this because he trusted her, so she certainly couldn't let her Kingsley down. Moreover, she did not want her understanding of the future to lead to any unpredictable changes that would have any impact on her Kingsley. Therefore, she had to let the real history return to the right track and develop naturally. As the last seal was cast, the Rinnegan on Kaguya Otsutsuki's forehead suddenly emitted a strange wave. Immediately, Kaguya Otsutsuki's eyes began to become dim and confused. All the memories of Seiji's existence were quickly fading away in Kaguya Otsutsuki's mind. The memory seal that Kaguya Otsutsuki cast on herself took effect, and even Kaguya Otsutsuki herself could not unlock this memory seal. The only key to unlock this seal is Seiji's chakra and eye power. When Kaguya receives or senses Seiji's chakra or eye power, the memories that are sealed and buried deep inside will be awakened directly. Kiyoshi. Kagaya Otsutsuki whispered softly at the last moment when her memory completely faded, 1,000 years later, I will be waiting for your arrival. As she finished speaking, the Rinnegan on Kagaya Otsutsuki's forehead slowly closed, and at the same time, her pure white pupils completely regained clarity. At this moment, she had already forgotten everything about Qing Si and only remembered that she was the supreme ruler of the ancestral country. History that has deviated from its track eventually returns to its normal direction of development. A war soon broke out between the ancestral country and the other country due to issues of interest, and the ninja world fell into endless war. Although Kagaya herself had sealed away all of her memories with CG, the humanity left by those experiences still had an impact on Kagaya. As the ruler of the ancestral country, she certainly couldn't let the other country hurt her people. Therefore, Kagaya Otsutsuki personally took action, pacified the chaotic world with her extraordinary power, and completed the unification of the ninja world. As a result, she was honored by everyone as the goddess of the rabbit. Not long after, with the blessings and prayers of the ninja world and mankind, Otsutsuki Kagaya gave birth to 2 children. The eldest son was named Otsutsuki Hago Romo, and the second son was named Otsutsuki Hamura. In the days that followed, because Kagaya sealed all the memories related to CG, she naturally lost the memory of her beating Otsutsuki Urashiki. Therefore, she was very anxious about the 3 golden grapes who might come to the ninja world to hunt her down at any time. Day after day, Kagaya Otsutsuki's worries and anxieties continued to deepen. Finally, she separated the 10 tails from her body and turned it into a sacred tree that took root in the ninja world. She needs an army and more powerful power. However, in the ninja world, except for the few natural energy practitioners, the vast majority of humans are powerless and have a combat power of only 5. Therefore, she required the humans under her rule to make offerings to the sacred tree regularly so that she could select suitable people to be made into white Zetsu. Time flies. Soon, the 2 children, Hago Romo and Hamura, who were given chakra by her, grew up. Under the instigation of the toad at Miyaboku Mountain, Hago Romo disobeyed the ban of Kagaya Otsutsuki and went to the sacred tree to investigate privately. He discovered the truth that humans were offering the sacred tree. He was even more furious when he found out that his beloved girl was offering to the sacred tree by her mother Kagaya. It turned out that when Kagaya used the infinite Tsukuyomi to illuminate the entire ninja world, she ignored 3 different dimensions that depended on the ninja world. In these 3 dimensions, there lived powerful creatures that controlled the native power system of the ninja world. These 3 different spaces are the Miyaboku Mountain, Ryokai Cave and the Wet Bone Forest, which were later known as the 3 major spiritual holy places. The toad living in Miyaboku Mountain, the snake living in Ryokai Cave, and the slug living in the Wet Bone Forest managed to escape the disaster and passed down the so-called truth. When Kagaya Otsutsuki planted the sacred tree again and collected the natural energy of the ninja world to breed the second chakra fruit, except for the indifferent slugs in the Wet Bone Forest, the toads of Miyaboku Mountain and the snakes of Ryokai Cave decided to launch a rebellion against Kagaya Otsutsuki. After all, for creatures like them that rely on natural energy, Kagaya's behavior can be said to be cutting off the source of their energy. If Kagaya continues to do this, the natural energy in the ninja world will become less and less, and their race will gradually lose its inheritance due to the thinning of natural energy. Because a toad named Gamamaru with extremely strong predictive abilities was born among the toad clan of Miyaboku Mountain, Gamamaru came to the ninja world as a representative of Miyaboku Mountain and Ryokai Cave and carried out activities. So, the incident happened that Kagaya's eldest son, Hago Romo, was bewitched. Kagaya's second son, Hamura, did not want to rebel against their mother at first, but due to Kagaya's personality and the fact that Kagaya focused more on guarding against the possible arrival of the 3 golden grapes, Hamura was closer to his brother. Therefore, under the persuasion of Hago Romo, the helpless Hamura also embarked on the road of resisting Kagaya. However, Hamura's behavior could not be hidden from his mother after all. When Hago Romo went to Mt Miyaboku to practice natural energy with Gamamaru, Kagaya noticed Hamura's abnormality and understood the whole story through the Byakugan mind reading eye technique. Then, Kagaya decisively controlled Hamura. When Hago Romo learned natural energy and successfully mastered the 6-path sage technique and returned, he was questioned by Kagaya. Hago Romo asked her mother to stop offering sacrifices to the sacred tree, but Kagaya thought that her child could not understand her painstaking efforts. Under Kagaya's control, Hamura attacked Hago Romo. And Hago Romo, out of helplessness, pierced Hamura's chest with her backhand, freeing him from the control of her mother Kagaya, and at the same time opening the Rin-Egan. Afterwards, Hago Romo used the sage talisman given by Gamamaru, which was filled with a large amount of sage chakra, to rescue Hamura. A protracted war broke out. In the end, Hago Romo and Hamura jointly performed the 6 paths, Chibaku Tensei, to seal up their mother Kagaya, who was unwilling to actually hurt them. This seal lasted for 1,000 years. In the colorful space-time mobile channel, Kingsley took out the treasure plow that he had collected in the space-time explosion from the Takamaji-Ehara space. However, no matter how he studied it, the noble phantasm plow did not move at all, as if the chakra program in it had crashed in the space-time explosion. Soon, Kingsley arrived at the exit, and his journey through time and space ended successfully. However, just after Kingsley's figure disappeared from the time and space movement channel, a light exclamation came through the layers of time and space. It was the mysterious existence that Kingsley had encountered before. The mysterious being seemed to have seen something interesting and chuckled softly, which exploded like a loud bell in the endless space and time, triggering a space-time storm. The omnipotence he displayed was actually broken through. Although that was just a spontaneous action after he saw a member of the Otsutsuki clan whom he had not seen for a long time, it is not something that can be achieved easily. Ninja World. The ruins of the former Kirigakure village laboratory. The next second after CG chased Otsutsuki Urashiki into the time-space movement channel opened by the treasure plow, Seiji's figure suddenly emerged. He was directly repelled by the time and space 1,000 years ago and returned to the time and space where he was originally, as if he had never left. But the bits and pieces of his experiences with Kagaya in his mind, the Senjutsu chakra surging in his body, and his perception of Otsutsuki Urashiki who was stopped in time but still alive in his Takamaji-Ehara space, all proved to him that everything that happened 1,000 years ago when he traveled through time and space was real. Chapter 332. Kingsley raised his head and looked towards the moon in the sky, his eyes full of longing and heartache. His sight seemed to be able to penetrate the numerous seals of 6 paths Chibaku Tensei and see Kagaya who had been lonely for 1,000 years at the core of the seal. Although he and Kagaya had been separated for only a short moment, the longing that surged like a tidal wave had already tightly entangled his heart. Every minute and every second, Kagaya's every smile kept flashing through Kingsley's mind. Kagaya! The low murmurs continued to be heard, and Kingsley stood there without any movement for a long time. After a while, sensing that the battle was over and the aura of Otsutsuki Urashiki had dissipated, the third Mizukage Bing and others came near CG. 4th generation. Are you okay? The third Mizukage Bing looked at CG who was looking up at the sky and asked softly. The Mizukage assistant Yagura Kiruta beside him also cast a concerned look at CG. No. Kingsley came back to his senses and denied it, nothing. Regarding the matter of time travel and the relationship between him and Kagaya, Kingsley did not intend to tell anyone else. Afterwards, Ching Si thought for a moment and continued to say to the third Mizukage Bing, Third Sama, please clean up the mess here. I need to leave for a while. The third Mizukage Bing looked at Kingsley deeply. His intuition told him that something had happened to Kingsley, but he had no intention of investigating further. After all, it was Kingsley's business. Since Kingsley didn't want to talk about it, there was no need for him to continue asking. No matter what, Kiyoshi is the current Mizukage of the Hidden Mist Village, and he is just a retired previous Mizukage. He only needs to look after the house for Kiyoshi when Kiyoshi is away. Bing nodded at Kingsley, then turned around and left with everyone to arrange the aftermath. And CG used the eye technique Takamagahara to go to the different space where the Juhobi was. Otsutsuki Urashiki, it's time to end. A different space, inside the Otsutsuki ruins belonging to Kiyoshi. Kingsley's figure slowly appeared in front of the little Juhobi. Chakra flowed out of his body, and Kingji woke up the sleeping Ten Tails. The little Ten Tails woke up from his deep sleep, opened his big mouth, yawned loudly, and then opened his scarlet single eye. The little Juhobi seemed to sense something, twisting its huge body with a little excitement, while conveying a hint of urgency to Kingsley. CG smiled faintly at the Ten Tails, released Otsutsuki Urashiki from the Takamaji-Ehara space, and then, while removing the layers of seals on Otsutsuki Urashiki's body, sent him into the Ten Tails' open bloody mouth. Damn it! Kiyoshi! You will regret this. The Otsutsuki clan will definitely avenge me in the future. The unsealed Otsutsuki Urashiki only had time to leave these last words with resentment before he was swallowed by the Ten Tails. The moment Otsutsuki Urashiki entered, the body of the little Ten Tails shook, and an endless chakra storm instantly erupted in its body. Under this stimulation, the little 10 tails began to grow rapidly. With Kyoshi's continuous feeding over the years, and the fact that the 10 tails ate a whole Otsutsuki this time, it finally accumulated enough energy to transform into a sacred tree. Accompanied by roars filled with some pain, the already huge body of the little 10 tails expanded rapidly at an astonishing speed like a balloon being blown up, and doubled in size in a dozen breaths. The entire alien space seemed to be shrouded in a thick black curtain. The light suddenly disappeared without a trace, and the body of the little 10 tails became the focus of the darkness. The air around it began to fluctuate violently, like surging waves, impacting the surrounding void wave after wave. These air currents collided and intertwined with each other, forming vortices visible to the naked eye. They spun wildly, drawing everything around them in. At the same time, the air was extremely distorted, as if it was being kneaded by an invisible giant hand, taking on all kinds of strange and bizarre shapes. As the size of the little 10 tails continued to change, a suffocating, extremely oppressive aura of terror, like a surging black tide, continuously gushed out from its huge body that was constantly and madly expanding. It was like insoluble ink, or like an extremely heavy block of lead, with a substantial sense of weight, pressing heavily on every inch of space around it. The air stagnated, the space vibrated, and the little 10 tails was rapidly transforming. As time went by, the movements of the little Juhobi gradually calmed down, and its body size gradually stopped growing. Roar! Suddenly, a roar filled with excitement echoed throughout the alien space. The transformation of the little 10 tails was finally completed. At this time, the little 10 tails, no, it should be called the 10 tails now, can already transform into the form of a sacred tree at any time and be planted on the land of the ninja world. However, King C temporarily did not let his 10 tails directly transform into the form of a sacred tree, because now is not the best time to plant trees in the ninja world. He had communicated with Otsutsuki Hamura on the moon before. According to Otsutsuki Hamura, as long as it did not cause devastating damage to the ninja world, he and his brother, the six-path sage Otsutsuki Hamura, would not easily interfere with the current state of the ninja world. Kingji believed some of Otsutsuki Hamura's words, because his strength now surpassed Otsutsuki Hamura in all aspects. The Otsutsuki Hamura, who had an aura like mist in front of him at the beginning, now seemed very clear to him when he recalled it. Therefore, Kingsi knew clearly that what Otsutsuki Hamura said was true. After all, Otsutsuki Hamura's strength now seemed to be just that. With only his soul left, it was indeed difficult for him to interfere with the world. Moreover, even if Otsutsuki Hamura really wanted to interfere, Kingsi was confident that he could suppress him with a wave of his hand. Chapter 333. However, CG did not believe the description of Otsutsuki Hago Romo given by Otsutsuki Hamura, because Otsutsuki Hagoromo's strength was not as simple as being one level higher than Otsutsuki Hamura's. Therefore, it was not accurate at all for Otsutsuki Hamura to measure Otsutsuki Hagoromo's condition based on his own situation. You know, CG has personally experienced how powerful Kagaya Otsutsuki is, and Otsutsuki Hago Romo later used Kagaya's 10 tails to achieve the bloodline network, plus the 6-path senjutsu that she already mastered. Her combined strength can be said to be very terrifying. Even if she has not reached the limit of the 6 paths level, it should not be far away. Therefore, Otsutsuki Hago Romo not only has the ability to interfere with the real world as Otsutsuki Hamura said, but he can also directly transcend life and death from the Pure Land to appear in the real world and exert powerful strength. Although his strength is somewhat weakened in the soul state, he is at least at the same level as Ching Si, or even a little higher. Moreover, from Kingsi's perspective, this so-called rebellious son is really not a good thing. It can be said that 99% of the responsibility for the development of the ninja world into what it is now lies with this rebellious son. Therefore, once Otsutsuki Hago Romo really interferes with Kyoshi's tree planting behavior, Kyoshi may become a replica of Otsutsuki Urashiki who happened not long ago. After the chakra fruit matured, Otsutsuki Hago Romo was responsible for stopping Kyoshi, while the others took the opportunity to take away Kyoshi's chakra fruit. Even if Otsutsuki Hagoromo's strength is higher than Kyoshi expected, she doesn't need any help from others. Otsutsuki Hago Romo can complete all the actions by herself. Therefore, based on the above speculation, Kyoshi certainly would not pin his hopes on Otsutsuki Hago Romo not taking action. Therefore, before starting his tree planting plan, he needs help to guard against this rebellious son, and Kingsi's best helper is, of course, his wife Kagaya. As for the matter of Kagaya, there is bound to be a conflict between Cg and the rebellious son Otsutsuki Hago Romo. So, after returning from the time and space 1,000 years ago, King C's original plan was slightly adjusted. The Third Ninja World War may break out at any time, and in this Third Ninja World War, CG must not only lead the Hidden Mist Village to complete the unification of the ninja world, but also take this opportunity to collect all the chakras of the tailed beasts and release his Kagaya from the Six Paths Chibuko Tensei. Then, Kyoji will work with Kagaya to give Otsutsuki Hago Romo, the rebellious son, a good education. And when everything is settled, CG and Kagaya will plant their sacred trees in this excellent nursery of the ninja world. Judging from the current natural energy reserves in the ninja world and the total amount of chakra dispersed in the bodies of ninjas, as long as the absorption of chakra and natural energy by the sacred tree is properly controlled, there will be no problem at all in producing 2 chakra fruits at the same time. After King C calmed down his 10 tails, he left the alien space. Next, he was going to meet the daimyo of the Land of Water. King C has long been dissatisfied with the deformed system of the ninja world, and under his leadership, the Hidden Mist Village has basically gotten rid of the control of the water country in recent years. Therefore, it is time to make the Hidden Mist Village the only voice in the water country. Not to mention, he was the ruler of the first country in the ninja world 1,000 years ago, the Son of Heaven. If we really talk about birth and orthodoxy, there is no one in the ninja world more noble than him. Who the daimyo is to be compared with the emperor. The capital of the Water Kingdom, the palace of the daimyo of the Water Kingdom. Following his perception, King C opened the space channel directly in front of the daimyo of the Land of Water. Without any unnecessary nonsense, when King C stepped out of the space channel, the sky blue light of the Samsara Eye also bloomed synchronously in the daimyo's palace. Then King C inserted the chakra ball in his hand, which was shining with green light, directly into the chest of the daimyo of the water country. The poor daimyo of the Land of Water didn't even have time to call for help before he became a living puppet of King C. Of course, King C wanted to kill the daimyo of the Land of Water directly. After all, none of these nobles in the ninja world were good people. However, he cannot do so for the time being, because once he kills the daimyo of Water Country, and the Hidden Mist Village will instantly become the target of public criticism in the ninja world, and the Third Ninja World War will become a joint attack by all other ninja villages against his Hidden Mist Village. After all, he couldn't guarantee that the news of the Water Country daimyo being killed would not be leaked at all. Although he could use a shadow clone to disguise himself as the Water Country daimyo, imitation is just imitation, and someone would eventually realize that something was wrong. You know, although the nobles were not good people, there were also smart people among them. Therefore, he used the Samsara Eye to directly control him and let the daimyo of the Water Country slowly reform the entire Water Country according to his requirements. After the ninja world was unified, he could take over directly. Soon, after explaining everything, King C left. The eye technique Takamagahara was activated, and CG returned to his loyal Kirigakure. The Hidden Mist Village, the Mizukage building, the Mizukage's office. King C threw all the government affairs that had not been dealt with to his younger brother Yagura, and then skipped work and went home. Of course, it was not because King C wanted to be lazy, but because he had more important things to do. Now that the relationship between him and Kagaya has been made clear, it is time to have a good talk with Black Zetsu. After all, Black Zetsu is the product of Kagaya's will, and he naturally have common demands. Moreover, Black Zetsu is different from Hago Romo and Hamura. In order to resurrect Kagaya, he has been running around and planning for nearly 1,000 years. He can be said to be a model of a good son. However, in Kyoji's opinion, Black Zetsu's plan to use the method of yin-yang release, spirit possession, assimilation to make Otsutsuki Kagaya's will descend upon the person who possesses the power of the 6 paths and becomes the 10 tails Jinkraki, thereby realizing Otsutsuki Kagaya's resurrection, is still a bit too crude. Chapter 334. King C doesn't want his Kagaya to be resurrected in this way. What King C wants is for Kagaya to appear in front of him as she is. What he wanted was to release Kagaya completely from 6 paths Chibuko Tensei, not just her will alone. However, it is very good that Black Zetsu can come up with this method. After all, with Black Zetsu's strength, he can only summon Kagaya's will from 6 paths Chibuko Tensei in this way. The 6 paths, Chibuko Tensei that sealed Otsutsuki Kagaya was jointly constructed by the 6 paths power of Otsutsuki Hago Romo and the 6 paths power of Otsutsuki Hamura, so in order to unlock the 6 paths, Chibuko Tensei, these two different 6 paths powers need to work together. However, just because Black Zetsu can't do it doesn't mean that Kyoshi can't do it either. To be honest, these two powers of the six paths are actually the power of the Rinnegan and the power of the Samsara Eye. Kyoshi already has the power of the Samsara Eye, and as for the power of the Rinnegan, Kyoshi also possesses it. It's just that Nagato hasn't grown to the point where he can lift the seal of six paths, Chibaku Tensei, together with Kyoshi. However, it won't be too different. Nagato is already very strong now. According to Seiji's estimation, as long as Nagato has the strength of a super shadow level, coupled with the assistance of Black Zetsu, he should be able to exert the power of the six paths to a certain extent and unlock the seal of six paths Chibaku Tensei. After all, Ching Si knew that his good son Black Zetsu had always retained the ability to attack with yin-yang escape technique that could cause fatal damage to a six paths level cultivator. That was the famous scene he saw in the short video in his previous life, where Black Zetsu and Uchiha Madara said some heartfelt words. Kingxi's eyes quietly changed into the Samsara Eye, and the Samsara Eye chakra mode was also activated. Although his perception can cover the entire ninja world under normal circumstances, the target he wants to sense is Black Zetsu, who has mastered yin-yang escape and has maximum concealment ability. Therefore, he still needs to perform detailed perception under the Samsara Eye chakra mode to find his target more quickly. Kingxi concentrated his mind and released his perception with all his strength. Like a surging tide, it rushed out madly at an astonishing speed, instantly covering the entire mist village, and then the entire water kingdom, like an invisible torrent that continued to spread to the entire ninja world. Wherever he passed, all creatures with chakra in their bodies were clearly captured by Kingxi, and no one could escape his extremely keen perception. Soon, Kingxi's perception covered the entire ninja world, and no corner could escape Kingxi's insight. Suddenly, a chakra aura that was somewhat similar to Kagai's and had a yin-yang escape feeling broke into Kingxi's perception. "I found you!" Kingxi whispered to himself. A gleam of light flashed in his eyes, and then his figure became blurred. The next second, Kingxi's figure appeared in front of Black Zetsu. The entrance to Konoha village. The third Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen, along with the Konoha dragon Mizudaman and Konoha Hinako Utane Koharu, as well as the Hyuga clan leader Hyuga Ryuhun, are gathering here quietly, waiting for something. Some ninjas from other ninja villages that had already arrived came to watch curiously and kept whispering. They really wanted to know which ninja village was worthy of Konoha's treatment, and that the third Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen had to come out in person to greet them. After all, they didn't receive this treatment when they came here. Here they come. The scene suddenly became quiet. On the distant road, a group of people from the Hidden Mist village were moving slowly forward under the leadership of Minato Namikaze. Otsutsuki Tenshin saw from afar the third Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen, who was waiting at the entrance of Konoha village, and a man with white eyes standing behind Sarutobi Hiruzen. He couldn't help but reveal an inexplicable smile on his face. As expected, "You are so impatient, Mr. Tenshin. Welcome to Konoha." The third Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen took the initiative to step forward 2 steps and extended his hand to Otsutsuki Tenshin. Although doing so would slightly lose his status as Hokage, after all, the other party was only the leading jonin of the Hidden Mist village and not the Mizukage, but he really wanted to know what was going on with Otsutsuki Tenshin's Byakugan. The information that Namikaze Minato passed back in advance only said that the leader of the Hidden Mist village was named Tenshin and that he possessed the Byakugan of the Hyuga clan of their Konoha village, but did not mention the other party's surname. Not only that, among the candidates from the Hidden Mist village who came to take part in the joint Chunin exam, there were suspected to be 2 members of the Uzumaki clan. You know, Minato Namikaze's girlfriend Kushina Uzumaki is from the Uzumaki clan, so when Minato Namikaze saw the bright red hair of Nagato and Uzumaki Kana, he fell in love with them. In addition, he was very familiar with the Uzumaki clan's huge chakra aura, which was different from that of ordinary ninjas. So, after some careful perception in secret, Namikaze Minato was very sure that these 2 people were from the Uzumaki clan. However, from Minato Namikaze's perspective, the country of whirlpools and the Uzumaki clan had already been destroyed by the Hidden Cloud village in the last time, the Second Ninja World War, and his girlfriend Kushina Uzumaki was the only remaining member of the Uzumaki clan. Moreover, the Uzumaki clan has a close alliance with their Konoha village. This can be seen from the Uzumaki clan logo on their Konoha ninja vests. Therefore, even if there are really Uzumaki clan members who have escaped by chance and are stranded outside, they should join their Konoha village, not the Hidden Mist village far away overseas. So, after receiving the message from Minato Namikaze, the third Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen, who couldn't wait to confirm the authenticity of the information, took this action. Of course, this is not to say that the Konoha high-level leaders headed by the third Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen do not trust Namikaze Minato, but that Namikaze Minato's position is not high enough and he does not know some of the secrets of the village. In addition, these two pieces of information are indeed of great importance, so they must confirm the information as soon as possible in order to respond more appropriately. Otsutsuki Tenshin narrowed his eyes slightly. He certainly understood the hidden meaning in Sarutobi Hiruzen's words, but he did not deliberately hide it. Instead, he also stretched out his hand and tightly held the hand that Sarutobi Hiruzen stretched out. Your Excellency Hokage, you are too polite. I am Otsutsuki Tenshin, the leading jonin from the Hidden Mist village participating in the joint Chunin exam. I am very happy to come to Konoha. Otsutsuki Tenshin responded with a sincere smile on his face, but he did not mention his identity in the Hidden Mist village. It was obvious that Konoha had not obtained the corresponding intelligence regarding his identity as the Minister of Police. Therefore, there was no need for him to confess and take the initiative to help Konoha enrich their intelligence on the Hidden Mist village. Otsutsuki. The third Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen was stunned when he heard Otsutsuki Tenshin's self-introduction, same last name as the fourth Mizukage? But the Mizukage didn't have Byakugan in the intelligence. Doubts flashed through the mind of the third Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen, but he immediately came to his senses, suppressed his doubts for the time being, and continued to have a more official conversation with Otsutsuki Tenshin. The head of the Hyuga clan, Hyuga Ryuun, who was standing not far behind, had quietly opened his Byakugan and was carefully observing Otsutsuki Tenshin when the third Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen and Otsutsuki Tenshin were communicating. After a breath of time, Hinata Ryuun closed his Byakugan and frowned tightly. Through his close and meticulous observation, he could not see any signs of transplantation on Otsutsuki Tenshin's Byakugan. Hinata Ryuun's face looked a little unhappy. There were two possibilities for this situation. One was that the other person's Byakugan belonged to him, instead of him stealing the Byakugan from the Hyuga family and then transplanting it. The other possibility is that the other party's transplant technology is too perfect, so perfect that he cannot distinguish it with his Byakugan. After all, as the patriarch of the Hyuga clan, he knows that in the history of their clan, there have been cases where members of the main family lost their Byakugan but were not recovered by their clan, and those Byakugan that were not recovered had never appeared in the ninja world before. Although Hyuga Ryuun was unwilling to admit that his Byakugan was not yet well trained, he sincerely hoped that Otsutsuki Tenshin's Byakugan was the second situation he thought of, because if it was really the first situation, then their Hyuga clan would be facing the most severe challenge in their 1000-year history. At the same time, Konoha's Phoenix chick Yudatan Koharu, who was standing nearby, also used the secret technique used by Konoha's crouching dragon Mitaman N to secretly sense Nagato and Uzumaki Kana through the secret technique of perception passed down from generation to generation by the Yudatan clan, thus confirming that Nagato and Uzumaki Kana were indeed from their Konoha's closest ally, the Uzumaki clan. Of course, Nagato and Kana saw all the little actions of Yutane Koharu and Mito Kato-en, but they had received instructions from Otsutsuki Tenshin in advance, so they did not react at all. After all, no matter how powerful the Tenshin clan's perception secrets are, they are not good enough in front of the Samsara Eye. It's like an ordinary ninja showing off his fire escape in front of the Uchiha clan. Well then. Next, let Minato Jonin introduce our Konoha village to you. After receiving the signal from Konoha's Phoenix hatchling, Tenako Koharu, the third Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen took the initiative to end his conversation with Otsutsuki Tenshin. The Konoha high-ranking officials have already received the answers they wanted. Okay. Thank you for coming to greet us, Hokage. Otsutsuki Tenshin looked at the third Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen with a smile. Although he knew the reason why Konoha did this and what Konoha had just done, his answer was flawless. After the third Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen met Otsutsuki Tenshin and his party and obtained the information he wanted, he returned to the Hokage building with Crouching Dragon and Phoenix Hyuga Ryuun. He needed to discuss Konoha's subsequent countermeasures with them. In Sarutobi Hiruzen's opinion, the Hidden Mist village, with the Byakugan and the Uzumaki clan, although not as powerful as Konoha in terms of foundation, has brought about a significant change to the situation in the ninja world. The people from the Hidden Mist village, led by Minato Namikaze, took a tour of the entire Konoha village and then settled down in the village. Inside the Hokage's office, the third Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen, the two advisory elders Kanahagakure Mizuto Kato and Kanahagakure Koharu Yutane, and the head of the Hyga clan Hygaraiuan, were discussing the information they had just confirmed. Suddenly, the door of the Hokage's office was pushed open with force and a loud bang was heard. A sinister figure rushed in angrily. Hiruzen! Why didn't you inform me, the assistant Hokage, to attend the meeting? The first Hokage, Danzo Shimura, took the initiative right from the start and pointed his finger directly at the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen. Sarutobi Hiruzen raised an eyebrow, looked at his best friend, and replied calmly, "It's Danzo. Sit down first. We'll talk slowly." Humph! Shimura Danzo snorted coldly and poked the ground fiercely with his cane. "Don't change the subject. Let me ask you, why didn't you tell me, the Hokage's assistant, such important information?" Hearing Danzo's continuous questioning, Sarutobi Hiruzen's expression turned cold. He deliberately did not tell Danzo these two pieces of information and had some thoughts of fishing, because he had vaguely realized that there was a nail at the root in his anbu. Moreover, given Danzo's personality, if he were to learn of these two pieces of information, he might just do something as disastrous as killing the people from the Hidden Mist village halfway. You know, those are the Byakugan and the Uzumaki clan that Danzo has coveted for a long time. He has long wanted the Hyga clan to send a head family member to the route to serve him, and he has also been eyeing Uzumaki Kushina over the years. Sarutobi Hiruzen looked at Danzo deeply, sighed slightly, and then he spoke directly to Danzo's vital point. "Let's not talk about this for now. What I'm curious about is, Danzo, where did you get the news from? After all, I have never revealed a single detail to anyone." Chapter 335. Hearing Sarutobi Hiruzen's question, a cold sweat instantly broke out on Danzo's forehead. Bad. He was tricked by that bastard Sarutobi Hiruzen. Danzo Shimura, who was deliberately excluded by the third Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen, was able to know the news in time. Of course, it was because there were his people in the Anbu around Sarutobi Hiruzen. After receiving the tip-off from the root ninja hiding in the Anbu, Danzo Shimura instantly became excited, and put everything else behind his mind. Only the words Bun and Uzumaki clan kept echoing in his mind. So, without thinking too much, he immediately rushed to the Hokage's office. Looking at Sarutobi Hiruzen's stern and sharp eyes, Shimura Danzo's brain was working frantically, trying to come up with a suitable reason to fool the other party in this instant. All I can say is that Danzo is Danzo after all, and he is worthy of being the first Nabekage known as the Darkness of Ninja. His ability to make trouble is extremely strong. So, with his narrow eyes rolling around, Danzo came up with a sophistry. You know, no matter what, his actions were all for Konoha, so he couldn't show his weakness, but instead he had to show full confidence in front of Sarutobi Hiruzen. Humph! Don't worry about how I know this. Danzo's voice suddenly became high-pitched, and at the same time he glanced at Hygaraiuan, the patriarch of the Hyga clan. We can put aside the Uzumaki clan for now, but we in Konoha must deal with the issue of the Byakugan in a timely manner. Apart from the Hyga clan, I have never heard of any other clan possessing the Byakugan. Therefore, the Byakugan of Otsutsuki Tenshin must have been transplanted, so we in Konoha must take it back. The Byakugan can only belong to us in Konoha. As soon as Danzo's words came out, which were completely from the perspective of Konoha's interests, he instantly established the image of someone who was wholeheartedly concerned about Konoha's interests, and at the same time inadvertently diverted Sarutobi Hiruzen's questioning. As a heroic figure known as the Dark Ninja, for the benefit of Konoha and his own interests, he would turn against the Hidden Mist village, which had always cooperated with him very happily. The head of the Hyga clan, Hygaraiuan, who was standing by, suddenly looked ugly when he heard what Danzo said. What the hell was that old man Danzo saying? What did he mean by Konoha's white eyes? That was clearly the white eyes of their Hyga clan. He wanted to open his mouth to refute, but gave up the idea in an instant. However, it was not that he was angry but dared not speak. After all, he was still the patriarch of the Hyga clan, a powerful bloodline family. However, although the Hyga clan can afford to provoke Shimura Danzo who controls the root, they are afraid that this old guy is doing something shady in secret. Therefore, there is no need to anger Danzo for a mere verbal dispute. Besides, even though Danzo Shimura and Hiruzen Sarutobi are arguing fiercely now, the friendship between them cannot be shaken by an outsider like him. Sarutobi Hiruzen, who was sitting behind the Hokage's desk, had an expressionless face, but after hearing Danzo's sophistry, his face suddenly became gloomy. His sharp eyes like an eagle stared at Danzo, as if he wanted to see through Danzo's mind. At the same time, an extremely powerful and heart-pounding aura surged out from Sarutobi Hiruzen's body, sweeping across the entire Hokage's office like a storm. This aura was like a substance, carrying with it endless pressure and anger, making the surrounding air seem to solidify. The tables, chairs, documents, and other items in the Hokage's office trembled slightly under the impact of this aura, making slight noises. An extremely oppressive atmosphere was constantly stirring back and forth in the Hokage's office. He is trying his best to avoid the outbreak of a new round of Ninja World War and working hard for the peace of the ninja world, so that Konoha can gain more time to recuperate. However, Danzo Shimura, his closest good friend, not only does not help him, but even keeps holding him back and now wants to make trouble for him. Taking a deep breath, Sarutobi Hiruzen suppressed his anger and spoke slowly to Danzo, word by word, his tone full of warning. Danzo, listen to me. I will never allow you to attack the people of the Hidden Mist Village without authorization. Moreover, I will never allow Konoha's actions to become the fuse for the outbreak of war. He knew Danzo's little thoughts, so he ignored Danzo's excuses and gave him the most severe warning directly. You. Hearing Sarutobi Hiruzen's words, Danzo's breathing could not help but stagnate, and then he said angrily, you will regret it. Hiruzen. Everything he did was for Konoha. Whether it was the Byakugan or the Uzumaki clan, once he got them, wouldn't they also be the strength of Konoha? Why couldn't his good friend understand his painstaking efforts? Hearing this familiar statement, Sarutobi Hiruzen could no longer suppress his anger, so he slammed the desk in front of him with great force and pushed back, Danzo. I am the Hokage. Boom. Danzo Shimura slammed the door and left, and he and his good friend the third Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen parted ways unhappily once again. It took a long time for the third Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen to calm down his fluctuating mood, and continued to discuss countermeasures with Crouching Dragon and Phoenix Hina and Hyagaryuhan, about what attitude to adopt towards Otsutsuki Tenshin and the two Uzumaki clan members. However, in the end, the few of them failed to come up with a clear plan and could only put the matter aside temporarily and continue to treat it with a normal attitude. At the same time, they sent people to collect information about the Byakugan of the Otsutsuki clan in the Hidden Mist Village and why the members of the Uzumaki clan appeared in the Hidden Mist Village. Then, when the fourth Mizukage of the Hidden Mist Village arrived, they would have a good talk with the Mizukage. As for Danzo Shimura, who had fallen out with the third-generation Sarutobi Hiruzen again, after returning to the root base, he became more and more angry. So, he threw aside Sarutobi Hiruzen's warning to him and decided to let his root take action in private. After all, he did this more than once or twice, and every time in the end, Sarutobi Hiruzen would choose to forgive him. The other side. King C has followed his perception, found Black Zetsu, and appeared in front of Black Zetsu. At this time, Black Zetsu was in one of his secret bases, constantly reading the intelligence from various parts of the ninja world that White Zetsu had recently collected and sorted out, trying to find out information that was beneficial to him and see if he could make further use of it. The moment the space channel opened, Black Zetsu noticed it instantly. Although he didn't know who the visitor was, Black Zetsu knew that his base should be exposed. Therefore, Black Zetsu, who was well versed in the art of hiding, gave up the base without hesitation, and his body turned into a puddle of mud and was about to merge into the ground. However, no matter how fast Black Zetsu's movements are, how can he be faster than CG? The moment King C stepped out of the space channel, he threw 4 yin-yang black sticks towards Black Zetsu's position. After all, his perception had been locked on Black Zetsu. 4 ink black chakra sticks were inserted into the 4 directions around Black Zetsu in an instant before Black Zetsu completely turned into mud and merged into the ground. At the same time, King C put his hands together and formed the SI seal. Yin-yang escape 4 purple flame formation. A barrier burning with purple transparent flames rose up quickly, interrupting the process of Black Zetsu turning into mud and merging into the ground, and trapped Black Zetsu within the barrier. Normally, ordinary barriers cannot trap Black Zetsu. After all, Black Zetsu is Kaguya's will who has mastered yin-yang release, concealment and escape skills. But the barrier of the 4 purple flame formation was modified by Ching Si using yin-yang dun, and the medium for casting the spell was also the yin-yang dun black stick made by Ching Si. More importantly, the person who cast the barrier was Ching Si, who was at the 6 paths level. Black Zetsu looked at the familiar figure that emerged from the space channel, which frightened and resented him to the extreme, and couldn't help but feel desperate. He had already hidden himself and stopped making trouble, so why didn't the lingering fourth Mizukage Otsutsuki CG let him go? Didn't he just target him once? But wasn't there any serious consequence that time? Why was he so persistent? Heiju was trembling with fear. He knew that only yin-yang escape could deal with yin-yang escape, and it just so happened that the person in front of him was the one who mastered yin-yang escape. Maru spicy. My life is over. Black Zetsu's heart instantly turned cold. Although he still had an attack that could hurt a 6 paths level warrior, he changed his mind and gave up the idea of resistance. After all, that would require him to meet Ching Si. The desperate Heizetsu could not help but close his eyes, preparing to face the arrival of death. But after a long time, nothing happened. Black Zetsu secretly opened his eyes, but found that King Si was looking at him leisurely through the barrier, and there seemed to be a meaning of approval in his eyes. Black Zetsu was a little confused, but he also realized that he didn't have to die. Maybe this person had something to ask him? So, Black Zetsu asked tentatively, "Respected Mizukage, is there anything I can do for you?" King Si looked at Black Zetsu with interest and decided to scare him. "My last name is Otsutsuki, Kagaya's will, do you have anything to say to me?" Black Zetsu was stunned for a moment. He felt as if a blockbuster bomb had been dropped on his mind. His originally clear thoughts were instantly shattered by King Si's questions, and scattered like a pile of puzzle pieces with no pattern at all. Black Zetsu was in a state of confusion and bewilderment. His identity was exposed just like that? But how is this possible? There is no way anyone in the ninja world would know his past. Even Yi, the guy who betrayed his mother, didn't notice his existence. Black Zetsu calmed down instantly. He thought that CG had obtained some ambiguous information from somewhere and wanted to trick him to see if he could get some truth out of him. So, he denied it directly, "Mr. Mizukage, I think you are wrong. I am not Kagaya's will." "Haha. You don't admit it. But I sense an aura on you that is very similar to Kagaya's." Before Black Zetsu could finish his words, he was interrupted by King Si. However, what King Si said made Black Zetsu feel scared. Black Zetsu stuttered for a long time without saying anything. He, who claimed to be the mastermind behind the ninja world, was at a loss for words at this moment. He had no idea how to refute Kyoji's words. "You know, Kyoji accurately said the name of Kagaya, which should have been unknown in this era, and he confirmed his identity by sensing the chakra aura. He was forced into a desperate situation. But it is absolutely impossible to ask him to reveal his mother's information. As his mother's child, he will never betray his mother." King Si looked at the speechless Black Zetsu and did not further provoke him. Instead, he smiled faintly and said, "Why don't I tell you a story?" Heizetsu's pupils shrank slightly, and he vaguely realized what King Si wanted to say. In ancient times, war broke out in the ninja world, and the tribes fought each other endlessly. At this time, a man with extraordinary strength stood up and swept all the tribes with his powerful force. He eventually established a country called Ancestor Country, and this strong man was also respected by everyone as Son of Heaven. King Si's tone was filled with nostalgia. Time passed, and suddenly one day, a giant tree towering into the sky appeared in the center of the ninja world overnight. People called it the Sacred Tree, and then the next day, a stunning girl named Kagaya descended from the sky and called herself the Guardian of the Sacred Tree. Finally, Kagaya and Tianzi got together and held a grand wedding. However, things never go as planned. On the day of Kagaya and Tianzi's wedding, a terrifying enemy descended. Chapter 336. King Si slowly narrated the history he knew in a calm tone, and Black Zetsu's eyes wandered and flickered in the process. As soon as the enemy arrived, they severely injured Kagaya. Tianzi was furious and started a frantic battle with the enemy. The battle between the two even affected the entire ninja world, and the aftermath continued to destroy everything in the ninja world. Then, Kagaya, the guardian of the sacred tree, ate the chakra fruit produced by the sacred tree and merged with the sacred tree, gaining overwhelming strength. In the end, with the joint efforts of Tenko and Kagaya, this extremely terrifying enemy was defeated. However, Tenko also had some problems after the battle and disappeared in the long river of history of the ninja world. Having said that, King Si paused slightly and looked at Black Zetsu playfully, which made Black Zetsu's eyes twitch. He was not clear about what Kyoji said. After all, the memories he inherited from his mother Kagaya Otsutsuki were the memories passed down after Kagaya sealed her memory after Kyoji left. However, he still knew about the country of the Ancestor Kingdom. His mother Kagaya Otsutsuki was the ruler of the country of the Ancestor Kingdom. However, Black Zetsu had no idea about the emperor that Kyoji mentioned and his mother married. However, Black Zetsu had a vague feeling that what the fourth Mizukage Otsutsuki Cg said in front of him was indeed true. After giving Black Zetsu a few breaths to digest the information, King C continued his story. However, the following were not his personal experiences. He based his conclusions on his shallow understanding of the Naruto world in his previous life, the information he got from Otsutsuki Hamura on the moon, the memories of Otsutsuki Ishiki and the historical information he collected in the ninja world over the years. Peace has been restored in the ninja world. With the disappearance of Emperor Tianzi, Kagaya became the ruler of the ancestral country. But the good times didn't last long. The neighboring country of the ancestral country launched a war again. However, under Kagaya's suppression, the war was quickly settled. The ninja world was unified by the ancestral country. Kagaya, who brought peace to the ninja world, was also honored by everyone as the goddess of the rabbit. With the blessing of the ninja world and humans, the goddess of the rabbit gave birth to 2 children and named them Hagoromo and Hamura. Hearing this, Black Zetsu felt as if a bolt of thunder had passed through his mind, like a bolt from the blue, exploding without any warning, instantly turning his originally calm thoughts into a mess. There was no need for King C to continue, as the fourth Mizukage was indeed well aware of the history of 1,000 years ago. However, King C didn't care what Black Zetsu thought, but continued to tell his story. Every word and sentence went straight to Black Zetsu's heart. In this way, the goddess of the rabbit and her 2 children, due to differences in ideas and instigation by someone, broke out into a war that lasted for several months. In the end, the goddess of the rabbit, who was unwilling to be ruthless to the children, was sealed up by the 2 children together. However, on the eve of being sealed, the goddess of the rabbit quietly used yin-yang release to create a will entity that carried the mission of resurrecting her, and this will of Kagaya has existed until today. Shut up! Don't say any more! Recalling the tragic scene of his mother Kagaya Otsutsuki being sealed for thousands of years by the 2 traitors Hagoromo and Hamura, Black Zetsu finally broke down his defense and shouted angrily at Cg. Countless thoughts and images surged in Heizetsu's mind like a tide. They collided and intertwined with each other, forming a chaotic and palpitating vortex. Although what Cg said later had some minor discrepancies with the memories he inherited from Kagaya, this did not affect the overall situation. In general, Seiji's story was exactly the experience of his mother Kagaya Otsutsuki. King C looked at the angry face of Black Zetsu and couldn't help but raise his eyebrows. He was also a little surprised. What happened? He just told a story, why did he suddenly break down? But it is really difficult for Heiju, such a dark face can make so many rich expressions. So, are you admitting it? Kagaya's will. King C's evil taste came up and he asked again, with an indescribable tone in his voice. Black Zetsu fell silent, his heart churning, and he didn't answer for a while. Although he didn't want to admit it, he had no choice. King C had already said it to this extent, and it was obvious that he was certain of his identity. In fact, it didn't matter whether he admitted it or not. You win, Mizukage. You are right, I am Kagaya's will, and my mother's 3rd child. Black Zetsu admitted helplessly, with a strong sense of frustration in his tone. Thousands of years have passed, and this era is the closest he has ever been to success since his plan to resurrect Kagaya Otsutsuki. After all, the previous generations of Uchiha people who carried the reincarnation of Indra's chakra have never opened the Rinnegan. And now, this generation's reincarnation of Indra's chakra, Uchiha Madara, has not only successfully guided the power of the 6 paths to open the Rinnegan, but has also successfully summoned the outer path statue. His 1,000-year plan to resurrect his mother seemed to have come to fruition, but unexpectedly, he fell on the eve of dawn. Black Zetsu's tone immediately became passionate, but even so, you can't get any information about Mom from me. I'm not the traitor like Hagoromo and Hamura who betrayed Mom. Looking at Black Zetsu's righteous look, and thinking of how he had been secretly doing all kinds of things as the mastermind for thousands of years, King C couldn't help but smile. What a grown-up boy, he looks quite cute even from this perspective. So, King C decided not to tease Heizetsu anymore, and he stopped pretending, and he showed his hand. Black Zetsu, I think you have misunderstood. When it comes to understanding Kagaya, I think no one in the entire ninja world can compare to me. Of course, this includes you. King C said lightly, and at the same time as the words fell, the yin-yang escape barrier that imprisoned Black Zetsu and prevented him from escaping underground was also removed by King C at the same time. Sensing that the barrier constructed by yin-yang release that restricted his escape suddenly disappeared, Black Zetsu became instantly excited. He immediately wanted to merge into the ground and escape far away, but in the next instant he forcibly suppressed his urge to flee immediately. The words that King Si just said made him feel a little inexplicably fearful and expectant. Black Zetsu, whose IQ suddenly returned, seemed to have guessed something at this time. My name is Otsutsuki Cg, and I was the emperor of the ancestral country 1,000 years ago. Otsutsuki Kagaya is my legally wedded wife. Cg said with a serious expression. Black Zetsu's heart skipped a beat. He had just had a vague premonition that the person in front of him might be the emperor in the story, and now it turned out to be true. However, he realized that something was wrong instantly. You know, only those who have eaten the fruit of the sacred tree and have a yin-yang escapable body like him can survive for thousands of years. After all, even the two traitors, Yui and Hamura, who are at the 6 paths level, will die due to exhaustion of their lifespan. So, Black Zetsu questioned directly, impossible. The chakra fruit only gave birth to one. How could you, who have never eaten the chakra fruit and are not a body of will, live for 1,000 years? Moreover, I have investigated your intelligence. From the time you were born to now, all your growth trajectories are traceable. You can't be the so-called son of heaven. Hearing Black Zetsu's doubt, King Si was not annoyed. After all, traveling through time and space was indeed unbelievable. It was understandable that Black Zetsu could not think of this. After all, he was his eldest son, so of course he chose to forgive him. Moreover, although he is not his own blood, King Si is willing to accept him because of his hard work for thousands of years to resurrect Kagaya. First of all, let me correct you on one thing. The lifespan of a real Otsutsuki clan, even if they have not eaten the chakra fruit, is very long. After all, in essence, the Otsutsuki clan who can cross the starry sky and humans who have a lifespan of less than 100 years are two completely different races. Cg smiled and explained to Black Zetsu. At this point, Zetsu has already somewhat believed in Seiji's identity. After all, he doesn't know these secrets. If he is not a real Otsutsuki clan like his mother Otsutsuki Kagaya, he probably wouldn't know them. However, this still cannot explain why King Si could live from 1,000 years ago to the present. After all, from the 19th year of Kirigakure to the 44th year of Kirigakure now, King Si's growth trajectory during this period can be described as extremely clear. Therefore, there was still a hint of doubt in Black Zetsu's eyes when he looked at Cg. As for my identity, it's actually very simple. I think you should know the function of chakra. King Si extended his right fist towards Black Zetsu. Black Zetsu was silent for a moment. King Si's confident attitude made him believe that what King Si said was true. However, he still wanted to confirm it personally. Then, Black Zetsu condensed into a human form from a puddle of liquid, and also stretched out his fist and collided with King Si. The chakras of King Si and Black Zetsu were connected in an instant and linked together. All of King Si's experiences traveling through time and space thousands of years ago flashed through Black Zetsu's mind one by one. Of course, CG did not show those scenes that were not suitable for children to Black Zetsu, as they were inappropriate. After a while, Black Zetsu looked at CG with somewhat evasive eyes. Through the chakra connection, he saw everything that CG had experienced, and also knew that CG was indeed the husband of his mother Kagaya Otsutsuki. Thinking about how he had targeted Kiyoshi before and even had the idea of finding a way to get rid of Kiyoshi, Black Zetsu now wanted to slap himself twice. Wasn't his behavior exactly the same as that of Hago Romo and Hamura who betrayed their mother Kagaya Otsutsuki? Therefore, after learning of Kiyoshi's true identity, Black Zetsu didn't know how to face Kiyoshi. He hesitated for a long time and couldn't utter a complete sentence. Come to think of it, you should call me father. King Si looked at Black Zetsu, who had mixed feelings and an extremely complicated expression, and his tone softened. He thought of the bitterness and tears that Black Zetsu had experienced for thousands of years. In order to resurrect Kagaya, he tried every possible means and traveled around the ninja world alone. Father! Black Zetsu called out softly, stumbling over his words, his tone a little awkward. After all, he had never thought that one day he would have a father. However, this also meant that he was finally no longer alone, he also had a family. At this moment, a strange emotion arose in Black Zetsu's heart, and he didn't even know what it was. Haha! King Si couldn't help but laugh when he saw this. As the ultimate mastermind behind the ninja world and the writer of history for thousands of years, he actually has this side of him. Very good. Next, just follow me. It won't be long before our family can be reunited. Hearing Kingxi's words, Heiju couldn't help but be shocked and immediately became alert. Could it be that the father he had just met had a better way to resurrect his mother than him? You know, other conditions are easy to achieve with the help of CG, but the 10 tails Jinchuriki with the power of 6 paths who can descend as the will of Kagaya Otsutsuki is only Uchiha Madara who can do it now. And Uchiha Madara's body is now extremely old and cannot bear the burden of Kagaya's resurrection at all. So, Black Zetsu asked directly, Father, how can we resurrect Mother? Uchiha Madara's current body cannot become the 10 tails Jinchuriki. No. The 10 tails Jinchuriki is not needed. CG denied with a smile, Kagaya was sealed by 2 different 6 paths powers. Therefore, in order to unlock the seal, both 6 paths powers are needed. Coincidentally, my Kirigakure has both of these 6 paths powers. I see your efforts, but yin-yang release spiritual possession assimilation can only release Kagaya's will, but it cannot release her body from the seal. What I want is to release Kagaya directly from 6 paths Chibaku Tensei. Chapter 337. Hearing Kingxi's affirmative words, Black Zetsu felt that what he had done over the years was not in vain. After all, his father could still understand him. Therefore, his mood was slightly elevated. He looked at Kingxi with burning eyes, wanting to know Kingxi's plan. Kingxi's eyes transformed into Samsara Eye, and he said to Black Zetsu, I have a Samsara Eye that is more powerful than Hamura's. Together with the Samsara Eye of my disciple Nagato, the prerequisites for lifting the seal of 6 paths Chibaku Tensei have been gathered. Now we just need to wait until Nagato grows up to the point where he can fully exert the power of Samsara Eye. With your help in yin-yang release, it will be easy to release Kagaya from the moon. Black Zetsu's eyes lit up instantly. Kyoshi's plan was much better than his. There was no need to go through the trouble of guiding and helping Uchiha Madara to implement the so-called Eye of the Moon plan. There was no need to wait for Uchiha Madara to revive and regain his youth before collecting the tailed beasts and becoming the 10 tails Jinchuriki. He is truly worthy of being his father. However, we still need to collect the tailed beasts. After Kagaya returns, we will need them to restore her strength. CG continued. You know, the 10 tails belongs to Kagaya, and without the 10 tails, Kagaya's power is incomplete. By the way, Black Zetsu, how far has the plan of that old idiot Uchiha Madara progressed? Kingxi suddenly thought of something at this time, and changed the subject to ask Black Zetsu. When he covered the entire ninja world with his perception before, he did not sense the chakra aura of Uchiha Madara. Presumably, Uchiha Madara learned the lesson from being discovered last time, and this time he used a barrier to block perception and aura, and hid deeply. But now, Black Zetsu and White Zetsu are both his teammates, so it's time to put the lid of Uchiha Madara's coffin on him. Father, I haven't been keeping an eye on Uchiha Madara recently. He had previously asked White Zetsu and others to infiltrate the Uchiha clan in Konoha to find a spokesperson for him who could carry his name, walk in the ninja world for him, and eventually resurrect him. Black Zetsu organized his thoughts and responded. Then Black Zetsu thought for a moment and continued, however, he seems to be planning something in secret, but he didn't tell the White Zetsu. He just asked the White Zetsu to collect information about a small country called Lulin in the Kingdom of Wind. I think he might be eyeing the legendary dragon vein dormant under Lulin that has huge energy. That location should be one of the battle sites between my mother and the 2 traitors Yuyi and Yukin. I remember Yuyi went there after the war and repaired the environment there. However, I was afraid of being discovered by him, so I didn't go close at that time. I don't know what Yuyi did there. Could it be that this so-called dragon vein was created by the traitor Yuyi? Lulin. Dragon vein. Ching Si murmured in a low voice. He seemed to have some impression of this thing, as if he had seen an introduction to it when watching a short video in his previous life. Moreover, he knew about the small country of Lulin. There was information about Lulin in the Hidden Mist village, and the location of Lulin was part of the territory of his ancestral country 1,000 years ago. However, Kingxi remembered that there was no such thing as a dragon vein there at that time. You know, he and Kagaya knew very well the places with huge energy in the ancestral country, and those energies had long been transformed into nutrients for the sacred tree to breed chakra fruits. Therefore, Black Zetsu's guess is very likely the truth. This dragon vein was most likely created accidentally by Otsutsuki Hago Romo while repairing the environment of the Wind Country's thousands of miles of red land after sealing Kagaya. Due to some kind of operation by Otsutsuki Hago Romo, Endless natural energy has been gathering at the location of Lulin over thousands of years, and its scale is getting bigger and bigger. This should be the truth about the dragon vein. So that's how it is, no wonder. Kingxi understood. The reason why Uchihamadara, the old rookie, set his sights on the dragon veins was because the power of the dragon veins was essentially natural energy, and the huge amount of natural energy would of course be beneficial to the Ten Tails, even though the Ten Tails was now just a shell called the Outer Path statue. Otherwise, with Uchihamadara's old body, he would not do such a thing without any benefit. At this time, the ground nearby changed and a white figure emerged from underground. It was the real White Zetsu who was summoned by Black Zetsu and came through the Mayfly technique. Lord Kingxi. White Zetsu greeted him very respectfully. He had already learned Kingxi's true identity from Black Zetsu, and knew the relationship between Kingxi and their master Kagaya who created them. It could even be said that, to some extent, Kingxi was also their master. Where is Uchihamadara now? Kingxi asked directly without any nonsense. At this moment, he couldn't wait to have another fight with old Madara and completely nail the lid of his coffin. He took A-Fei away from the underground base we opened in the Land of Grass, but A-Fei was controlled by him with illusion, so we don't know his exact location. However, it is speculated that he should have gone to Lulin. Baiju thought for a moment and replied. Kingxi nodded. It seemed that he had to go to Lulin. However, before that, he still had to go back to the village to explain the work for the next few days. After all, he still needed to go to Konoha to witness the outstanding performance of the genin of their Kirigakure village in the joint Chunin exam. Very good. Then next, Black Zetsu will go back to the village with me, and White Zetsu will be responsible for going to Lulin to search for Uchihamadara's location. Notify me immediately after finding it. Kingxi made arrangements. Just now he tried again to see if he could find the specific location of Uchihamadara through perception, but unfortunately, he still found nothing. Therefore, Kingxi guessed that Uchihamadara might have created a barrier to block perception and chakra aura, and then hid in it. Therefore, he needed the help of White Zetsu. After all, he didn't have so much time to go to Lulin to search in person. Lulin. Underground dragon veins. In a quiet underground space with a barrier. Uchihamadara, wearing a gangster's coat, looked eagerly at the huge chakra reaction hidden in the dragon vein in front of him with his scarlet Sharingan. That was the same power that he felt when his good friend, the first Hokage, Hashirama Senju, displayed the final battle at the Valley of the End. That's right. This is the power of Hashirama's magic. Uchihamadara's eyes revealed a hint of complexity, and he murmured softly. Back then, he was defeated by the magic of Hashirama Senju. A move of such massive scale that it covered the sky and the sun, magic technique would release true thousand hands, instantly destroyed his powerful equipment Nine-Tailed Fox. However, Uchihamadara's eyes became firm again in an instant. Although the ninja world thought that the winner of the battle in the Valley of the End was Hashirama Senju, as the winner, Hashirama Senju had already gone to the Pure Land, while Uchihamadara, as the loser, was still alive and well. Hai Suyu Shenwei, 5 seals slowly passed through Uchihamadara's hands. The art of spiritual communication. The outer demon statue. White smoke spread out, filling the entire space. A huge humanoid creature with 10 column-like protrusions behind it, a body like a dead tree, and 9 closed eyes appeared in front of Uchihamadara. It is the body of the 10 Tails, the outer path demon statue. Sensing the tremendous natural energy contained in the dragon vein, the outer statue became excited and restless. It was craving. A smile appeared on Uchihamadara's lips, and the seals in his hands began to change, and powerful chakra burst out through his body. Under the control of Uchihamadara, the outer path demon statue opened its mouth wide, spit out a dragon-shaped translucent chakra, and then plunged into the dragon vein. Although under normal circumstances, only the lineage of Queen Lulin has the ability to control dragon veins, it is obvious that Uchihamadara is not in this normal situation. With his strength, although he is old and does not have the Rinnegan, it is still very easy for him to forcibly extract the dragon vein chakra, not to mention that he also has the supersized existence of the outer path demon statue. A-Fei's outer clothes opened layer by layer, and with the presence of the outer path demon statue, Uchihamadara no longer needed A-Fei to attach to his body for the time being. Then, a tube extended from the outer path demon statue's body and inserted into Uchihamadara's chest. Then, a very small part of the natural energy absorbed by the outer path demon statue entered Uchihamadara's body through the tube. Is this the Senjutsu chakra? This kind of power is nothing special. Feeling the senjutsu power surging out of his body, Uchiha Madara sneered. At the same time, the face of Hashirama Senju that appeared on his left chest due to the transplantation of Hashirama Senju's cells had black stripes around the corners of his eyes, and a circle like a black bull's eye appeared on his forehead. It was the face of the sage Hashirama Senju. Wait! Hashirama! Peace is not far away. Uchiha Madara sat down, muttering to himself. However, since the natural energy contained in the dragon vein is enormous, and Uchiha Madara does not have his own original samsara eye at this time, the absorption process will be quite long. So, for the next period of time, Uchiha Madara will stay here. 3 days later, Konoha. The joint Chunin exam, which has attracted the attention of the entire ninja world, has finally officially begun. Inside the Konoha Ninja Academy, the genin from various ninja villages have gathered in a large classroom, waiting for the first exam to begin. Boom! A puff of white smoke rose from the front of the classroom, and the chief examiner of the first round of the joint Chunin exam, Yamanaka Inoichi, made a brilliant appearance. As the son of the chief of the Yamanaka clan, the 21-year-old Yamanaka Inoichi is already a well-known jonin in Konoha. Because the Yamanaka clan is good at perception, and Yamanaka Inoichi is currently the strongest perceptual ninja in the Yamanaka clan except for the chief, he was designated by the 3rd Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen as the chief examiner of the first round of the joint Chunin exam. Of course, in addition to the chief examiner Yamanaka Inoichi, there were also a dozen other Chunins who served as invigilators. After all the candidates had their seats shuffled and sat back down under the arrangement of Yamanaka Inoichi, the first exam of the joint Chunin exam officially began. Because this Chunin exam was held exclusively by Konoha, the rules of the exam were also followed according to Konoha's normal Chunin exam process. The first one is the written test. However, although it is called a written test, what is more important is to examine the candidate's ability to collect information. Only those who can collect the answers to the written test from those candidates who have been arranged in advance under the attention of the invigilators can be considered a qualified Chunin. Of course, if the candidate can answer all the questions based on his/her personal ability, then he/she can certainly be passed. After the exam started, the candidates from various ninja villages began to show off their magical powers. Various and dazzling methods were constantly used in this classroom. For the 6 genin from the Hidden Mist village who came to take the exam, this exam can be said to be extremely simple. You know, among these 6 people, except Hoshigaki Kisame, the other 5 can be regarded as academic masters. Therefore, these questions that are quite difficult for ordinary ninjas are not difficult for them at all. As for Hoshigaki Kisame, although there were indeed 2 or 3 questions that he could not answer, he had the strength of a jonin, so collecting intelligence was a piece of cake for him. Hoshigaki Kisame, who specializes in water jutsu, can be said to have made great use of it. He simply condensed a drop of water, and through the refraction of the water drop, Hoshigaki Kisame easily got the correct answer from Mei Terumi, who was sitting relatively close to him. That's right, compared to the several candidates arranged in advance by Konoha, Hoshigaki Kisame still trusts his captain Terumi Mei more. After all, Terumi Mei's theoretical knowledge has been praised even by their teacher, the 3rd Mizukage Bing. Chapter 338. An hour later. The first round of the joint Chunin exam is over. Many genin from smaller ninja villages were eliminated within this hour because they were caught cheating, while the genin from the 5 larger ninja villages, without exception, all remained in the examination room. In fact, for the genin from each ninja village who came to take the exam, especially the genin from the 5 major ninja villages, the written test was just a simple formality. After all, everyone knew the true meaning of this joint Chunin exam. The real meaning of the written test is nothing more than to screen out and eliminate the real genin sent by each ninja village. After all, the actual combat that follows can be said to be a chaos of demons, and those who participate are only nominal genin. With Yamanaka Inoichi's perception ability, he was able to quickly finish reading the test papers of the candidates who were still in the examination room, so the results of the written test were announced on the spot. Congratulations to all the candidates who are still in the examination room. You have now passed the first exam of the joint Chunin exam. Yamanaka Inoichi said the official words and announced the result of the exam. Next, the chief examiner in charge of the second exam, Jonin Akimichi Choza, will explain to you. Yamanaka Inoki paused and continued. As soon as he finished speaking, the muscular figure of Akimichi Choza opened the door of the classroom and walked in. Akimichi Choza is the son of the Akimichi clan leader, and the nephew of Akimichi Tofu, a former teammate of the third Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen. He is also 21 years old this year. Together with Hai from the Yamanaka clan and Shikaku from the Nara clan, they form the most outstanding Inoshikajo of this generation. Therefore, after Yamanaka Inoichi became the chief examiner of the first round of the joint Chunin exam, Akimichi Choza naturally became the chief examiner of the second round of the joint Chunin exam. Therefore, the examiner of the third round of the joint Chunin exam is the last member of the Inoshikajo combination, Nara Shikaku. After walking up to Yamanaka Inoichi and thanking him for his hard work, Akimichi Choza turned to the examinees below and said solemnly, "I am the chief examiner of the second exam, Akanoha Jonin, Akimichi Choza." After a slight pause, Akimichi Choza continued speaking in a loud voice, "Tomorrow morning at 10 o'clock, at Konoha's number 44 training ground, the second round of the 3-day joint Chunin exam will begin on time. Genin here, please be prepared. This time, my goal is to eliminate at least half of you." The genin from various ninja villages who had passed the first exam in the classroom were shocked upon hearing this, and a solemn atmosphere instantly spread in the classroom. It seems that this second exam will be a fierce battle between villages. The next day, Konoha's number 44 training ground, also known as the Forest of Death, is said to have been created by the first Hokage, Hashirama Senju, using wood release. The Death Forest, as the name suggests, is a gloomy and terrifying forest. It can be said that it has everything you need. It is the most famous and most commonly used ninja trial site in Konoha village. It is also a high difficulty training ground where even the so-called Chunin will encounter danger. The second round of the joint Chunin exam will be held in the form of a scroll scramble and battle royale in this huge forest of death. In this exam, candidates were allowed to use any means in the Death Forest to collect the 2 scrolls of heaven and earth needed by the team. Yes, that's right, any means. Therefore, it was natural that some people would be injured or even die in the battle. The team that has collected all the scrolls and reaches the high tower in the center of the Death Forest within 3 days without any casualties will be deemed to have passed. Because the number of scrolls is limited and anything can happen during the exam, there is no doubt that at least half of the teams will be eliminated in this second exam. This is why it is said that this joint Chunin exam is a stage for each ninja village to display their military strength. This second exam, in essence, is a small war. At this time, the genin from each ninja village, who had already signed the death waiver consent form in advance, were ready to go. For them, they came to participate in the war with the glory of their respective villages on their shoulders, so even if they might die in this exam, they would not back down at all. However, for the 3 members of Yahiko's team and the 3 members of Mei Terumi's team, their confidence is entirely based on their own strength. With their guaranteed strength as Jonin, they couldn't say they were a complete crusher, but at least they were a dimensionality reduction blow to the genin of other ninja villages. At the same time, Root Base. Danzo Shimura looked with satisfaction at the 5 teams of Root elites ready to go in front of him, his heart churning. What he said in the Hokage's office that day was not all just polite words. Indeed, between the Byakugan and the Uzumaki clan, he valued the Byakugan more. You know, he had been coveting the Byakugan for a long time. After all, his Root already had all of Konoha's secret techniques and bloodline limits except the Byakugan. As for the Uzumaki clan, he had already obtained the Uzumaki clan's sealing technique from the Hidden Mist village. Moreover, there was a 9-tails Jinchuriki of the Uzumaki clan in Konoha. Therefore, Danzo Shimura was not so eager for the Uzumaki clan. But at the moment, the Byakugan is not easy to deal with. Otsutsuki Tenshin has been staying in the village since he entered it, which gives him no chance to attack. Moreover, the leader of the Jonin who can participate in the joint Chunin exam as the Hidden Mist village must be at least a Jonin, or even more likely an elite Jonin. After all, no matter what, the Hidden Mist village is one of the 5 major ninja villages, so it must have some strength. Therefore, Danzo Shimura set his sights on the Uzumaki clan first. At least Nagato and Uzumaki Kana, 2 members of the Uzumaki clan, were both candidates for the joint Chunin exam, and the Forest of Death was their Konoha's home ground. During the 3 days of the exam, he had plenty of opportunities to take action. Moreover, Danzo Shimura was extra cautious this time. After all, he was carrying out the operation privately without the knowledge of the third Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen. After careful consideration, he finally set his target on Nagato, because, according to the perception of his men who were sent out to investigate secretly, the 3 members of Yahiko's team were much easier to deal with than the 3 members of Mei Terumi's team. However, at this time, Danzo Shimura would never have thought that the Hidden Mist Village would be so unkind to the ninja. Not only did all the candidates they sent have the strength of a guaranteed Jonin, but some of them even had the Rinnegan and the 6 Tails Jinchuriki. Let's go! Looking up at the wall clock, Shimura Danzo waved his hand and led a dozen elite ninjas from the route to the Death Forest. In the Forest of Death. At this time, the second round of the joint Chunin exam had already started for almost an hour, but the forest was still quiet and no sound was heard. After the first round of elimination, the remaining candidates can be said to be the real elites of each village. Therefore, at the beginning, they all chose to remain silent, waiting for the opportunity to take action. What? Suddenly, a scream broke the silence, and one of the candidates finally couldn't help but take action. This scream was like a signal, and violent chakra fluctuations suddenly erupted in all parts of the forest. In an instant, multiple battles broke out at the same time. At this time, Team Yahiko and Team Mei Terumi were chatting as if they were out for a picnic while slowly moving towards the central tower. Of course, the 2 teams did not gather together, and judging by their speed, they would arrive near the central tower in about a day and a half. Because both teams have strong perception abilities, they have not encountered any enemies until now. Of course, this does not mean that they are deliberately avoiding fighting, but they coincidentally have the same plan. No, it may not be accurate to say it is a coincidence. Their experience of studying at the Kirigakure Ninja School has made them choose the most labor-saving way to get to the heart of the problem. Therefore, it is inevitable that they have similar ideas. Despise the enemy strategically and take the enemy seriously tactically. This is the important guiding ideology of the Kirigakure village for war after the reforms by CG. Therefore, for them, under the premise of having sufficient confidence in their own strength, they only need to wait outside the central tower and do not need to go to the trouble of finding and defeating teams one by one to get the scroll they are missing. This is actually a question of probability. If they are unlucky, they may need to waste a lot of time and still cannot get the scrolls they are missing. However, sitting back and waiting omits this process. After all, any team that has collected all the scrolls needs to go to the central tower of the Death Forest. In this way, the scrolls are left for them to choose. At dusk, Yahiko, Nagato, and Konan were staying by a small river at this time, setting up a barbecue grill and using fire to roast a wild boar they had just captured. Just as the 3 of them were enjoying their meal, suddenly, Nagato frowned slightly. Yahiko! Konan! Nagato shouted in a low voice. Yahiko and Konan, who were sitting together, stopped eating and looked up at Nagato. Having grown up together, they instantly understood each other's meaning from each other's eyes. Then, the next second, the 3 of them retreated in 3 different directions at the same time. At the same time, Yahiko and Nagato quickly formed seals with their hands while retreating. Water release, Kirigakure Jutsu. Water release, Kirigakure Jutsu. As the mist rose, several kunai tied with detonating tags flew to the place where the 3 people had just been, and then exploded with a loud bang. Then, a cold voice came from a distance. Psychic art. A huge orange monster with a long nose suddenly appeared, then took a deep breath, and used wind escape to completely absorb the thick fog that Yahiko and Nagato had just created. It is none other than Danzo Shimura's summoned beast, the Nightmare Taper. Afterwards, dozens of figures wearing masks and black robes surrounded the 3 people. At the same time, a rectangular barrier burning with purple transparent flames rose around them. Ninja technique for purple flame formation. When Yahiko's team was engaged in battle. Inside an izakaya in Konoha village, a figure wearing a hood and a black robe, as if hiding in the shadows, walked straight to the innermost room, opened the door and walked in. Please sit down. Otsutsuki Tenshin said elegantly and politely. The man in black robe lowered his head and remained silent for a moment, still without any movement. It was obvious that he was still hesitating and worried about something. Ha! Otsutsuki Tenshin chuckled, Mr. Mukai. Don't worry. There's no tracking. So no one will know you were here today. There was another moment of silence, and finally, the man in black robe slowly took off his hood, and raised his head to look at Otsutsuki Tenshin, revealing his old face. It was the person who was in charge of the current branch of the Hyuga clan, Hyuga Mukai. Over the past few days, Otsutsuki Tenshin did not do nothing. On the contrary, he had secretly established contact with the Hyuga branch family, which led to this meeting with Hyuga Mukai. Hyaga Mukai is the twin brother of the father of Hyaga clan patriarch Hyaga Ryuhun. Because he was born a little later than his brother, he became a branch family. After becoming a branch family, he was punished many times by the bird in the cage because of his resentment towards the main family and often unconsciously revealed the injustice of fate and murderous intent. The people who punished him included not only the elders of the main family, but also his brother and his father. Therefore, from then on, he deeply hated the Hyaga clan's pedantic system and those stupid main families. After the death of Hinata Ryuhun's father, the previous head of the Hyaga clan, because of Hinata Mukai's identity, he became the person in charge of the branch family under the recommendation of his nephew Hinata Ryuhun. Under his leadership, the branch family members have been keeping a low profile and forbearing in recent years, with conflicts rarely breaking out between them and the main family. And now, the opportunity to split up has finally come. Chapter 339. The meeting between Otsutsuki Tenshin and Hyaga Mukai ended in a short while. No one knew what the two talked about. The only thing that could be seen was that after Hinata Mukai put on his black robe and hood again and walked away with his head down, Otsutsuki Tenshin's mouth corners were harder to suppress than an AK. Hat. Otsutsuki Tenshin's chuckle was barely audible. Hinata. The view turns back to the forest of death. Yahiko, Nagato, and Konan stood on a tree, looking at the rising four-purple flame array barrier with grim expressions. They never imagined that Konoha would dare to take such a big risk and attack them in the second Chunin exam. However, the three of them were not too afraid. Even though the other side had several times more people than them, except for one cage-level warrior, Danzo Shimura, the others were just jonin. In Danzo Shimura's understanding, he will directly hit 4 twos at the beginning of this wave. How should you deal with it? Shimura Danzo, I directly used my flying dragon to crush the opponent. How can you lose? This time, I have the advantage. You know, in addition to the 4 root ninjas who used the 4 purple flame array barrier, he also had 4 teams of elite root ninjas. Plus, with his own cage-level strongman to support him, he had some confidence even if he surrounded and killed the 3rd Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen. And his target is just 3 little guys who are not even Chunin. If he can't take them down, it would be ridiculous. Therefore, even though Danzo Shimura knew that he did not have much time, he was confident enough that he could capture Nagato and erase all traces and evacuate in time before his good friend the 3rd Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen and the leader of the Hidden Mist village with the Byakugan, Otsutsuki Tenshin, arrived. As long as he is not caught on the spot or there is no evidence that he did it, what can he do even if he is seen by Otsutsuki Tenshin's Byakugan? However, what he never expected was that although Yahiko, Nagato, and Konan were genin in rank, they were not genin in strength. Although the 4 twos of Shimura Danzo are already very big, but the king bombs of Yahiko, Nagato, and Konan are even bigger. All things are attracted by heaven. Nagato stretched out his hand and aimed at the root of one of the warriors who was closer to him and attacked directly. There was no need to waste time talking to the other party at this point. From the moment the barrier rose and Danzo took action, the two sides were already in a situation of a fight to the death. The root jonin had never seen the technique of using gravity called 10,000 Things Attraction, so he was caught off guard and was pulled directly by Nagato into the air. Water Style, Iron Cannonball Technique. Paper Shuriken. Yahiko and Konan, who had a very good understanding with Nagato, also launched their ninjutsu at the same time when Nagato stretched out his hand to use Tensyang Tenyin. As chakra surged, Yahiko spewed out an enormous ball of water from his mouth, like a blue meteorite falling from the sky. With astonishing momentum and speed, it whizzed towards the root jonin who was forcibly pulled over by Nagato with the Tianyin of all things. At the same time, Konan used paper escape to form shurikens, which were densely shot at Shimura Danzo and other root ninjas, leaving them no time to rescue this root jonin in time. The water ball and the root jonin collided heavily in mid-air. In an instant, water splashed everywhere, and the shock wave spread out in all directions like a violent storm. The jonin was directly knocked dozens of meters away by this terrifying impact force. The scarlet blood mixed with broken flesh and internal organs fell in the air like raindrops. However, Konan still lacks sufficient understanding of Shimura Danzo's ruthlessness. To Danzo, who has a dark and cruel personality, these root ninjas, even the jonin among them, are nothing more than tools and subordinates. If he could capture Nagato, a member of the Uzumaki clan, he would not feel sorry even if all the members of these 5 teams were wiped out. After all, these ordinary ninjas are nothing compared to the Uzumaki clan, they are just consumables. Probably, possibly, Only the elite jonin among them would be looked up to by Danzo and would be considered to cherish their lives a little. Therefore, under the order of Danzo Shimura, the other root ninjas ignored the unlucky guy who was killed by Nagato and Yahiko at the beginning, and instead concentrated all their firepower on Nagato while dodging Konan's paper shuriken. In an instant, exploding flames, raging hurricanes, dazzling lightning, surging waves, thick soil, and all kinds of secret techniques mixed in between, all rushed towards the tree where Nagato and the other two were. Ninjutsu came like a tide, colorful and dazzling, as if a grand fireworks show blooming in the sky. However, these beautiful lights contained deadly danger and murderous intent. But Nagato was not panicked at all, but stared at all this with a stern look. The next moment, he controlled the repulsive force to float lightly from the tree, floating forward like a feather, and directly faced the ninjutsu that swept in from the air. Yahiko and Konan, at the same time, rushed to the side in tacit understanding. Their target was the root ninjas who were scattered around and surrounding them. Nagato's Rinnegan shone with a heart-pounding light, and a large amount of pupil power quickly gathered. At the same time, the chakra in Nagato's body boiled up in an instant, and a violent chakra fluctuation continued to radiate from the surroundings with Nagato as the center. Shinra Tenzen. The surging repulsive force was like an enraged ancient beast, opening its bloody mouth and bursting out suddenly towards Nagato. The air was instantly torn apart, and a visible shock wave formed wherever the repulsive force passed, with a piercing whistling sound, which deflected all the attacking ninjutsu. Boom! A deafening and violent crash that resounded through the sky suddenly rang out, like thunder from a clear sky, exploding throughout the entire death forest. The powerful impact generated by the collision of the ninjutsu caused a gust of wind to whistle past, and within the barrier of the four purple flame formation, dust and fallen leaves were raised all over the sky. Nagato floated in the air, his long red hair as bright as flames, seemed to be given life, dancing wantonly with the strong wind. Every strand of hair was like a smart elf, jumping and spinning in the wind, and the hair covering his eyes was also blown high by the strong wind, revealing the Rinnegan shining with purple light underneath. First, a purple barrier suddenly rose in the death forest. Immediately afterwards, there was a loud explosion that pierced the clouds and split the rocks. The horrifying sound waves continued to echo throughout the entire death forest like a raging storm. All of a sudden, the trees shook and the branches and leaves flew everywhere. Afterwards, an extremely violent chakra fluctuation suddenly spread out, like a surging tide, quickly spreading to the entire death forest with the explosion point as the center. The other candidates in the death forest, whether they were fighting each other or on their way, all stopped what they were doing and looked towards the rising purple barrier. Their faces kept changing and their hearts were filled with turmoil. They had no idea what was going on there, let alone which ninja village's genin could have launched such a terrifying attack. But then, they quickly gathered their minds. After all, this had nothing to do with them, and they were happy to see it happen. It is better to let my fellow Taoist die than to let myself die. This truth applies no matter where you are. Not to mention, a battle of this magnitude was bound to see one of the parties eliminated, which meant that this was a big advantage for them to some extent. After all, their primary goal was to collect the 2 scrolls of heaven and earth and pass the second round of the joint Chunin exam. In the Hokage's office, the third Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen, who was using the telescope technique to peek at the second exam, instantly realized the truth when he saw the 4 purple flame array barrier rising in the forest of death. He knew that his good friend was unable to suppress his inner ambitions after all, and during the second exam he directly attacked the Uzumaki clan who were participating in the joint Chunin exam. So, he immediately put away the crystal ball, angrily kicked over the desk in front of him, and then quickly rushed to the death forest with his Anbu. He wanted to quickly clean up Danzo's mess and stop Danzo's behavior that might trigger a ninja war. In an izakaya in Konoha village, sensing the sudden burst of chakra from Nagato in the forest of death, Otsutsuki Tenshin, who had just finished meeting with Hyagamukai, instantly opened his Byakugan and his gaze extended towards the direction of the forest of death. But then, he closed his Byakugan again. A mere Shimura Danzo, even with the help of many root ninjas, would not be a match for Nagato. What's more, Nagato's Rinnegan contained a backup plan left by the head of his family. Moreover, he also saw the third Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen and the Anbu hurriedly heading towards the death forest. Therefore, he had nothing to worry about and continued to play music and dance. In fact, it is the Konoha side that should be worried. Their Hokage assistant, Danzo Shimura, who is known as the Dark Ninja, might be killed on the spot by the furious Nagato. However, he certainly would not just sit there and do nothing, as that would make their Kirigakure appear too weak and vulnerable. Therefore, as soon as the third Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen returned to the Hokage building, he would go to his house and make a big fuss about the matter. Danzo Shimura, who was far away, looked at Nagato's exposed wavy eyes that were glowing with a strange purple light, and his pupils contracted violently. He recognized it. That is the eyes of the legendary sage of the six paths who pacified the troubled times, the Samsara Eye, known as the first of the three major eye techniques in the ninja world. Shimura Danzo's gloomy single eye instantly turned red, his excitement beyond words. It seems that this time, he will not only be able to gain a member of the Uzumaki clan, but also a pair of Rinnegan that only exists in legends and has never appeared in the ninja world. He reached out and untied the bandage covering his right eye, revealing the 3 Megatama Sharingan that had been hidden under the bandage. In order to avoid any accidents, Shimura Danzo decided to do it himself. At this time, Shimura Danzo had not yet transplanted wood release and replaced his Sharingan arm, and only had one Sharingan in his right eye. When he redistributed the positions of the clan territories after the Nine Tails Night, his right arm was still normal, but when he snatched Uchiha Shisui's Sharingan on the eve of the Uchiha clan's rebellion, his right arm was already wrapped in bandages and was not used in the battle. Therefore, Danzo obtained wood release and Sharingan arm at least 48 years after Kirigakure. Wind release vacuum jade. Danzo attacked boldly, and started with his most powerful B-level wind-style ninjutsu. A continuous stream of wind-style chakra bullets, at an extremely terrifying speed, swept towards Nagato from a distance of hundreds of meters. Nagato watched the scene calmly without a trace of panic. He controlled the repulsive force to raise his body to avoid the sweep of the vacuum ball, then swooped down towards Danzo's position with a strong hatred in his eyes. You know, his parents died at the hands of Konoha ninjas, and the commander of Konoha at that time was none other than this damned Shimura Danzo in front of him. Therefore, when Nagato saw Danzo Shimura, the rage in his heart was already burning uncontrollably. Looking at Nagato approaching quickly from high above, the 3 Megatama Sharingan in Danzo's right eye was spinning rapidly. In his sight, Nagato's movements seemed to be slowed down, and his movement trajectory was clearly discernible. Then, Danzo changed the seals of his hands and took a deep breath at the same time. Wind release vacuum jade. Chapter 340. A huge high-pressure wind ball blew out of Shimura Danzo's mouth, and like a rocket launcher, it whistled towards the place where he predicted Nagato would appear in the next second. The Sharingan's in sight. Nagato thought to himself as he looked at the incoming high-pressure wind ball. But he didn't have any intention of dodging or slowing down. Instead, he stretched out his hands and aimed at the vacuum jade that arrived in front of him, with a slight smile on his face. The vacuum jade has too many wind chakra bullets, and they have a strong impact force, so it will take a lot of time to absorb them. But you only have a single high-pressure wind ball of the vacuum jade, so I won't be polite. Sealing technique, suction seal. A translucent chakra shield appeared between Nagato and the vacuum ball, absorbing all the chakra contained in the vacuum ball. At the same time, Nagato's shoulders squirmed, and then 2 extra arms stretched out. Then, the 2 extra arms at the shoulders made a mechanical sound and transformed into 2 huge cannon muzzles. Purple chakra quickly condensed at the muzzles, emitting dazzling light, and a destructive chakra wave continued to spread out. It's time to let the old man Shimura Danzo feel his wrath. Ashura's attack. In an instant, 2 dazzling purple lights suddenly lit up, like a meteor chasing the moon, and bombarded straight towards the direction where Danzo was. Wherever the chakra cannon passed, the air was torn apart, making a sharp and piercing whistling sound, as if the entire space was about to be shattered by this powerful force. Seeing that the vacuum ball was absorbed by Nagato in a moment, Danzo's heart couldn't help but tighten. The ability to suck people in and deflect ninjutsu, and the ability to absorb chakra and summon mechanical armor. It really deserves to be the legendary Rinnegan. Danzo muttered to himself in a low voice. As a veteran cage-level warrior, although he has seldom taken action in recent years, his combat experience is still very rich. At this time, he already has a lot of guesses about Nagato's ability. Well, let's continue to confirm it. Looking at the 2 chakra cannons coming at him at high speed, Shimura Danzo's chakra exploded instantly, and with a few iron bridge-like movements, he turned over and quickly retreated backwards, showing agile skills that were totally inconsistent with his age. Boom! The incredibly powerful chakra cannon smashed down with the force of thunder on the spot where Danzo had just stood. In an instant, flames shot up into the sky, thick smoke spread out, and a huge shock wave swept around with endless destructive power. The ground seemed to be torn apart violently by an invisible giant hand. In an instant, a bottomless pit appeared, and mud and rocks on the edge of the pit splashed out like raindrops. The surrounding trees were not spared either. They were uprooted one after another by this terrifying force, and some were even blown into pieces. Danzo retreated at a high speed and dodged the flying stones and tree fragments caused by the explosion. Seeing this, his pupils contracted violently. The power of this attack was far beyond his expectations. Danzo's rather disheveled figure rushed out from the thick smoke, his feet leaving a long trail on the ground. The next moment, Nagato's figure quietly appeared behind Danzo, with a large amount of chakra gathered on his entire right arm. With the blessing of the Shurido ability, he punched Danzo's back with all his might. With the blessing of chakra, Nagato's right arm was like a long bow that was stretched to the extreme and taut, containing endless power. As he leaned forward, the arm struck Danzo's back as fast as lightning, and the air seemed to make a sharp whistling sound due to the friction caused by the swift blow. However, something happened that Nagato could not have imagined. Danzo, who had his back to Nagato and had not yet stood firmly, seemed to have eyes behind him and had anticipated everything. When the powerful punch was about to hit him, he suddenly lowered his body, and with a reaction speed and agility beyond the ordinary of a ninja, he rolled flexibly on the hard ground. Danzo's movements were smooth and seamless. He not only successfully avoided Nagato's heavy blow that was powerful enough to split mountains and rocks, but also used the inertia of his rolling to quickly create a safe distance between himself and Nagato. At this time, 3 root jonin rushed over, blocking their lord Danzo behind them, and surrounded the fallen Nagato in the middle in a V shape. Wind release, wind cutting technique. One of the root jounins condensed several wind blades and quickly cut towards Nagato, trying to restrict Nagato's movements. Lightning release, 4-pillar binding. At the same time, another root jonin used earth escape technique synchronously, and a pillar of earth instantly rose from the ground, and then surrounded Nagato, and lightning flashed. Earth escape, clay falling from the sky. The last root jonin summoned large pieces of reddish-brown clay in mid-air and madly covered Nagato. Nagato looked at the ninjutsu used by the 3 root jonin with a look of disdain. Ninjutsu of this level could not hurt him at all. However, these ninjutsu were not easy to absorb directly. After all, even if he absorbed the chakra in these pieces of clay, his body would still be covered with it. Therefore, Shinra Tenzen. The repulsive force exploded, instantly repelling everything around them. Before the 3 root jonin could perform their more powerful ninjutsu, their internal organs were shattered by Nagato's unleashed Shinra Tensei. Add to that Yahiko and Konan's killing of other root ninjas around them, and at this point, more than half of the root elites that Danzo brought with him had already been killed. Danzo's face was a little gloomy. It all happened too fast, so fast that he didn't have time to make any effective adjustments. Most of his men were slaughtered by the 3 little brats from Kirigakure. Except for the 4 root ninjas who were maintaining the 4 purple flame array barrier, there were only the last 5 root ninjas left in the barrier. At this time, Danzo had realized that it would be difficult for him to succeed this time, but he was still unwilling to give up, so he decided to try again with the Sharingan, at least to confirm some of the information about the Samsara Eye. After making the prepare to retreat gesture to the remaining few root ninjas who were being chased by Yahiko and Konan in the distance, Danzo Shimura slowly formed the 3 seals of Mao, Hai, and Wei with his hands. The Scarlet 3 Megatama Sharingan slowly rotated in the eye sockets, and an inexplicable wave suddenly spread out in all directions with Danzo's body as the center. Izanagi. The next second, Danzo's body shot out like lightning, and with the help of wind-style chakra, he instantly approached Nagato and reached out to grab one of Nagato's Rinnegan. Shinra Tenzen. Nagato's face turned cold. This bastard Danzo was quite bold. He even dared to covet his Rinnegan. Although the teacher said that this pair of Samsara eyes did not originally belong to him, the teacher also said domineeringly that since the Samsara eyes are now in his eye sockets, then from now on, the Samsara eyes belong to him. Therefore, Nagato's hatred and murderous intention towards Shimura Danzo at this time reached a new level. Endless repulsive force burst out, and Shimura Danzo's figure suddenly flew backwards at a speed faster than when he rushed over. However, Danzo ignored the injuries he had suffered. He forced himself to stabilize his body, took out several shurikens, injected wind chakra into the shurikens and then threw them hard towards Nagato. Wind style, shuriken. The high-speed rotating shuriken, carrying the huge kinetic energy generated by the speed and the cutting power granted by the wind escape, attacked Nagato one after another. This wave of attack by Danzo made Nagato frown slightly. He instantly understood Danzo's purpose. It can only be said that he is worthy of being a veteran cage with rich combat experience. This move is not suitable for him to absorb with sealing technique. It seems that Danzo wants to confirm the relevant information about his Shinra Tensei. But of course he couldn't do as Danzo wished. Then, Nagato put his hands together, and a huge spiritual magic circle suddenly appeared on the ground not far in front of him. The art of summoning spirits. Rashomon. As a disciple of Kingji, Nagato had of course signed a tool summoning contract with Rashomon long ago using the power of the animal path, and the situation at this moment was just perfect for using Rashomon for defense. After blocking the attack of the shuriken, Rashomon turned into white smoke and disappeared, and a hint of satisfaction flashed across Danzo's eyes. As expected, there is a certain interval between the use of Shinra Tensei. Although the specific interval time has not been determined yet, it also confirmed his idea. Then, Danzo formed hand seals again and used the summoning technique to summon his summoning beast, the Night Taper. At the same time he threw several consecutive wind-style shuriken at Nagato. The Nightmare Taper's wind style enhanced the speed and power of the shuriken in all directions, so Nagato had to raise his hand and use Shinra Tensei to deflect them all. After all, his flying ability was just an application of repulsive force, not an instinct like the Otsutsuki clans. His speed could not be faster than the wind-style shuriken with the help of the Nightmare Taper. Danzo's eyes flashed with a gleam of light. He took out a kunao, poured wind-style chakra into it, and then flashed and rushed towards Nagato, silently counting the seconds in his mind. Wind-style, vacuum blade. Danzo's figure appeared on Kingxi's side, and the rapidly vibrating vacuum blade was quietly placed horizontally in front of him, like a dormant poisonous snake, waiting for the best opportunity to launch a fatal blow. The next second, Danzo turned his wrist slightly, and the vacuum blade moved quickly from the right to the left like a light green lightning, drawing an almost perfect 180-degree arcade in the air, and finally stayed steadily on the left side of his waist and abdomen. Danzo tightly grasped the handle of the kunao, and with the help of inertia, he lowered his right shoulder slightly, took a small step backward with his left foot, and leaned his body toward the position of CG in front of him on the right, and moved sideways to form a posture of accumulating power to draw the sword. Wind style, wind blade slash. A surge of wind-style chakra sword energy suddenly burst out near Nagato and hit Nagato in the face. Nagato, who had just used Shinra Tensei, was now in the CD of his skill, and this wind blade slash was not just a simple ninjutsu, so he could not use sealing technique to absorb it completely. So, Nagato had to retreat backwards while using Earth Escape to block in front of him and weaken the sword energy layer by layer. At the same time that Nagato was quickly retreating, Danzo also quietly moved behind Nagato and slashed at Nagato with the vacuum blade in his hand. Nagato was not surprised that Danzo appeared behind him, but he was not panicked at all, because 5 seconds had already passed. Shinra Tenzen. The repulsive force erupted again, blasting Danzo and the vacuum blade away. 5 seconds. Danzo thought to himself. He had finally found out the information about Shinra Tensei. So, what's next? However, before Danzo could use the newly obtained information to launch a new round of attacks, Nagato's Tensyang Tianyin arrived. The powerful gravitational force pulled Danzo's body and rushed towards Nagato's position. At the same time, an arm stretched out from Nagato's right shoulder again, and then after a series of mechanical changes, several rockets were launched. Weird wrist rocket. Boom. A ball of smoke appeared in the air, and Danzo, who was unable to escape the pull of gravity, was blown up. But then, Danzo broke through the smoke and rushed towards Nagato. Before the 5 seconds were up, this time, it would be his final kill. Danzo was coughing up blood while thinking sinisterly. Although he was not in danger of death after being hit head-on by the strange wrist rocket, he was still seriously injured. However, before Danzo could really get close to Nagato, he was pierced through the body by saw teeth that suddenly appeared from the ground. It was the mechanical armor that Nagato had just summoned using the Shurido ability while lying in ambush underground. Chapter 341. There was a flash of astonishment and disbelief in Shimura Danzo's eyes. This time, his 3 Megatama Sharingan was unable to see through Nagato's attack at all. Then, a stream of scarlet blood spurted out of his mouth, shooting straight into the air like a blood arrow. The bright red blood drew shocking arcs in the air, and fell down, dyeing the surrounding ground bright red. Killed with one blow. Danzo Shimura's body, which was pierced from bottom to top by the saw teeth, was like a candle in the wind, hanging on the top of the saw teeth, and was about to fall. His face was filled with disbelief and unwillingness, but after twitching weakly for a few times, his body gradually began to stiffen, and finally he completely lost his breath of life and turned into a cold corpse. However, the next moment, Danzo's body, like a flower in a mirror or a moon in water, turned from real to virtual and slowly dissipated at the top of the sawtooth. Then, Danzo Shimura, whose right eye had turned grey but whose injuries had been completely healed, suddenly appeared beside Nagato and grabbed Nagato's Rinnegan fiercely. All of a sudden. Polar reversal. However, as a disciple of Seiji, how could Nagato not know the forbidden technique of Izanagi of the Sharingan? You know, Seiji was tricked by Uchiha Madara in the past. Therefore, when Danzo formed hand seals and performed Izanagi, Nagato quickly recognized the technique that Danzo was performing from the knowledge that Seiji had taught him before. However, Danzo still had no idea about this, and was still complacently thinking that this was his trump card for a comeback. Nagato, who had been on guard and prepared, immediately discovered Danzo's movements the moment he appeared. Therefore, when Danzo was about to reach out and take his Samsara eye, Nagato was also one step ahead of Danzo at the same time, and first separated a mechanical arm of Shura Road, which extended out and clamped Danzo's throat. Ahem! Danzo, whose movements were interrupted and whose throat was pinched by Nagato, felt as if he had been hit hard. He struggled to squeeze out a hoarse and vicious word from his throat, impossible. The impotent and furious Danzo was almost going crazy. He never expected that the sneak attack he had planned for a long time with the help of Izanagi not only failed to succeed, but he was actually subdued by Nagato, the damn Uzumaki brat. Nagato looked indifferently at Danzo, who was restrained by him, with endless anger flashing in the depths of his eyes. Then, one of his arms that had not yet been retracted from his shoulder, once again changed into the shape of a cannon muzzle, and chakra gathered rapidly. The next blow will be the end of Danzo. Wrist laser cannon. An extremely thick, bright purple laser beam emitting dazzling light, cut through the void like lightning, and shot straight towards Danzo's heart at lightning speed. Wherever it passed, the air was instantly torn apart, emitting a pungent burnt smell and a piercing whistling sound that vibrated Danzo's eardrums. Sensing the breath of death, Danzo struggled hard under the grip of the Shurado mechanical arm, and finally at the last moment, he slightly deflected his body and escaped the fate of being directly pierced through his body. However, although Danzo tried his best to dodge, this powerful laser cannon still ruthlessly grazed the right half of Danzo's body. Along with a dazzling light that streaked across the sky, Danzo's right arm was severed at the root and was completely destroyed in an instant. The extremely high temperature generated by the laser cannon caused Danzo's right arm to disappear, and he didn't feel the slightest pain. Only the feeling of emptiness coming from where his right arm was originally located kept reminding Danzo again and again of the cruel and unavoidable reality: his right arm no longer existed. An extreme feeling of emptiness and loss seemed to have turned into an invisible hand, tightly grasping his heart, making him feel the pain deep in his bones with every breath. Ha! Nagato sneered upon seeing this. Danzo, this bastard is quite tenacious. So, what are you going to do with the next shot? The muzzle of the gun flashed purple light again, and the destructive aura continued to echo in Danzo's heart. The cold muzzle flashed with a deep purple light again, like a flame from the abyss of hell, weird and dazzling, illuminating the surroundings in a dazzling purple. A destructive and terrifying aura also surged in like a tide, as if carrying endless power of death and destruction, rushing straight towards Danzo. The destructive aura was like the roar of a devil, constantly stirring in Shimura Danzo's heart. His heart was beating rapidly, his gloomy and narrow eyes were wide open, staring at the muzzle of the gun that was constantly flashing purple light, his face full of fear and despair. This time, he has already lost an arm, and he might really die. Lord Danzo. At this time, at the cost of the life of one of the root ninjas, the remaining root ninjas who had tried their best to intercept Yahiko and Konan finally got rid of the pursuit of Yahiko and Konan, and rushed over with roars, trying to snatch their Lord Danzo back from Nagato. However, Nagato only fired one Shinra Tensei and bounced them all back at a speed faster than they had rushed towards him, cutting off their thoughts of rescuing Danzo. Nagato. Yahiko, who was chasing those root ninjas, also came to Nagato's side at this time, breathing slightly, and nodded at Nagato. Konan was floating beside Yahiko, with two huge white wings made of white paper dancing slowly behind her. It was under Seiji's guidance that the new technique was developed, paper style, Shikigamaya dance. Suddenly, Nagato's expression changed slightly, and he sensed the chakra aura of the third Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen. Then, the movements of his hands began to become hesitant, and the chakra cannon that was on the verge of firing, gradually calmed down. Humph! What a lucky guy! After thinking for a moment, Nagato finally gave up the idea of killing Danzo at this time. After all, killing the Hokage's assistant in front of the Hokage, even if Danzo was the first to act and they were victims, as long as Danzo died here, it would still cause a conflict between the Hidden Mist Village and the Konoha Village. You have to know that this happened in the Land of Fire, and even in the territory of Konoha Village. Killing Danzo would not matter if it was done in secret, but doing it openly would be a provocation to Konoha Village. Although Kirigakure is not afraid of Konoha now, according to the plan, the war cannot be started by Kirigakure Village. Therefore, Nagato could not, and was unwilling to, cause trouble for his teacher, CG. So, let this old dog Danzo live a little longer. A sharp cold light flashed in Nagato's Rinnegan's eyes, and then he clenched his left hand into a fist, stepped forward and with overwhelming force, he punched out with a thunderous force, hitting Danzo's abdomen hard. With a loud bang, Danzo groaned, his body involuntarily arched backwards, and a mouthful of scarlet blood spurted out of his mouth, splashing in the air to form a blood mist. Afterwards, Nagato controlled the mechanical arm that restrained Danzo, grabbed Danzo's collar, and mercilessly threw him towards the direction of the root ninjas who were flung away by his Shinra Tensei not far away. Danzo was thrown out rapidly like a cannonball, bringing with him a sharp gust of wind, and the root ninja who caught him was knocked back dozens of steps before he was completely relieved of the huge impact force. Retreat! Danzo, who was in an extremely miserable state, couldn't help but spit out a large mouthful of blood again, and then gave the order to retreat helplessly. He knew that his good friend, the third Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen, would be here soon, and he couldn't stay here any longer. This time, he really ended up losing more than he gained. The only thing he gained was the information he collected about the Rinnegan, and figured out the most critical Shinra Tensei, which had a cooling time of 5 seconds. This laid a solid foundation for the next siege on Nagato and the seizure of the Rinnegan. Soon, the barrier of the 4 purple flame array dissipated, and Danzo Shimura and the remaining root ninjas quickly erased any traces that could prove their identities, and put all the fallen root ninjas into the scroll. Their movements were incredibly swift and skillful, and it was obvious that they had done the same thing many times before. Afterwards, 2 root ninjas lifted up their lord Danzo and disappeared into the forest of death together with the rest of the root ninjas. All that was left was the silent and desolate battlefield, and Nagato, Yahiko, and Konan, who were standing there with their chakras having calmed down, witnessing the fierce and brutal battle that had just taken place. Another 3 breaths passed. The third Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen, wearing combat uniform, and his Anbu subordinates, finally arrived at the scene. 3 young friends from the Hidden Mist Village. Sarutobi Hiruzen asked kindly, "What happened here?" The noise just now has spread throughout the Death Forest, and even the Konoha village has sensed the violent chakra fluctuations. At the same time, Sarutobi Hiruzen sighed slightly in his heart, but his expression did not show any sign of it. He had to clean up the mess for his good friend again. Of course he knew what was going on, but how could he possibly tell it out loud? After all, that was his beloved friend, brother, Danzo Shimura. Nagato and Konan couldn't help but look at Yahiko. Both of them were not very good at handling this kind of thing, and in terms of the team, Yahiko was their captain, so just leave it to Yahiko. Yahiko was silent for a moment, then smiled at the third Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen, bowed respectfully, and then said, with no faults in his etiquette or tone, "No. It was just an ordinary battle. It's no big deal. Thank you for your concern, Hokage." Under the influence of his teacher, CG, he has a relatively clear understanding of the style of the ninja bear third Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen. He knew that even if he exposed Danzo's behavior at this time, it would be of no use at all, and instead he would be evaded by the other party with various excuses. After all, they didn't have any evidence at all, and they were currently just 3 genin. But this didn't mean that they had to swallow their anger. It was just that there was no need to start a meaningless dispute with Konoha right now. Everything will be settled after their backbone, who is also their teacher, the 4th Mizukage of the Hidden Mist Village, arrives in Konoha, and then they will unify and settle accounts with Konoha. All I can say is, it's not that I won't retaliate, it's just that the time has not come yet. Yahiko's answer surprised the third Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen. He had prepared an excuse to justify Danzo's behavior, but he didn't expect that the Kirigakure village would give him an answer that he didn't expect. It was as if he had thrown a punch with all his strength, but it hit right on a ball of soft, weightless cotton, giving a feeling of emptiness and lightness. Sarutobi Hiruzen's heart was stirred. He was worthy of being the disciple of the Mizukage. Although he was young, he was very experienced in dealing with people. After a pause, Sarutobi Hiruzen swallowed back what he was about to say, gathered his composure, and slowly said, "In that case, you can continue with the exam. I am sorry for interrupting you." Chapter 342. After the third Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen left, Yahiko couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. After all, he was the cage of a village. Although he had a kind look on his face, the aura of a superior who had been facing Sarutobi Hiruzen for many years made him a little nervous and breathless. After all, when they were in the Hidden Mist village, the three of them were disciples of the 4th Mizukage Seiji, and the other Hidden Mist high-ranking officials were relatively friendly when facing them. As for Kingsley, he was the teacher who brought them up since they were little, and they couldn't even feel the aura of the Mizukage from Kingsley. After such a disturbing thing happened, the three members of Yahiko's team no longer had the desire to continue wandering around, so after resting for a night, they rushed to the vicinity of the central tower of the Death Forest on the morning of the next day. Then, after easily defeating the two teams, he collected the scrolls of heaven and earth, entered the central tower, and completed the second exam. As for Mei Terumi's team, they had a smooth journey. Finally, on the afternoon of the second day, halfway to the central tower, they unexpectedly ran into a team from the Hidden Cloud village that was also proficient in perception abilities. After defeating them, they collected all the scrolls the team needed. Of course, when Yahiko's team was trapped in the 4 purple flame array barrier by Danzo, Mei Terumi, Uzumaki Kana and Hoshigaki Kisame also thought about rushing to support them. After all, the 4 purple flame array barrier might be a little troublesome for other ninjas, but for the perfect 6 tails Jinchuriki Mei Terumi, it was just a matter of one-tailed beast ball. However, in the end, Mei Terumi still chose to believe in Nagato's abilities. Having sparred with Nagato before, she clearly knew how powerful the various abilities of the Rinnegan were when combined with each other. It can be said that as long as Nagato lets go and fights, even if there are ninjas in Konoha who can stop him, the area around Konoha will probably be destroyed into ruins. The second round of the joint Chunin exam has finally come to an end. The number of genin who finally passed not only achieved the examiner Akimichi Chose's goal of eliminating half of the candidates, but was also much less than he had originally expected. In this exam, except for the two teams from the Hidden Mist village, the genin from the other ninja villages acted ruthlessly during these 3 days, sparing no effort to eliminate possible threats to their own ninja villages in the future. Of course, this does not mean that Team Yahiko and Team Mei Terumi have good hearts. What they did was no less than killing. After defeating other teams, although they did not kill them directly, they also left almost incurable hidden injuries in their bodies, cutting off their subsequent ninja path. And even if the other ninja village has top-level medical ninjas who can detect the methods of the Hidden Mist village and heal their hidden injuries, it will cost an extremely high price. So, no matter what, the Hidden Mist village is the winner. The third round of the joint Chunin exam will be held in a week. This free week was used to wait for the shadows from other villages to come and watch the battle. In the Hidden Mist village, the Mizukage building, the Mizukage's office, CG was currently talking to the ANBU chief sword. Tenshin sent a message saying that he has contacted the Hyuga clan branch and reached an agreement. After I arrive in Konoha, I will meet with the Hyuga branch again. If there is no problem, I will help them remove the bird in a cage curse. Kingji informed Ken of the results of the meeting between Otsutsuki Tenshin and Hyuga Mukai. After hearing this, Anbu Chankin's face instantly became serious. This was extremely good news for the Hidden Mist village. Without the bird in a cage curse, the Hyuga branch family was much stronger than those useless members of the main family who mostly did not go to the battlefield. Lord Mizukage. The Anbu will send enough people to provide support. Jian immediately understood what Kingsley meant. The task of supporting the Hyuga branch to evacuate Konoha must be undertaken by their Anbu in the Hidden Mist village. Jian was well aware of the danger of this journey, and those Anbu members who went to support them would most likely suffer heavy casualties, but he still resolutely accepted the mission. After all, everything was for Kirigakure. Don't be too nervous. Kingsley waved his hand at the serious-looking sword, and smiled mysteriously. I know what you mean, but as the Mizukage, how can I watch my subordinates go to die? You know, we also have helpers, and they are great helpers. Jian couldn't help but look puzzled when he heard Kingxi's words. He didn't know who the helpers Kingxi was talking about were, nor did he know how these helpers would help them. However, looking at the confused Ken, Kingxi did not explain anything, but asked Ken to go back and make preparations. When the Anbu ninja responsible for picking up the Haiga branch to Kirigakure arrives in the Land of Fire, they will naturally know. The helper that Kingxi was talking about was the White Zetsu who was proficient in the art of disguise and the art of mayfly. Although most of the White Zetsu clones are now conducting a carpet search for Uchihamadara in Lulin, there is no problem in extracting a few or a dozen of them to replace those members of the branch family who have irreconcilable grudges and feuds with the main family. According to Kyoji's idea, when he arrives in Konoha and meets the head of the Haiga clan branch, Haiga Mukai, and confirms that the Haiga branch is truly loyal and there are no problems, he will immediately take action to remove the bird in a cage curse for them, and then the Haiga branch can evacuate. During the evacuation process, only some of the White Zetsu clones needed to use the disguise technique to transform into their appearance to delay for a while the other part of the White Zetsu clones used the ephemeral technique to take them away from Konoha and connect with the Kirigakure Enbu who came to support them. And after the Haiga branch leaves, even if this matter is exposed and discovered by the Haiga clan or Konoha, it doesn't matter. Of course, the best way would be for Kyoji to take the Haiga branch away quietly. But on the other hand, as the Mizu Cage, Kyoji's every move in Konoha would be completely monitored by Konoha. After all, Konoha would not allow him to make trouble inside Konoha. Moreover, this kind of surveillance could even be said to be in the open, which was also a tacit understanding. However, more importantly, if he, the Mizu Cage, has to do such small things himself, then what is the point of him having the hidden mist village and these subordinates? On the other hand, that is of course Uchihamadara. Kingxi doesn't know when White Zetsu will discover Uchihamadara's hiding place. Therefore, he must be prepared at all times. As long as White Zetsu has the news, he will rush over as soon as possible and completely put an end to Uchihamadara. In the evening, Kingxi returned home, had dinner with his grandfather Yuanchi, and then returned to his room. At this time, a pool of dark liquid emerged from the ground. It was Kingxi's eldest son, Heizetsu. Father! Black Zetsu gurgled into Seiji's sleeves, greedily feeling the chakra aura of Seiji and Kagaya, both of whom were from the Otsutsuki clan. Since he couldn't see his mother for the time being, it would be nice to feel his father's love. I've already found out. The two tails has been sealed into the body of a Jinkraki, a little girl named Ni Yukato. There was a hint of happiness in Black Zetsu's tone. He was getting closer and closer to seeing his mother. According to the information in the Book of Formations, the two-tail was implanted in her body when she was young, and she was 29 years old when she died. Therefore, according to the timeline, her birth time was 34 years old in Kirigakure. In the current timeline of 44 years in Kirigakure, she is exactly 10 years old and has become the Jinkraki of the two-tail. Well done! Black Zetsu! Kingxi was not stingy with his praise. Being able to find out the top secrets of the hidden cloud village in just a few days was enough to prove Black Zetsu's eagerness to save his mother. It's the One-Tail's turn next. If the intelligence is correct, the One-Tail Jinchuriki should still be the monk named Bonfuku. However, it is said that he was imprisoned by the Sand Village's high-ranking officials, and the Kirigakure village has never found out his whereabouts. Kingxi changed the subject and instructed Black Zetsu, after the One-Tail, there is only the Seven-Tail left. The Seven-Tail is in the Takigakure village, but little information about it has been leaked. The Three Tails and the Six Tails belong to the Hidden Mist village, and the Hidden Mist village also has information on the 4 Tails, 5 Tails, 8 Tails, and 9 Tails. In addition to the information on the 2 Tails that we just got, the only ones missing at the moment are the 1 Tails and the 7 Tails. As long as all the information about the tailed beasts is in hand, once the war starts, CG can use White Zetsu's positioning to quickly obtain these tailed beasts, which will become an important resource for Kagaya to restore her strength after she is freed from the seal. Of course, Kingxi still wanted to keep the Three-Tail and the Vulpix. After all, Kingxi had promised to protect them. Moreover, over the years, the Three-Tail and the Vulpix had been working diligently and made many contributions to Kirigakure, and Kingxi had developed some feelings for them. In addition, the chakra amount of the 3 Tails and the 6 Tails does not account for a large proportion of the entire 10 Tails. Therefore, Kyoji only needs to use yin-yang release to cut off some chakra from the 3 Tails and the 6 Tails. You know, the tailed beasts can restore chakra by absorbing natural energy. Therefore, today, 1,000 years later, the total amount of chakra after the 9-tailed beasts are combined into one is more than Kagaya's original 10 tails. Okay. Father. Black Zetsu accepted the task with great enthusiasm. After all, these were all the information that he must know in order to rescue his mother. So, the next day, Black Zetsu set out for the Sand Village again to find out the whereabouts of the one-tailed Jinchuriki Banfuku. The day before the third exam, outside the Konoha village, Otsutsuki Tenshin was standing solemnly. Suddenly, a barely perceptible ripple appeared in the air that was originally as calm as water, as if an invisible hand was gently stirring the void. The ripple was very weak at first, but as time went on, it spread rapidly and became stronger and stronger. In front of Otsutsuki Tenshin, the space began to twist and deform violently, like a crumpled canvas. Then, these distorted spaces gradually converged together to form a high-speed rotating space vortex. Then, CG, wearing the Mizukage hat and the blue and white Mizukage divine robe, stepped out and appeared in front of Otsutsuki Tenshin. Lord Mizukage. Otsutsuki Tenshin saluted respectfully, his face full of awe. Although Kingxi did not deliberately release his aura, as a member of the Otsutsuki clan, he could sense that during this period of time, the strength of his clan leader had become stronger than before. Kingxi nodded to Otsutsuki Tenshin, "Thank you for your hard work." In order to provide Kyoji with a suitable coordinate location, Otsutsuki Tenshin came to this place some distance away from Konoha village after receiving Kyoji's notification yesterday. Of course, Kingxi could also follow his perception and open a space channel directly inside Konoha village and then move directly from the Hidden Mist village. However, in this way, his spatial ability to move freely would be sensed by Konoha's perception barrier and thus exposed, which would be greatly detrimental to his subsequent plans and actions. Therefore, in order to cover up, Kingji could only ask Otsutsuki Tenshin to greet him outside the Konoha village. The entrance to Konoha village. The third Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen and several other Hokage, who knew that Kyoji would arrive today, were already waiting here. The third Kazekage Tessa of the Sand Village, the third Reikage Ai of the Kumo village, and the third Tsuchikage Noki of the Uegakure village had already arrived yesterday. Therefore, after learning from the third Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen that CG would arrive today, they came together with the third Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen to greet him. After all, except for the third Kazekage Tessa, the other cages have not had a real communication with CG. They really wanted to see what kind of confidence the fourth Mizukage of the Hidden Mist village, who was also the first fourth kage of the 5 great ninja villages, had that made him choose to be the last one among them and come as the finale. Chapter 343. Mr. Mizukage. Welcome to Konoha village. Seeing CG dressed in Mizukage attire walking slowly from a distance led by Otsutsuki Tenshin, the third Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen took the lead to greet him with a very enthusiastic tone. The third Kazekage Tessa, who was behind, saw Kingxi coming and couldn't help but recall the experience of being beaten up by Kingxi on the battlefield. His face looked a little unhappy. The third Reikage Ai didn't feel anything about this. He smiled boldly and went to greet him, but he kept observing Kingxi with a little curiosity. After all, there had been cooperation between their Cloud Village and the Mist Village. Although he had only recently learned about the existence of the Uzumaki clan in the Mist Village, their Cloud Village did not suffer any losses back then, and also got the sealing technique inheritance that they wanted. As for the third Tsuchikage Noki, he was still standing there without moving. As a veteran in the ninja world, he couldn't bring himself to greet a junior, let alone a junior from the Kirigakure village who had a lot of hatred towards their Uegakure village. Hokage. Seeing the third Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen so enthusiastic, Kingxi certainly couldn't not give him face, so he quickly took 2 steps forward and shook the hand that Sarutobi Hiruzen extended. At the same time, he nodded to the third Reikage Ai who followed him, Reikage. Afterwards, Kingxi looked at the third Kazekage Tisha behind him, with the corners of his mouth slightly raised, as if smiling. This was an old acquaintance, Mr. Kazekage. The last one to come was the third Tsuchikage Onoki. However, before Kyoji could take the initiative to greet him, Onoki spoke first. The Mizukage of the Hidden Mist village changes so quickly. And you can become a kage at this age, you are really a young man to be feared. Mizukage. It seems that your father has educated you well. It's a pity that you just lack a little education. The third Tsuchikage, Noki, was very dissatisfied with the order in which CG greeted the kage. After all, he considered himself to be the strongest among the current 5 kage. It was understandable that he greeted the Hokage first, since the Hokage was the master here, but he should have been the second one. However, CG actually greeted the Raikage and the Kazekage in turn, and put himself, the strongest Tsuchikage, at the end. This made him feel a little embarrassed. Of course, he never mentioned the fact that he couldn't put aside his pride and didn't go forward to greet Kingxi like the Hokage and the Raikage did. Taking advantage of your seniority and being so hypocritical. When Kingxi heard the mocking words of the third Tsuchikage Onoki, his face suddenly darkened and a hint of hidden murderous intent flashed in his eyes. Onoki's words touched on his taboo. Hat. With a light laugh, Kingxi suppressed his anger temporarily and pushed back Onoki's words in a neutral tone. After all, he was bitten by a dog and he couldn't bite back, yet. That's why I came to Konoha as the Mizukage. At the same time, Kingxi also glanced at the short figure of Onoki indifferently. You are being sarcastic to me and talking about my father, right? Just based on your attitude, when the Ninja World War comes, it will be up to me whether I can deal with you or not. You think you're the only one who can fly? Could it be that mastering the bloodline elimination technique called dust release makes you think you are invincible? The first meeting of several cages at the entrance of Konoha village ended in a hurry and unpleasantness because of the stinky and hard stone of Onoki. They didn't talk much and parted in a hurry. However, this is not a big deal. After all, the relationship between them is not that good, and they have basically fought each other on the battlefield. The next day, at the examination room for the third round of the joint Chunin exam, there were 10 teams totaling 30 people who passed the second exam. Each of the 5 major ninja villages accounted for 1/5, which means that each of the 5 major ninja villages had 6 genin who entered the final third exam. At this time, the candidates taking the exam have already taken their places in the waiting area, and the audience have all entered and taken their seats. On the main stand, the 5 cages had already taken their seats. The third Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen, as the organizer, sat in the middle position. On his left were the third Kazekage Tessa and the third Tsuchikage Noki, and on his right were the third Raikage Ai and the fourth Mizukage Cg. Opposite the main stand were the daimyo of the Fire Country and the daimyo of the surrounding small countries, as well as some nobles from the Fire Country who were invited to watch the game. After the 5 cage gave their opening speeches, the third round of the joint Chunin exam officially began. I am the chief examiner of the third exam, Konoha's Jonin Narashikaku. A figure with a bun on his head, 2 scars on his face, and wearing a Konoha green Jonin vest, instantly appeared in the center of the battlefield. His words, enhanced by chakra, echoed throughout the venue. This exam will be conducted in the form of 2-on-2 battles. The 2 opponents will be randomly selected under the premise of fairness. The winner will advance and the loser will be eliminated. Narashikaku explained the rules of the exam. Of course, the loser does not need to be discouraged. Regardless of the result of the battle, it is possible to be selected as a Chunin after this joint Chunin exam. These rules are actually mainly for the spectators who come to watch the game and the daimyo and nobles who are invited. As for the candidates from each ninja village, they don't actually care whether they can become a Chunin. After all, they are not real genin. What they care about is only to achieve the final victory and show the strength of their ninja village in front of everyone. Soon, Narashikaku finished his speech. Amid the shouts and cheers of the spectators, the electronic screen hanging above the main stand began to scroll rapidly. The names of the candidates kept flashing on the screen. At this time, many candidates who had experienced the strength of the genin of other ninja villages in the Forest of Death couldn't help but feel their hearts slightly hanging, as if an invisible hand gently pulled the most sensitive string in their hearts, causing their heartbeats to slightly speed up and their breathing to become a little rapid. Even though they are all genin, there are still differences in their strength, especially those genin who think they are very strong and believe they have a great chance of winning in the end. Their moods are particularly fluctuating at this time. After all, this kind of randomly matched battle mode really tests their luck. Except for the 6 super special fish frying players from the Hidden Mist village, all other candidates hope to encounter relatively weaker opponents first, and put the strong opponents at the end. Drib. Drop. Drop. Along with the sound coming from the electronic screen, its scrolling speed became slower and slower, and finally stopped. The Hidden Mist Village Nagato vs the Hidden Mist Village Uzumaki Kana. Kiyoshi, who was sitting on the main stand, suddenly looked unhappy. Although there was a certain probability of a civil war between the same ninja villages, the 2 Uzumaki clans met each other right at the start. He didn't believe that Konoha didn't play tricks in this. Kingxi glanced at the third Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen with a death stare, then looked away. He wasn't angry, but this move really made him feel disgusted. However, it doesn't matter. After the Ninja World War breaks out, everything will be returned to us. When the time comes, he will strengthen Konoha. Nagato and Uzumaki Kana stood up and looked at each other, and they understood each other's thoughts. Then, Uzumaki Kana took the initiative to choose to give up. After all, in terms of fighting, Nagato was more suitable than her. While the joint Chunin exam was in full swing, inside the Root's underground base, the first Nabe Cage, Danzo Shimura, was also plotting a new round of conspiracy. Yes, after being beaten up by Nagato, Danzo did not give up, but recalled all the Root members except the Root ninjas who were performing espionage missions in other countries within this week. That's right, he's going to go big and go all in. After all, that is the legendary Rinnegan of the Six Paths Sage. In his cognition, Wood Release and Sharingan are simply not worth mentioning in front of the Rinnegan. That damn red-haired kid has such powerful power when using it. If the Rinnegan falls into the hands of Lord Danzo Shimura, he will definitely become Hokage and then unify the ninja world. In Danzo's mind, he was constantly looking forward to a bright future after he seized the Rinnegan and reached the pinnacle of the ninja world, and his greed was evident on his face. It took a long time for Danzo Shimura to break free from his self-indulgence and wonderful fantasies and began to arrange his next big plan. This time, his main target was of course Nagato's Rinnegan, but after going all in on the Root, he certainly could not be satisfied with just gaining a member of the Uzumaki clan and a pair of Rinnegan. He wants the other Uzumaki clan member and the Byakugan. Danzo Shimura's plan was actually very simple, which was to intercept and kill everyone from the Hidden Mist village on their way back to the Land of Water. In order to achieve his goal in one go, he took out all the wealth he had accumulated over the years, hundreds of Root elites, including 30 Root Jonin. With this lineup, Danzo Shimura is bound to succeed in killing a Jonin leader and 6 genin. Moreover, he was extremely confident and did not think that there was any possibility of failure. After all, these hundreds of elite Root soldiers were enough to fight a small or medium-scale war. Even if it means sacrificing human lives, he will take down all the opponents. In order to achieve his goal, he would not hesitate even if the Root was completely wiped out, because as long as he is still there, the Root is still there. As for CG, the fourth Mizu Cage, Danzo will personally stop him. Although he knows that CG also has an unknown eye technique, in his eyes, that unknown eye technique will not be stronger than the Rinnegan. He, Shimura Danzo, has even fought with the Rinnegan before, so would he be afraid of a mere unknown eye technique? Although he almost lost his life under the attack of various abilities of the Rinnegan, that was because he did not know the information about the Rinnegan. The information about CG, the fourth Mizu Cage, had already been exposed in the battle with the third Kazekage Tessa. Although so many years have passed and his strength must have changed a lot, overall it is not a big problem. Except for the most troublesome spatial ability, Danzo thinks everything else can be dealt with. After all, he has the eye technique Izanaga that can save his life. Moreover, he implanted all the remaining 3 Megatama Sharingan in his back. With the latest one in his right eye, he had 7 opportunities to use Izanagi, which brought his life-saving ability to the extreme. Of course, he had set up chakra seals on the 6th 3 Megatama Sharingan implanted in his back, so they could be released before the battle. Otherwise, before he found a way to transplant Hashirama's cells, he would not be able to afford the huge chakra consumption of so many Sharingans. In addition, in response to the spatial abilities revealed by Kingxi in his previous battle with the third Kazekage Tessa, he also prepared a barrier that could block space for him. Therefore, as a cage-level warrior, Danzo Shimura has enough confidence to fight with Kyoji and stop him, so that his subordinates in the Root can successfully complete the siege and killing of other people in the Hidden Mist village. As for the possibility that he could not defeat Kyoshi, it was not even within Danzo's consideration. He was too narrow-minded to believe it. Kyoshi's strength had already exceeded his imagination. He didn't care about the possible consequences of his actions, or the possibility that they might become the fuse leading to a new round of ninja war. Because, as long as he could successfully obtain the Rinnegan, the outbreak of war would make it easier for him to unify the ninja world and reach the top of the ninja world. Danzo, CG and I are evenly matched. Kiji, it's a 19-1 match between Danzo and me. I can kill him 9 times in 1 second. Chapter 344. The third round of the joint Chunin exam went at an extremely fast pace. In just over an hour, the first 14 matches of the first round were over, leaving only the final match. There was no need for the electronic screen to scroll anymore, as the last two remaining candidates had already taken the initiative to walk towards the center of the venue. The Hidden Mist Village Mai Terumi vs the Hidden Leaf Village Might Die. When the audience saw the figure in the iconic green tights appear on the field, there was an uproar, and the Konoha villagers and Konoha ninjas who came to watch the game broke out into heated discussions. This is the 10,000-year-old genin from that village. How is it possible? A genin who has lived for 10,000 years can actually make it to the last round of the Chunin exam. It's over. Konoha is going to lose face this time. How can we let him take part in the Chunin exam? He is not qualified at all. The third Hokage made a wrong choice this time. All the Konoha villagers and ninjas present expressed their extreme pessimism and distrust towards Might Die. It was because Might Die was too famous in Konoha village. Might Die, 29 years old this year, has been a genin for nearly 20 years. During these years, he has participated in the Chunin exam more than once to try to be promoted to Chunin, but he was eliminated in the first few times in the written test. Over time, he couldn't even find teammates to participate in the Chunin exam. Not to mention that Might Die is a pure physical ninja. Before this, there has never been any strong man who was famous for physical skills alone. Therefore, this made the genin in Konoha village who were eligible to take the Chunin exam for promotion avoid him like the plague. However, this only gave him a rather resonant title of 10,000 years genin in the ninja circle. What made him well known among the villagers of Konoha was his passion and persistence in praising youth, as well as his non-mainstream clothing that was out of tune with other ninjas. In addition, Might Die often conducts various funny physical training in the village, and his words and deeds are always teased and laughed at by the villagers and ninjas who see him. However, the development of history has changed after all. Not long ago, when Might Die was practicing physical skills using the 8 Gates ninjutsu in a remote place in Konoha village, he was accidentally discovered by the third Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen, who happened to be using a crystal ball to observe the situation in Konoha village through the telescope technique. When seeing the power of Might Die's physical skills, Sarutobi Hiruzen's eyes suddenly lit up. He had heard of the forbidden physical technique 8 Gates ninjutsu, but he did not expect that there was a ninja in Konoha village who could use the 8 Gates ninjutsu to such a level. So, the third Hokage began to think about it. He believed that Might Die would give him a big surprise in this joint Chunin exam. You know, Might Die, who can easily open the 6th gate of the 8 gates, the cageman, is a master even among the senior ninjas. In Sarutobi Hiruzen's eyes, isn't he definitely the best tool to demonstrate Konoha's strength? After all, this joint Chunin exam was different from the usual Chunin exams for him. The selection of Chunin was secondary or not important at all. Therefore, he personally appointed 2 teammates for Might Die and made some secret arrangements, allowing Might Die to successfully pass the first 2 rounds of the joint Chunin exam. Looking at the figure with thick eyebrows, watermelon head and green clothes off the court, King C's eyes suddenly fixed. He knew about this 10,000-year-old genin who beat the 7 ninja swordsmen of the Hidden Mist village into the 3 lucky treasures in the original future. After all, this famous scene appeared many times in the video clips he watched in his previous life. However, he did not expect that the third Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen would be so shameless as to force Might Die, a genin who did not have the command and decision-making ability required of a Chunin, to participate in the joint Chunin exam. Might Die has never been promoted in the original work because he has never displayed the 8 gates of Dunjia and his own ninja qualities are indeed not up to par, and he does not have the leadership ability required by the Chunin. Although everyone knows the true meaning of this joint Chunin exam, you are being unkind. King C didn't believe that with Might Die's ability, he could pass the first written test smoothly. There is no need to think too much about it, it must be Sarutobi Hiruzen who is behind this. After all, the examiners are all Konoha's senior ninjas, and it is up to him to decide who can pass. However, the third Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen was destined to miscalculate this time. You know, Might Die's opponent is also the trump card of our Hidden Mist village. In the center of the venue, Might Die recalled the conversation between him and the third Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen, and his eyes gradually became firm. Lord Hokage trusts him so much and gives him the opportunity to take part in the Chunin exam. He must use all his strength to repay Lord Hokage's trust and win victory for Konoha village. Although he attached a strict condition of self-rule to himself when using 8 gates of Dunjia, now is the time for him to protect important things and implement the ninja way. The glory of Konoha will be protected by him. After confirming with Might Die and Mai Terumi, the chief examiner Narashikaku directly gave the order to start the battle. At the same time, he instantly left the center of the venue and handed the stage to the two. The moment Narashikaku announced the start of the battle, Might Dai had already taken action, but his actions made Mei Terumi and the audience outside the venue somewhat puzzled. Might Dai quickly stepped back, putting some distance between himself and Mei Terumi, then bent down and pulled up his trouser legs, revealing the two weights tied to his legs. Then, Might Dai directly took off the weight and threw it with force, throwing it towards Mei Terumi's position. When Mei Terumi heard the sharp sound of breaking through the air, she instantly realized that the two weights were unusual, so she had no intention of taking it head-on, but instead dodged to the side and left her original position. Chapter 345. Boom! The two weights that Might was wearing smashed onto the spot where Mei Terumi had been standing. The huge roar was like the roar of a ferocious beast, echoing throughout the entire venue. All the spectators were dumbfounded at the sight. The villagers and ninjas of Konoha who had just been discussing the matter, realized at this moment that they had never recognized the legendary 10,000 years genin Might Dai. Mei Terumi was not too surprised. She had already expected this from the sound of the breaking wind just now. Whoosh! Might Dai, who had unloaded the weight, flashed and appeared in front of Mei Terumi, then punched her. However, unfortunately, although Might Dai's speed was extremely fast, it was still within the tolerance range of Mei Terumi. Therefore, after observing Might Dai's movements clearly, Mei Terumi blocked his fist in advance, and then flipped her wrist and firmly grasped Might Dai's arm. As a Jinchuriki, and a perfect Jinchuriki at that, Mei Terumi is no longer the original ninjutsu type ninja. With the blessing of the tailed beast's chakra, she is also not weak in close combat and physical skills. White steam rose from Mei Terumi's other hand, and she clenched her fist and smashed it into Might Dai's chest. Boiling style, super power fist. Might Dai wanted to dodge, but his arm was tightly grasped by Mei Terumi, and he could not dodge at all. Therefore, in a split second, Might Dai had to give up the idea of testing and directly opened the 8 gates. 8 gates of ninjutsu. The third gate of life. Open! Might Dai let out a light shout, veins popping up on his forehead, his normal skin color now faintly showing a hint of blood red, his watermelon-shaped head fluttered automatically without wind, green aura instantly penetrated his body, and powerful chakra erupted with his body as the center. Konoha Ki Cyclone. Might Dai broke free from Mei Terumi's grip, spun his body in mid-air, and kicked at Mei Terumi's fist. Boom! Fists and feet collided, causing another loud bang. Visible ripples appeared in the air, like a stone dropped into a calm lake, shaking layer by layer. The ground was unable to bear the weight, and tiny cracks appeared, spreading in all directions. Mei Terumi's pupils shrank slightly. Might Dai's sudden outburst disrupted her offensive, so she quickly adjusted and responded. She stomped the ground hard with her right foot and leaped diagonally backward. At the same time, dark red-tailed beast chakra penetrated her body and formed a thin layer of bubbling tailed beast coat on her body surface. Since you used the 8 gates first, it's time for me to use the power of the Vulpix. On the main stand, when the tailed beast cloak appeared on Mei Terumi's body, the other 4 kage all turned their eyes to CG. My goodness, this is too outrageous for you, Kirigakure. You actually brought the Jinchuriki here. Aren't you afraid that the Jinchuriki will go berserk? Then, the Kazekage, Reikage, and Psuchikage looked at each other without saying anything, but turned their gaze to the third Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen and laughed at the joke. After all, this had nothing to do with them, and even if the Jinchuriki went berserk, it would be Konoha that suffered the loss. The third Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen's face was as black as the bottom of a pot at this time. He felt that it was a mistake to invite the Hidden Mist Village to participate in the joint Chunin exam. The Hidden Mist Village was clearly here to provoke him. First it was the Uzumaki clan and the Byakugan, and now even the Jinchuriki has been dispatched. So, he suppressed his anger and asked, Mr. Mizukage. If I am not mistaken, this genin from your village is a Jinchuriki. Isn't it a bit too much to send a Jinchuriki to participate in the Chunin exam? Kingxi spread his hands and gave Sarutobi Hiruzen a half-smile. There's nothing we can do about it. We can only say that we just happened to catch up. Xiaoming just graduated from the ninja school not long ago, she's a genuine genin. Then, Kingxi paused for a moment and changed the subject. Of course, we in Kirigakure abide by the rules, unlike some villages. This uncle is almost 30 years old, and he is still here to take part in the Chunin exam. Kyoshi's reply, which was neither hard nor soft, left Sarutobi Hiruzen speechless. Indeed, if that was the case, then there seemed to be nothing wrong with what the Hidden Mist village did. Then I hope that Your Excellency Mizukage can keep your village's Jinchuriki under control, and don't let him run wild in our village, otherwise. In the end, Sarutobi Hiruzen had no choice but to respond with a veiled threat. After all, if they continued to argue, he would be the one in the wrong, because he did give Might Dai an advantage in the exam. Hat. Kingxi chuckled and ignored Sarutobi Hiruzen. He would never take the initiative to reveal that Mei Terumi was the perfect Jinchuriki. Melt Escape Monster Melting Technique. Mei Terumi, who was jumping in the air, quickly formed hand seals, and a large amount of corrosive mucus enveloped Might Dai. Might Dai frowned slightly, although he didn't know the effect of Mei Terumi's ninjutsu, he could also feel the murderous intent faintly revealed in it. Therefore, Might Dai had no intention of forcing his opponent to do it, but quickly avoided the attack range of Mei Terumi's ninjutsu, appeared behind Mei Terumi, and waited for her to land. Mei Terumi instantly understood Might Dai's thought, so before she landed, she instantly changed the seal in her hands and took a deep breath. Boiling style, skillful mist technique. A thick white mist came out from Mei Terumi's mouth, and then expanded rapidly. Wherever it passed, even the air made a sizzling sound as if it was corroded. On the main stand, seeing Mei Terumi's smooth release of ninjutsu and her two completely different bloodline limits, the other cages became a little restless. A new genius ninja had appeared in the Hidden Mist village. Not only was he the Jinchuriki of the tailed beast, but he was also a dual bloodline ninja, unprecedented in the history of the ninja world. If she can grow up smoothly, she is destined to become a powerful shadow-level warrior. At this time, the three cages all secretly wanted to kill Mei Terumi, but they were just here to watch the battle and did not bring too many men with them. If they cooperated, they could not trust each other because of their previous hatred. Therefore, they could only adjust the threat level of Mei Terumi to the highest level in their hearts, and arrange the tasks after returning to the village, looking for an opportunity to kill this genius who was destined to become the pillar of the new generation of Kirigakure. Chapter 346. Might Dai, who was about to use a power prelude on Mei Terumi, gave up his original plan instantly after seeing the acid mist cast by Mei Terumi had a strong corrosive effect on the air. He jumped back a few times and came to the edge of the field. He didn't plan to make any more attempts. He wanted to win the battle quickly and in one go. After Mei Terumi landed, she looked at Might Dai with a serious expression at the edge of the venue and had the same idea in her mind. She didn't want to continue wasting time with Might Dai, so she decided to use half-tailed beast transformation to end the battle. Might Dai looked solemn, the chakra in his body surging rapidly, and the green aura surrounding him became darker and darker, until it reached a certain critical point. 8 gates of ninjutsu. 6th gate of the scenery. Open. Might Dai's originally bronze skin seemed to be on fire and turned extremely red, as if a raging fire was burning in his body. His eyes began to roll up uncontrollably, revealing the whites of his eyes. An extremely bright and dazzling green flame beam suddenly shot up into the sky from his body, like a roaring dragon, stirring up the surrounding air violently and stirring up a gust of wind. The place where he stepped on cracked instantly and sank at a speed visible to the naked eye. Call out! A green light flashed like lightning, and Might Dai's figure appeared like a ghost not far behind Mei Terumi, stuck at the edge of the area covered by the acid mist. Then he suddenly punched forward in the air. Under the blessing of the state of the 6th Jingmen, wherever Might Dai's fist passed, the air was rapidly compressed and produced violent friction with his fist, forming a visible flame shock wave, accompanied by a deafening sonic boom, resounding throughout the venue. Mei Terumi, who had already entered the half-tailed beast state, used her beast-like fighting instincts to capture Might Dai's location the moment he appeared, then turned around and opened her mouth to spurt out a highly concentrated acid. The thick white acid with strong corrosiveness drew a sharp arc in the air at an astonishing speed like a rain of arrows, shooting towards Might Dai and hitting the fire shock wave generated by Might Dai's punch. Suddenly, an unpleasant sound was heard, and the fire shock wave generated by Might Dai's punch was corroded by the strong acid from Mei Terumi. Just as Mei Terumi entered the half-tailed beast state, the other candidates in the rest area and the Konoha ninjas in the audience stood up suddenly. Obviously, many of them are connoisseurs. If the appearance was not particularly obvious when Mei Terumi used the tailed beast coat just now, making them a little unsure and uncertain, then now that her entire body is wrapped in the dark red tailed beast chakra, it has been confirmed that Mei Terumi is the tailed beast Jinchuriki. After all, for these knowledgeable ninjas, the appearance of the tailed beast Jinchuriki during battle is not a secret. After all, in the last Ninja World War, there were records of Jinchuriki taking action on the battlefield, and many of them have seen their own Jinchuriki running rampant in the village. All of a sudden, everyone started talking about what the Hidden Mist village was going to do. They brought up a Jinchuriki during the Chunin exams, and a Jinchuriki who could already borrow the chakra of the tailed beasts and enter a half-tailed beast state. Isn't this a definite act of bombarding someone? At the same time, on the main stand. Although the battle didn't last long, its intensity has surpassed that of ordinary Jonin battles. The third Tsuchika Onoki, who was watching the battle intently, suddenly praised, "Is this the genin of Konoha and Kirigakure? I'm really envious." When Noki mentioned the word genin, his tone was deliberately a little heavier, and at the same time, an obscure light flashed in his eyes. When Seiji and the third Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen heard Noki's sarcastic words, they couldn't help but secretly complain. Although what he said sounded like a compliment, coupled with his strange ups and downs in the tone, why did it sound so uncomfortable? However, the surface work still needs to be done well, therefore, Seiji and Sarutobi Hiruzen also praised the genin of the Iwagakure village in return. After all, the two sides fighting on the field are indeed real genin, and the genin of the Iwagakure, everyone who understands knows. Besides, politics is all about saying one thing in front of others and another behind their backs. Even if you are chatting in a friendly manner in front of others, there is no delay in turning around and attacking the other party. Might Dai's attack had no effect, but he was not discouraged at all. He flashed and turned into a green lightning again, appearing in another direction, and then threw another heavy punch. Mei Terumi chose to remain unchanged in the face of all changes. She lay there without moving, and sprayed another strong acid at the location where Might Guy appeared. After all, although she could still catch up with the speed of Might Guy with 6 gates opened, and could also detect the opponent's movements in the state of half-tailed beast, her own speed could no longer keep up. Laugh! 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 The sound of corrosion was heard from all over the venue, accompanied by flashes of green light. A dozen meters around Mei Terumi, thick smoke and dust were thrown into the air. Almost there. Might Dai kept calculating in his mind. As he continued to attack, the acid mist surrounding Mei Terumi was gradually being dispersed. This was the moment he was waiting for. Suddenly, Might Dai paused from his high-speed movement, then adjusted his posture, suddenly jumped up, aimed at Mei Terumi in mid-air, clenched his fists and launched a high-speed swing. Towards the peacock. Chapter 347. Might Dai's fists swung as fast as lightning, and each punch carried unparalleled power and speed. Each of his punches created a violent friction with the air and emitted continuous bursts of piercing whistles. As he continued to accelerate his punches, shock waves of blazing flames suddenly appeared, like wild horses running wild, gushing out madly, and dyed everything they went into a fiery red. In an instant, half of the sky was completely dyed red by the massive fire shock wave. The originally azure sky now became like a blazing inferno, blazing and dazzling. The entire battlefield was therefore illuminated with an unusually red and bright color, just like a peacock spreading its tail feathers. Its colorful tail feathers emitted a dazzling light under the sunlight, brilliant and dazzling. At the same time as the peacock appeared, a terrifying aura spread along with it. The air was scorched by the blazing flames caused by the friction, creating a strange and distorted sense of déjà vu. Dense and countless flaming meteors, like a grand and spectacular meteor shower, left dazzling red tracks as they streaked across the sky. With great power and terrifying might, they roared and pounced towards Mei Terumi, who was in half-tailed beast state like a group of enraged beasts. Mei Terumi raised her head and let out a roar like the Vulpix, then she exerted strength on all 4 limbs and leaped towards Might Dai. At the same time, all the chakra in her body began to boil, and then burst out in one breath as it reached the boiling point. Boiling release, unparalleled power. A large amount of milky white steam continued to rise from Terumi Mei's dark red half-tailed beast body. For a moment, the red and white intertwined, appearing extremely weird. The third Tsuchika Onoki, who was in the main stand, saw Mei Terumi's move and his pupils trembled. This is the same move as Han. Do the tailed beasts of the Hidden Mist village have the same ability? The other cages were also weighing the situation and strength of Mei Terumi in their hearts at this time, guessing to what extent she could exert the ability of the tailed beast in her body and how long she could withstand the erosion of the tailed beast's chakra. They were also constantly comparing Mei Terumi with their own Jinchuriki. However, none of them thought in the direction of the perfect Jinchuriki. After all, in their perception, the ninja world of this era has not yet produced a perfect Jinchuriki who can reach a reconciliation with the tailed beasts and bring out the tailed beasts' abilities to 100%. Only Kyoji was sitting calmly in the main stand, watching Mei Terumi display her might, with no wavering emotion in his heart. Mei Terumi, under the attack of Peacock, rushed towards Might Guy at a high speed. The flaming shock waves hit her, leaving only a series of bumpy fist marks on her dark red-tailed beast coat, weakening it, but failing to break through the defense of the tailed beast coat, and failing to stop her from continuing to approach Might Guy's position. After all, Might Guy's own strength is a little lacking. After all, without using the 8 gates of ninjutsu, his strength is just that of an ordinary chunin at best. Even with the enhancement of the forbidden technique 8 gates ninjutsu, Might Guy can only open 6 gates at the moment, and cannot pose any threat to the half-tailed beast Mei Terumi. There is no other reason, the gap in strength is just there. If it was the Might Guy that CG had seen in the short video, it would be almost the same. After all, even if Might Guy did not use the 8 gates of ninjutsu, he was still a very powerful physical ninja. You know, Might Guy's 8 gates ninjutsu array with the gate of death could only kill 4 of the 7 ninja swordsmen and make 3 escape, but Might Guy's 8 gates ninjutsu array with the gate of death could pose a certain threat to Uchiha Madara, who had become the 10 tails Jinchuriki. Even his final outburst of Night Guy was praised as the one that almost kicked out the finale. Although it was probably because Uchiha Madara became a little arrogant after becoming the 10 tails Jinchuriki, or he wanted to personally experience the power of the Death Gate, but Might Guy's kick, the Night Guy, did indeed kick off half of Uchiha Madara's body. Mei Terumi rushed in front of Might Guy, and without any fancy moves, she just raised her fist and hit him. But Might Guy had never seen such a scene before. With his shallow knowledge, he didn't know what Jinchuriki was. The third Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen had never thought that a ninja village would send a Jinchuriki to take part in the Chunin exam. Therefore, he had never told Might Guy the relevant information. So, Might Guy was in a serious condition. He was quickly swinging his punch to perform the peacock attack when he was caught off guard and saw Mei Terumi rushing in front of him. Then he was hit by a heavy punch from Mei Terumi that was fully charged and enhanced by the boiling release. Boom! Might Guy's body flew out like a cannonball and hit the towering walls surrounding the venue. Suddenly, a human-shaped mark appeared on the wall, and countless pieces of rubble scattered on the ground. Fortunately, Might Guy has been training his body relentlessly for more than a decade, otherwise, even if the punch from Mei Terumi didn't take his life, it would at least seriously injure him. And now, although Might Guy suffered serious injuries, he still has the strength to fight again. The next second, from the scattered ruins, Might Guy's determined voice could be heard, holding back the pain, 8 gates of ninjutsu. 7th gate. Open. Boom. A deep and dazzling blue flame, like a volcanic eruption, suddenly burst up and rose straight into the sky. The powerful impact force made the surrounding air seem to be ignited, making crackling sounds. All the rubble around Might Guy was shaken away, and at the same time his momentum increased again under this explosion, and a terrifying chakra storm surrounded him. The original work does not mention whether Might Guy can use Morning Peacock, Daytime Tiger and Evening Elephant, but it is likely that he can. It is impossible that all of them were developed by Might Guy himself. As for Night Guy, judging from the name, it seems that Might Guy developed the physical skills himself. Chapter 348. The rubble that was originally scattered on the ground beside Might Guy was also blown away by the blue aura, like fallen leaves swept by a strong wind. Some smaller stones even turned into powder directly in the air and dissipated into nothingness. At the same time, Might Guy's own momentum also rose sharply with the explosion of the blue flame. An extremely terrifying chakra storm began to spin and roar wildly around his body, like a ferocious dragon, raging at everything around it with its fangs and claws. Blue steam. Is this the first gate before the final death gate of the 8 gates of ninjutsu that Mr. Bing and Lord Mizukage mentioned? Mei Terumi murmured silently in her heart. Suddenly, Mei Terumi's pupils shrank into a point, and a figure with blue steam appeared in front of her. Her beast-like fighting instinct took effect again. Mei Terumi subconsciously tilted her head and coincidentally avoided the heavy punch from Might Guy. Then, she reacted quickly. The dark red-tailed beast chakra turned blue-purple the next second. At the same time, her body seemed to have turned into a mollusk, presenting a strange snake-like posture. Seeing that he couldn't hit Mei Terumi, Might Guy no longer hesitated. He made a strange gesture with his hands, with his fingers tightly clasped together and his thumbs extended forward to aim at Mei Terumi, who had transformed into a half-tailed beast in front of him. Hiratora. The air between Might Dai's clasped hands began to be compressed rapidly, and then spread out in one breath, forming a huge air cannon in the shape of a tiger. Mei Terumi knew something was wrong when Might Guy made a strange gesture. Her intuition told her that the blow borrowed from Might Guy would be a blow that would pierce the clouds and split the rocks, and shake the earth. So, she immediately adjusted her posture, twisted her body backwards, opened her mouth slightly, and quickly gathered the yin and yang chakra. The red yang chakra and the blue yin chakra were quickly compressed and mixed in front of Mei Terumi, forming a high-density purple-black chakra ball. Then, under Mei Terumi's control, it shot out directly towards Might Guy's position. Tailed Beast Jade. As the third Raikage, the king of the Wild Kings, his eyes lit up instantly when he saw the daytime tiger used by Might Dai. With his strength and vision, he easily saw through the essence of the daytime tiger. After all, before King G6 Path's level strength was known to all parties in the ninja world, the third Raikage AI was the strongest physical technique master in the current ninja world. If he said that he was the most knowledgeable physical technique in the ninja world, I'm afraid no ninja would object. No one knows taijutsu better than me. JPG. At the same time, he couldn't help but feel excited that Konoha could have such a strong taijutsu master. He even wanted to go down and have a passionate fist fight with Mighty right away. It has been a long time since he encountered an opponent who could excite him in terms of pure physical skills. At this time, Might Dai, who had opened 7 gates, although relying on forbidden techniques that could not sustain long-term combat, also attracted his attention and interest. At this time, the third Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen, who was standing aside with a smile on his face, happily watching Might Guy's attack on Mei Terumi. When Mei Terumi gathered the yin and yang chakras, he secretly cried out in his heart that something was wrong, and the smile on his face disappeared completely. This is the tailed beast ball. The hidden mist village is simply crazy. Sarutobi Hiruzen cursed inwardly. As the strongest Hokage of Konoha village, how could he not recognize the Jinchuriki's signature skill, the tailed beast ball? As for the tailed beast ball, even if it doesn't completely transform into a tailed beast, but is only released in a half-tailed beast state, it cannot be easily released in an occasion surrounded by spectators. After all, the ninjas who were watching the battle would not be a big problem, but the civilians and most importantly the daimyo and nobles would probably be affected by the aftermath of the tailed beast ball explosion and die easily. The third Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen turned sideways and wanted to yell at Cg, but he dismissed the idea in an instant. The most urgent task at this moment was to protect the audience seats first. After all, if there were casualties, Konoha's reputation would be ruined. As the Hokage, he would never allow such a thing to happen. So, the third Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen immediately took action. He first created 3 shadow clones, and then his original body plus the shadow clones instantly appeared in the 4 corners of the venue in the next second, and his hands were forming seals quickly and synchronously at the same time. It can only be said that Sarutobi Hiruzen's strength is not entirely exaggerated. Within such a short period of time, he completed the preparations for casting the barrier, and before the explosion, he raised a barrier burning with purple flames that should have required the joint efforts of 4 ninjas to cast, completely isolating the audience seats from the battlefield. Ninja Technique 4 Purple Flame Formation. The purple black-tailed beast ball and the grey-white day tiger collided violently in mid-air with unparalleled power. In an instant, the earth seemed to tremble, and the powerful impact force caused the surrounding air to be torn apart instantly. The two of them were in a stalemate, neither giving in at all, and time seemed to freeze at this moment. After about a breath of time, suddenly, a dazzling white light suddenly lit up, making it almost impossible for most of the spectators to open their eyes. Immediately following, there was a violent explosion that shook the earth. Along with the loud bang of the explosion, an incomparable blast wave spread wildly in all directions with the collision point as the center. Billowing smoke and dust rose into the sky, covering the sky and the sun. Under this violent impact, Mei Terumi and Might Dai couldn't stop their figures from flying backwards. Chapter 349. The aftermath of the explosion continued to hit the barrier, creating cracks in the 4 purple flame array barrier that the third Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen had hastily set up. As a ninjutsu professor or ninjutsu doctor who is proficient in all the ninjutsu of Konoha, the third Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen can of course use the 4 purple flame formation, and even the higher level 4 red yang formation is within his grasp. However, with his strength, it is still a bit difficult for him to complete the barrier that should have been used by 4 people alone. Moreover, this barrier was also cast in a hurry by him without any prior preparation. Therefore, its strength is inferior to that of a normal 4-person barrier. Therefore, after the 4 purple flame array barrier held out for about 5 breaths, it was quietly shattered by the impact of the aftermath of the explosion. However, this was enough to protect the audience seats. This time was enough for the Anbu ninjas present to set up other more powerful defensive barriers. It was the 3rd Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen who decisively used the 4 purple flame formation to block the initial explosion in time. Otherwise, Konoha would have become the laughingstock of the entire ninja world. In the smoke and dust stirred up by the explosion, Mei Terumi, who was in half-tailed beast form, was initially pushed backwards by the shock wave of the explosion, but she quickly stopped the retreating trend and then spread her perception forward, looking for the location of Might Dai. As for Might Dai, he also quickly stabilized his body, but he stayed where he was and took a defensive posture. After all, he had no perception ability at all, and in the current invisible environment, he was at an extreme disadvantage. More importantly, he first maintained the 6-gate state for a period of time and performed Morning Peacock, and was seriously injured by a heavy punch from Mei Terumi, and now he is using Daytime Tiger in the 7-gate state. Although his physical strength after nearly 20 years of training was enough to support him to open the 8th Death Gate, unfortunately, his talent for physical skills was not very good. Opening 6 or 7 gates in a short moment was not a big deal, but maintaining 6 or even 7 gates for a long time would make his body unable to bear it. At this moment, his body seemed to have been pushed to the edge of the limit. Every inch of muscle and every bone seemed to be wailing in pain. The severe pain came like a tide, wave after wave, with no sign of stopping. From the top of his head to his toes, every cell in Might Dai's body was immersed in this unbearable torture, transmitting trembling pain signals all the time. And now, he can still stand here firmly, maintaining the state of 7 gates and posing a defensive posture, all thanks to the strong belief inspired by the big bowl of chicken soup that the 3rd Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen drank some time ago. In the later period, Might Dai could open 6 or even 7 doors like a piece of cake, and he could be alive and kicking again after a short recovery. Found it! Mei Terumi's mind moved. In this dim smoke-covered environment, she had already captured the location of Might Dai. Of course, she could also feel that Mighty Dai was in a state like a candle in the wind at this moment, but she did not delay at all and wait until Mighty Dai could not hold on any longer. After all, she is the perfect 6-tails Jinkriki of the Hidden Mist Village, with the strength to be fearless of everything. Moreover, for a true ninja like Might Dai, defeating him head-on is the greatest honor that Mei Terumi can give him, and it is also the greatest respect for him. Boom! A dull crashing sound was heard from the smoke and dust. The next second, a figure wrapped in blue flames broke through the smoke and flew out. The blue flames also slowly dissipated as the figure flew out. It was Mei Terumi who appeared silently beside Might Dai, and knocked him into the air with an uppercut, then immediately jumped up and followed up with a super powerful punch blessed with boiling release. Might Dai, who was already at the end of his strength, was still in the state of 7 gates, but he still couldn't react in time. He was hit by Mei Terumi's combination of punches in an instant, and he spurted blood and flew backwards. So, the scene where Might Dai flew out from the smoke and dust just now appeared. Boom! There was another loud bang, and Might Dai hit the already shaky and overwhelmed wall at the edge of the venue like a cannonball. In an instant, dust flew and rubble splashed everywhere. The poor wall finally couldn't hold on under such a fierce impact and collapsed, turning into ruins. Might Dai himself was buried in a large amount of rubble, and under these repeated blows, he could no longer withstand the severe pain in his body. His consciousness gradually became blurred, and everything in front of him became darker and darker. Immediately, Might Dai lost consciousness and fainted. The battle is over. The outcome is decided. While Mei Terumi and Might Dai were fighting fiercely, the Hyuga clan branch, led by Hyuga Mukai, also began their actions. On the night that Kyoji arrived in Konoha, he had already secretly met with Hyuga Mukai and reached an agreement with the Hyuga branch family. Afterwards, Kyoji created a shadow clone, which sneaked into the Hyuga clan's territory in the middle of the night. Under the leadership of Hyuga Mukai, he helped a total of 22 Hyuga branches, including Hyuga Mukai, to lift the bird in a cage curse. For ordinary ninjas, the bird in a cage seal is extremely complicated. Even if the Hyuga clan ancestor who developed the bird in a cage seal was taken out of the Pure Land, or even if the Uzumaki clan who was proficient in sealing techniques was asked to handle it, it might not be possible to remove the bird in a cage seal. After all, the bird in a cage curse targets the most mysterious part of the human body, the brain, and when the Hyuga clan developed the bird in a cage curse, they never thought of the possibility of actively removing it. However, for Ching Si, who is proficient in yin-yang escape, has 6 paths level strength, and has inherited all the sealing techniques of the Uzumaki clan, the bird in a cage curse is just that. So, it didn't take too long before King Si removed the bird in a cage curse engraved on the foreheads of the 22 Haiga branches. Chapter 350. Afterwards, after removing the bird in a cage curse from the 22 Haiga branches, Seiji's shadow clone disbanded on its own initiative. This scene gave a strong shot of adrenaline to Haiga Mukai and other Haiga branches present. Although they were gambling with their future, it was obvious that they had won the bet and had earned a return rate of several 100%. The fact that he could use a shadow clone to easily remove the bird in a cage curse that their branch family had been studying privately for who knows how long, all shows how terrifyingly powerful the 4th Mizu cage, who was much more low-key than the other cages in the ninja world, was. So, under Kingji's arrangement, when almost all the attention of Konoha village was on the Chunin exam, the 22 white Zetsu clones used the disguise technique to transform themselves into the appearance of the Haiga branch family, and replaced them to continue their activities in the Haiga clan's territory. The 22 Haiga clan members were wrapped in another white Zetsu clone and used the mayfly technique to pass through the Konoha barrier silently without being noticed, and then quickly headed towards the eastern coast of the Land of Fire. Waiting there was the Kirigakure Enbu team led by Enbu Chief Ken himself. Although with the help of White Zetsu's clone, there would basically not be any major problems with this evacuation, but in order to prevent any unexpected situations, King Si still gave the Enbu the task of coming to support them. The speed of mayfly technique is extremely fast. Before long, White Zetsu's clone connected with the sword and other members of the mist-hidden Enbu who came to support him. Hello. Bai Zetsu's slightly frivolous tone lingered in Jian's ears, while at the same time channeling chakra into the yin-yang escape mark left by Ching Si on his body. Master Ching Si ordered us to transport these people here. Jian was initially shocked when he heard Bai Zetsu's voice. He didn't expect that someone could get close to them quietly. You know, the 2 elite Enbu teams he led have strong perception abilities. But soon he let down his guard a little when he heard White Zetsu calling out King Si's name. After that, he saw the figures of a group of White Zetsu emerging from the ground, and clearly sensed the unique and inimitable chakra mark of his own Mizu cage on the body of the leading White Zetsu. Only then did he completely believe that these White Zetsu clones were actually their own people from Kirigakure. It suddenly dawned on him that this was the great helper that his own Mizu cage Sama had mentioned to him when he gave him the task. Only then did he finally realize why King Si told him not to be nervous and to relax. As the head of the Enbu and also a sword of the Kirigakure high-ranking officials, he certainly knew about White Zetsu who first appeared with Uchiha Madara, and CG had also informed them, the Kirigakure high-ranking officials, about White Zetsu's abilities before. Therefore, Jian is very clear about how powerful White Zetsu's abilities are in camouflage, stealth, etc., and with the help of White Zetsu, their rendezvous mission this time is really just rendezvous. Although Jian didn't know when his own Mizu cage had instigated or subdued the White Zetsu who originally belonged to Uchiha Madara, but as a qualified subordinate from the Enbu, he would not take the initiative to explore these extra secrets. After all, in the Hidden Mist Village, King Si would never conceal the information that he should know and was allowed to know. After handing over the sword, these White Zetsu clones immediately left and returned to Lulin. After all, the meeting point here was not far from the eastern coastline of the Land of Fire, and the White Zetsu clones would not play a big role in the subsequent return to the Land of Water and even the Hidden Mist Village by water. Therefore, under Seiji's arrangement, these White Zetsu clones would immediately return to Lulin and continue searching for Uchiha Madara's hiding place after sending the Haiga branches to the Kirigakure Enbu who came to support them. After all, CG had not originally expected that as many as 22 Haiga branches would choose to escape from Konoha to Kirigakure with Haiga Mukai. You have to know that there are not many White Zetsu clones at this time. In fact, the number of White Zetsu clones is not even a fraction of the 100,000 White Zetsu that appeared in the Fourth Ninja World War in the original future. After all, these White Zetsu clones were only used to collect intelligence from all over the ninja world when Uchiha Madara was sleeping in the underground base. With the ability of White Zetsu, a number of just over 100 was enough to complete the collection of intelligence from all over the ninja world, so Uchiha Madara did not deliberately cultivate many of them at that time. Although Black Zetsu, who was in the dark at that time, wanted to awaken more White Zetsu to help realize the plan of saving his mother that spanned 1,000 years, he was helpless. Without the cooperation of Uchiha Madara or the Rinnegan, Black Zetsu could not awaken more White Zetsu from the body of the Outer Path statue. In addition, over the years, a lot of White Zetsu clones had been lost in the hands of the Hidden Mist Village or CG, so when CG took over White Zetsu from Uchihamadara, there were only a little over 100 left. Therefore, the 22 White Zetsu clones used to stay in Konoha village to perform the disguise technique plus the 22 White Zetsu clones used to escort the Hyuga branches out of Konoha. Now there are 44 White Zetsu clones, which is almost half of the total number of White Zetsu clones. This makes Lulin a little stretched, and the progress of searching for Uchihamadara has slowed down suddenly. Although Lulin's land area is not very large, Uchihamadara is hiding too deeply, and his whereabouts are not easy to find. Moreover, with his strength, if he wants to hide deliberately, ordinary ninjas can't find him at all. Therefore, for White Zetsu, he can only conduct a carpet search inch by inch of land until he finds the barrier set up by Uchihamadara to isolate perception and chakra aura. It is for this reason that these 22 White Zetsu clones are of great help in improving the efficiency of searching for Uchihamadara's specific location in Lulin. As a result, these White Zetsu clones immediately returned to Lulin after completing the orders given by Ching Si. As for those Hyuga branches, of course there is no need to worry too much. On the one hand, most of Konoha's attention and defense forces have been directed to Konoha village where the 5 Kage have gathered at the request of the 3rd Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen. This gave the Hidden Mist village an opportunity to fish in troubled waters, which was also the reason why CG chose to have the Hyuga branch evacuate Konoha at this point in time. On the other hand, there are still those Hyuga branches impersonated by White Zetsu's clones active in Konoha village, and the Konoha side, whether it is the insight of the Byakugan or other ways of perception, does not have the ability to distinguish White Zetsu's disguise technique. In the original work, during the 4th Ninja World War, the Inyazuka clan's sense of smell, the Aberame clan's sense of insects, and the Byakugan's insight were all unable to distinguish the White Zetsu who used the disguise technique to transform into the Ninja Alliance. They could only rely on their familiarity with each other's teammates to barely distinguish them. After all, the White Zetsu could only copy the opponent's appearance, ninjutsu, and chakra aura by absorbing the opponent's chakra, but could not copy the opponent's memory. Chapter 351. Therefore, if nothing unexpected happens, the impersonation of the White Zetsu clone can at least be delayed for a considerable period of time, until it encounters someone very familiar with it and is exposed because he has no memories of the Hyuga branches. In addition, the elite Anbu team that came to Kirigakure to support them was led by the Kage-level strongman, Anbu Minister Ken himself. Even if the most unfortunate and extreme situation happened that they were discovered by the border garrison of Konoha village, Ken had enough strength to protect the safe evacuation of the Hyuga branch. After all, no matter how powerful Konoha is, it will not use Kage-level strongmen to guard the border in the current peaceful times. What's more, it is now the period of the joint Chunin exams, and the cages of the other 4 major ninja villages are all in Konoha village. Therefore, Konoha's Kage-level strongmen will definitely be left in the village for defense. However, if the Hyuga branch's evacuation operation was really exposed to the border garrison of Konoha village, then the 2 teams of elite Anbu who came with Jiun might suffer casualties. Konoha village. Inside the examination room of the joint Chunin exam. With the end of the duel between Mei Terumi and Might Dai, the first round of battle officially ended. Half an hour later, the 15 candidates who had had a rest were ready to start the second round of one-on-one competition. The big screen flashed rapidly. Sadly, however, civil war broke out again in the Hidden Mist village, with 2 water-style jutsu masters, Yahiko and Hoshigaki Kisame, fighting against each other. After all, the Hidden Mist village had the largest number of remaining genin at this time. Except for Uzumaki Kana who chose to admit defeat in the first round facing Nagato, the other 5 all won the battle, and their number accounted for 1/3 of the remaining candidates. However, it is gratifying that among the 7 battles in the second round, Zionin became the only lucky one who received a bye, and was able to maintain his form and enter the third round intact. Although the 3rd Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen wanted to continue to tamper with the second round of the draw, after all, his Might Dai, who he had high hopes for, was directly eliminated by the Hidden Mist village in the first round, but then he gave up this idea. He knew that in the first round, he had coincidentally caused the genin of the other 4 major ninja villages to engage in a civil war, which had already made the other 4 Kage suspicious of him and Konoha. If he continued to do so in the second round, wouldn't it be a proof that there was definitely something wrong with the draw? No matter how coincidental it is, it can't be a coincidence like yours. Our 5 families each have 6 genin who entered the 3rd round of the joint Chunin exam, but Uegakure, Kirigakure, Sandagakure, and Kumigakure all had civil wars in the 1st round. Only Konoha has nothing wrong, and you are sitting on the Diao Yute. You tell us this is a coincidence, do you think we will believe it? Moreover, Sarutobi Hiruzen also understood in his heart at this time that Konoha might not be able to win the final glory this time. The joint Chunin exam that he conducted under the suggestion of Konoha Crouching Dragon and Konoha Phoenix Hatchling was a failure, and it did not play the role of demonstrating the overwhelming military power of their Konoha village at all. Fortunately, Might Tail displayed extraordinary strength in the battle with Mei Terumi. Although he was defeated by the opponent in the end, his opponent was a Jinkriki after all, and he also displayed the style of a Konoha ninja, so that Konoha did not lose face too much. Therefore, after much deliberation, Sarutobi Hiruzen finally gave up the idea of secretly interfering with the drawing of lots and allowed the subsequent situation to develop freely. The battle between Yahiko and Hoshigaki Kisame once again shocked the other cages, causing them to constantly raise their expectations of the overall threat level of the Hidden Mist Village and the overall strength of the Hidden Mist Village in their hearts. At this point, they were already somewhat numb to the powerful strength displayed by the genin of the Hidden Mist Village. These people from the Hidden Mist Village were simply here to fry fish in the small fish pond of the Chunin exam. In the end, Hoshigaki Kisame, relying on his inhumanly huge amount of chakra, finally drained Yahiko's chakra in the water jutsu duel. After all, they knew each other very well. During the battle, Yahiko also tried to get close to Hoshigaki Kisame and engage in close combat with him, but Hoshigaki Kisame didn't give him the opportunity and kept a distance between them, releasing water-style ninjutsu one after another crazily. So, although the difference in strength was not too big between Yahiko and Hoshigaki Kisame, but the amount of chakra was much less, he knelt down magnificently and accepted the defeat helplessly. The other people from the Hidden Mist Village completed the battles one after another and won easily as expected. At this time, there were only 8 candidates left, and the Hidden Mist Village occupied half of them, far ahead. Chapter 352. The remaining 8 candidates are Nagato, Mei Terumi, Konan and Hoshigaki Kisame from the Hidden Mist Village, Kari from the Hidden Uegakure Village, Kurama Yoichi from the Hidden Leaf Village, Troy from the Hidden Cloud Village, and Maki from the Hidden Sand Village. Kari was born in the most elite blasting unit of the Hidden Rock Village and is a genius ninja who has mastered the bloodline limit of blasting. Because he had been serving in the Demolition Corps before, and usually carried out tasks assigned by the Anbu, and needed to hide his identity when performing tasks. Therefore, although his strength is now close to that of a Jonin, and he can even fight against Jonin with his bloodline limit of explosive release, but in the current peaceful era, he has not yet become famous in the ninja world, nor is he well known by other ninja villages. So, at the request of the 3rd Tsuchikage Onoki, he temporarily withdrew from the blasting unit, became a genin of the Uegakure village, and came to Konoha to participate in this joint Chunin exam. And Konoha's Kurama Yoichi, like Kari, is also a genius ninja who has mastered a bloodline limit. From his last name, we can tell that he is from the Kurama clan, who are good at using illusions and possess an illusion bloodline limit that can manipulate the 5 senses. Kurama Yoichi is currently the person who has developed the most profound bloodline limit to control the 5 senses in their Kurama clan. He is just 16 years old this year, and the ability that his bloodline limit can exert is already close to the level of sublimating into the yin escape technique that truly has the ability to create something from nothing. With his ability to use illusions to reflect reality, he can easily fight against senior ninjas. However, it was precisely because of his deep development of his bloodline limit and his usual neglect of physical exercise that an imbalance occurred in the yin and yang tun abilities in his body, causing his physical weakness. Although it was not to the point of inconvenience in his movements, compared to other ninjas, this could be considered a more fatal weakness. Therefore, his physical condition has restricted his ability to a great extent. But precisely because of this, Kurama Yoichi has no reputation in the ninja world, and even in Konoha village, few people know him. After all, with his weak physical condition, he is simply unable to leave the village to carry out those slightly more difficult tasks. Therefore, before this joint Chunin exam, he was found by the 3rd Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen and became a genin of Konoha. As for Troy of the Hidden Cloud Village, he is of course also a genin who can fight against the Jonin without losing. As he was sent by the Hidden Cloud Village to take part in the joint Chunin exam and has made it this far, he is destined not to be a weakling. After all, those relatively weaker candidates have already failed in the first 2 rounds. The reason why no information about him leaked out in the ninja world was because he had been focusing on training with the approval of the third Raikage AI and rarely went out on missions. The reason why the third Raikage AI did this was because Troy mastered the same magnetic style bloodline limit as the third Kazekage Tessa. You know, magnetic escape can play a very important role on the battlefield. After all, in war, kunao, shuriken and other ninja tools are widely used, and all of them are restrained by magnetic escape. Moreover, Troy's direction of developing magnetic escape is different from that of the third Kazekage Iron Sand. The third Kazekage Iron Sand's development direction of magnetic escape is to use magnetic force to freely control the iron sand in the natural sand, and then use magnetic escape chakra to manipulate the iron sand into various shapes for combat. Troy's development direction for magnetic escape is to focus on magnetization. He can mark everything he touches with his magnetic escape mark and magnetize it. He can also transfer his magnetic escape mark with the help of the magnetized objects. Finally, he can use the mutual attraction between magnets to achieve a sure hit attack in a sense. Finally, it's Maki from the Sand Village. However, although Maki is also a genius ninja of the Sand Village, he is much inferior to the others. Although the 14-year-old has already possessed strength that exceeds that of an ordinary chunin and is close to that of a jonin, after all, he does not have any bloodline limit and is just an ordinary ninja who specializes in wind escape. Moreover, considering that the remaining 7 people all have the strength to compete with the jonin, the fact that Maki from the Sand Village can enter the third round is enough to prove his strength. However, this is the only way he can go in this joint chunin exam. The only thing worth mentioning is that Maki is indeed still a genin of the Sand Village at this time, although his strength has long surpassed the level of genin. After another half an hour of rest, the third round of battle began. The first battle is between Hoshigaki Kisame of the Hidden Mist Village and Kari of the Hidden Uegakure Village. All the spectators originally thought that this would be a fierce battle between dragons and tigers. After all, in the first 2 rounds of the battle, whether it was Hoshigaki Kisame's water escape technique or Kori's explosive escape technique, it was a feast for the eyes for everyone present. However, to everyone's surprise, the battle between Hoshigaki Kisame and Kari ended very quickly. Although Xiao's explosive release Kekii Genkai endows him with unparalleled offensive power, Xiao's development of explosive release is all focused on close combat bursts, especially his explosive release, Mind Fist. If he cannot touch the opponent, then his explosive release will be useless. So, Hoshigaki Kisame used his superb water jutsu to easily fool Kari, who wanted to get close to him and use explosive jutsu to end the battle. The water incarnation transformed into a water prison, which easily trapped Xiao inside. Then, a water explosion followed, which knocked Xiao unconscious before he could use the explosive escape technique to forcibly break free from the water prison. The total time taken was less than a minute. On the main stand, King C's mouth corners slightly raised, outlining a faint smile. His eyes were bright and gentle, as if the warm spring sunshine was shining on him, making the people around him feel comfortable and happy. In contrast, the third Tsuchikage Onoki had a face so gloomy that it seemed as if water was about to drip from it. Onoki frowned, his eyes narrowed into slits, with a hint of cold light shining through the gaps. His lips were tightly pursed, without a trace of blood, as if covered by a layer of frost. On his forehead, veins bulged, twisting and winding like earthworms, showing his extreme dissatisfaction and anger at the moment. After the defeat in the hunting battle, the Uegakure village was completely annihilated. This made the third Tsuchikage Noki extremely embarrassed. After all, he had been mocking Cg and the Kirigakure village from the moment he greeted Cg at the gate of Konoha village yesterday until now. Chapter 353. The second battle was between Mei Terumi from the Hidden Mist village and Kurama Yoichi from the Hidden Leaf village. Therefore, the outcome of this battle was no surprise. Although Kurama Yoichi's bloodline limit was extremely strong and he easily controlled Terumi Mei's 5 senses, before he could take any further action, the 6-tailed rhino in Terumi Mei's body directly disrupted the chakra in Terumi Mei's body and awakened her from the illusion. After all, Mei Terumi is a perfect Jinkraki, and with Kurama Yoichi's current level, he is simply unable to control both the Jinkraki and the tailed beast in his body at the same time. Afterwards, although Mei Terumi's other 4 senses except vision were still controlled by Kurama Yoichi's illusion, Kurama Yoichi had already failed at this point. So, Kurama Yoichi, who was very self-aware, admitted defeat directly without any hesitation. The third battle was another civil war in the Hidden Mist village, and it was also a battle between teammates, with Nagato fighting against Konan, who had a bye in the previous round. So, the result is obvious. Konan, who knows Nagato's true strength, took the initiative to send Nagato into the next round. The final battle was between Maki from the Sand Village and Troy from the Cloud Village. The outcome of this battle was not much of a suspense. Although Maki was no stranger to the bloodline limit of magnet style, after all, as the most talented ninja of the new generation of Sand Village, he had been guided by the third Kazekage Tessa, and his current mentor was Raza, who also had a bloodline limit of magnet style. However, understanding it doesn't mean he can deal with it, not to mention that Troy's magnetic style is somewhat different from the magnetic style, Iron Sand performed by the third Kazekage Tessa and the magnetic style, Gold Sand performed by his mentor, Jonin Raza. Therefore, after just a few rounds of fighting, Maki was defeated by Troy's magnetic style, Square Shuriken. If the chief examiner Narashikaku had not acted in time and used a shadow generated by Shadow Seam to pull away the Square Shuriken that had hit Maki, Maki, the genius of the Sand Village, might have become the first candidate to die in the third round of the joint Chunin exam. At the same time, Jian has led two teams of Anbu and Haiga branches to avoid the perception of Konoha border guard, and then successfully bypassed the defense line of Konoha border guard and arrived at the eastern coastline of the Land of Fire. Then, the sword sent a signal to summon the ships that were cruising near the sea waiting for them. In this way, the evacuation operation of the Haiga branch was considered a complete success, and what awaits the Haiga branch is a brand new life in the Hidden Mist Village. Of course, after arriving in the Hidden Mist Village, they can no longer use the Haiga surname. Instead, they will all join the Otsutsuki clan of the Hidden Mist Village and contribute their strength to the Hidden Mist Village in the name of the Otsutsuki clan. This was also what Otsutsuki Tenshin and Seiji had already discussed with Haiga Mukai, and it was also unanimously agreed upon by these Haiga branches. After all, the surname Haiga does not have the slightest bit of glory for them, the slaves in the eyes of the main family, and what the surname Haiga gives them are nothing but shackles and countless painful memories. And now, being given the surname Otsutsuki means the rebirth of these Haiga branches. What's more, Haiga Mukai had already obtained a scroll from Seiji that recorded the most basic information about the Otsutsuki clan, and had a clearer understanding of the origins of the Haiga clan and the Otsutsuki clan. So, fundamentally speaking, they did not change their surnames. The correct statement should be that they restored their original surnames. After all, the Haiga clan was originally established by the Otsutsuki clan left behind by Otsutsuki Hamura on the moon, after they returned to the ninja world through the space channel from the moon. It's just that these most ancient histories have disappeared in the records and inheritance of the Haiga clan, and the bloodline of the Haiga clan has also been degraded beyond recognition over the past 1,000 years. Of course, these are not a problem for Kingxi. On the one hand, these former Haiga branches, now the Otsutsuki clan, can start intermarriage with the Kagaya clan again. Although it is almost impossible to restore the bloodline of the original lunar Otsutsuki clan to the level of Otsutsuki Tenshin in one step, after all, the previous intermarriage between the Haiga and Kagaya did not produce the so-called ultimate power, but the next generation born from the combination of the bloodlines of the two can, to a certain extent, be close to the bloodline of the original lunar Otsutsuki clan. On the other hand, Sanzu Amado's laboratory has achieved a lot of results in the research on the body of the Otsutsuki clan. Using scientific methods to purify the blood of those who have newly joined the Otsutsuki clan so that their blood can slowly sublimate to the level of Otsutsuki Tenshin. This is already possible for a scientific research genius like Sanzu Amado. Even through research on the genes of the Otsutsuki clan, Sanzu Amado is quite confident that he can guide their Byakugan and create the Byan coercion I technique. Although this will cost a lot of resources and money, it is not too big a burden for the current Kirigakure and Seiji. What Kingxi wants is to completely conquer them and make them loyal to him. Moreover, Kingxi's ultimate goal is to make them completely become the Otsutsuki clan of the Hidden Mist Village, rather than just having the name of the Otsutsuki clan but not having the ability of the Otsutsuki clan. After all, in terms of identity, the Otsutsuki clan of the Hidden Mist Village are the direct line used to maintain their rule after Seiji unified the ninja world. Chapter 354. The examination room for the joint Chunin exam. After 3 rounds of fighting, there are only the last 4 candidates left. Nagato, Mei Terumi and Kisame from the Hidden Mist Village, and Troy from the Hidden Cloud Village. Except for the lucky one from the Hidden Cloud Village, the rest all belong to the Hidden Mist Village. If Troy's opponent had not been Maki from the Sand Village, and if he had not been so lucky as to meet anyone from the Mist Village, I'm afraid that the top 4 of this joint Chunin exam would all be occupied by the same ninja village. To sum it up in one sentence, Troy, stop it, there are mist ninjas everywhere outside. As a result, the subsequent battles were a natural progression. In the fourth round, Nagato faced Troy. He used a Shinra Tensei to first deflect Troy's first attack of magnetic release, Bi Twin Blades, and then immediately followed it with a Tensyang Tianyan to directly pull Troy, who was preparing to control the magnetic release chakra to prepare for the second attack. Then there is no more then. Troy was completely unprepared and was pulled close to Nagato by surprise. Then, he was hit in the face with Shinra Tensei, which sent him flying and hit the wall at the edge, knocking him unconscious. The battle was easily resolved. The other battle was a competition between teammates. Hoshigaki Kisame and Mei Terumi, who knew each other well, openly had a friendly competition in the examination room of the joint Chunin exam. In the end, Mei Terumi became the winner as expected. After all, as a perfect Jinkraki, she is no match for Hoshigaki Kisame, and her strength, even without the Vulpix, is still superior to Hoshigaki Kisame with her dual bloodline limits of Melt Escape and Boiling Escape. Therefore, the final decisive battle took place between Nagato and Mei Terumi. This certainly did not surprise Kingsley. After all, to be honest, the strength of these two people was like a wolf among a flock of sheep in this joint Chunin exam. In the venue, an Anbu ninja suddenly appeared next to the examiner Narashikaku, and whispered a few words in his ear. Then, Narashikaku showed a relieved expression and let out a long sigh. Narashikaku had already made a secret decision in his heart that if there was such a joint Chunin exam with the participation of other ninja villages in the future, he would never become the chief examiner again even if he was beaten to death. These candidates are more abnormal than each other. Many of them are not at all inferior to him even if they face him, a Konoha Jonin. Some of them may even be slightly stronger than him. Therefore, the final battle will be personally fought by the third Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen, who will replace Narashikaku as the chief examiner. After all, anyone watching the battle on the spot, even those ordinary ninjas who are not ninjas, can tell that Nagato and Terumi Mei, the two candidates from Kirigakure, are not on the same level as the other candidates. Following the order from the third Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen, the battle between Nagato and Mei Terumi broke out instantly. The battle that just began was like a lit powder keg, and it instantly fell into a white-hot and intense state. This was because both of them had just heard the voice conveyed by Kingsley, which allowed them to act boldly without using moves that were too powerful and would hurt the other party. Kingsley was responsible for everything. Therefore, at the same time when Sarutobi Hiruzen finished speaking, Mei Terumi directly entered the half-tailed beast state. Then, she used all four limbs to exert strength at the same time and rushed towards Nagato. She had a clear understanding of Nagato's strength and had no intention of testing him. She immediately used the strongest form that she could fully control. It's useless. Mei. Nagato was not panicked at all. He slowly stretched out his hand and opened his palm towards the rushing Terumi Mei, saying, "You know my ability. Shinra Tenzen." The next second, Mei Terumi was bounced back at an even faster speed by the surging repulsive force. Tisk. Mei Terumi gritted her teeth secretly. She was just making an attempt to test the limits of Nagato's current Shinra Tensei. After all, she hadn't had a sparring match with Nagato for a long time. However, after being bounced back, Mei Terumi quickly controlled her body. The 6 chakra tails that were swinging behind her extended at a high speed and poked towards Nagato's position. She was of course aware that Nagato's Shinra Tensei had an interval of about 5 seconds, so the attacks launched by these chakra tails were Mei Terumi's killer move this time. Upon seeing this, Nagato immediately jumped back to dodge, and at the same time, he drew out a black yin-yang Jun chakra stick from the cuffs of each hand, and then swung it at the 2 chakra tails that were attacking him rapidly. Beep! Beep! Accompanied by 2 sounds of objects being inserted into the ground, the remaining 2 of the 6 chakra tails controlled by Mei Terumi were nailed to the ground by the yin-yang release black rod thrown by Nagato. Mei Terumi's body suddenly shook, and the attack of her chakra tail also stopped at the same time. The flow of chakra in her body was affected by the yin-yang release black rod. So, Mei Terumi opened her mouth and attacked Nagato, who was jumping in the air with a highly corrosive solution. Dissolving escape, tongue and teeth sticky acid. Nagato's expression remained unchanged. Ninjutsu of this scale had no effect on him at all, not even his bloodline limit. Sealing technique, suction seal. He stretched out his hands to meet Mei Terumi's liquid attack, and a translucent chakra protection shield was erected in front of Nagato, absorbing all the liquid chakra contained in the attack. The white solution was blocked outside the chakra protection shield, and continued to fall drop by drop. Each drop was like a fatal bullet, hitting the ground hard. Laugh! 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 The moment the solution came into contact with the ground, wisps of white smoke immediately rose up, and the ground began to be corroded at a speed visible to the naked eye, becoming bumpy in an instant. Nagato landed safely, then launched a counterattack against Mei Mei. "You've been attacking all along, it's my turn now." Nagato clasped his hands together, and then a huge spiritual circle appeared on the ground in front of him. Psychic Art. Chapter 355. A huge white smoke filled the entire battlefield. The next second, a huge rhinoceros broke through the smoke and rushed towards the position where Mei Terumi was. This is a giant summoning beast that Otsutsuki Tenshin captured for Nagato during a mission. Nagato had already used the power of the animal path to bring it under his control and signed a contract with it, allowing him to summon it to fight anytime and anywhere. Mei Terumi's pupils shrank slightly. Nagato had never shown this ability before, and this was the first time she saw Nagato summon a summoned beast to fight. So Mei Terumi quickly adjusted her posture, retracted her chakra tail, then slightly raised her head and quickly gathered the yin and yang chakras. Tailed Beast Jade. Without gathering too much chakra, a small purple-black chakra ball was quickly fired out by Mei Terumi, hitting the giant rhinoceros that was about to crash into her. Boom! A huge explosion sounded, and the rhinoceros was hit by the tailed beast ball and turned into white smoke and dissipated. However, Nagato's next attack was already approaching. Weird Arm Missile. When using the ability of the animal path to activate the summoning technique, Nagato also activated the ability of the Shura path at the same time. I saw an arm sticking out from each of his shoulders, and then, using the smoke to block Mei Terumi's vision and the opportunity when the giant rhino charged to cover up the sound of the mechanical transformation mechanism, he fired 2 missiles right after the charging giant rhino. Mei Terumi, who had just used the tailed beast ball to send the giant rhinoceros away, did not expect that there would be another attack from Nagato following behind. As a result, Mei Terumi, whose old strength was exhausted and new strength was not yet generated, suffered a heavy blow. He was hit directly by 2 chakra missiles and his body was thrown out. However, before Mei Terumi could stabilize her body and adjust her posture in the air, suddenly, her body was fixed in the air. A huge translucent figure appeared vaguely in the air. It was Nagato's other giant summoning beast, the chameleon. It turns out that when Nagato used the summoning technique to summon summoned beasts to fight, the summoned beast was not just a giant rhinoceros, but also a giant chameleon. Of course, this giant chameleon was also captured by Otsutsuki Tenshin for Nagato during another mission. After being summoned, this giant chameleon immediately made use of the large amount of smoke produced by the spiritual calling technique and its innate ability to become invisible and shield its senses to hide its body, and lurked towards Mei Terumi from the side. That's why it was not discovered by Mei Terumi at the first time. The giant chameleon, which had succeeded in its sneak attack, slowly appeared behind Mei Terumi. It stretched out its long tongue, tightly trapping Mei Terumi in mid-air with circles. Nagato smiled when he saw this. Got it. So, he quickly moved forward, reached out his hand to Mei Terumi's abdomen, and was about to activate the power of the human way. However, if nothing unexpected happens, then something unexpected usually happens. Just when Nagato's hand touched Mei Terumi's tailed beast coat, the dark red-tailed beast coat instantly changed color and became a deep blue-purple. At the same time, the nature of the chakra also changed. The highly corrosive chakra caused the giant chameleon's tongue to tremble, loosening its control over miming. The next second, Mei Terumi, wearing a blue-purple tailed beast coat, rushed into Nagato's arms. The powerful kinetic energy pushed Nagato back continuously. Then, the blue-purple color turned back to dark red again, dense bubbles emerged, and all of Terumi Mei's chakra boiled instantly. Boiling release, unparalleled power. Mei Terumi directly hits Nagato's face with a powerful punch. She punches him in the abdomen. Ming! Have you forgotten my ability again? Nagato said to Mei Terumi calmly without any fluctuation in his expression. Shinra Tenzen. The tremendous repulsive force erupted again, trying to repeat the same trick and send Mei Terumi flying again. However, this time, Mei Terumi did not move at all. She used the power of the boiling release to increase the power of this heavy punch, and withstood Nagato's Shinra Tensei. Nagato's face changed when he saw this. He never thought that Mei Terumi would be unaffected by the repulsive force. However, the current Nagato is not the Six Paths Pain in the original work who divided the Six Paths abilities among 6 different puppets, and each puppet can only use one of the abilities. Now that all the 6 abilities have been integrated into one, he has plenty of ways to deal with this unexpected situation. So, even though Mei Terumi's attack caught Nagato off guard, Nagato reacted quickly and immediately used the Hungry Ghost Path's ability to absorb chakra to absorb the tailed beast chakra from Mei Terumi, freeing her from her half-tailed beast state. At the same time, he also controlled Shuradu's ability to summon mechanical armor to block in front of him, blocking all the impact of Mei Terumi's heavy punch. Mei Terumi's sudden attack, which had been brewing for a long time, was easily resolved by Nagato. After this attack had no effect, Mei Terumi clearly realized that she had no chance of winning, so she simply admitted defeat. After all, no matter what, the final championship belongs to the Hidden Mist Village, although she is indeed a little disappointed. But there was nothing she could do, because she really couldn't beat Nagato. The third round of the joint Chunin exam ended in this somewhat strange atmosphere. At the same time, this also means that the joint Chunin exam held exclusively by Konoha has come to an end. For the Hidden Mist Village, this joint Chunin exam was undoubtedly a great opportunity for them to show off their talents. After a long time, the Hidden Mist Village once again made its powerful voice heard in the ninja world. However, for Konoha Village and the third Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen, this undoubtedly made them feel extremely uncomfortable and disgusting, as if they had eaten a fly. Not only did they gain nothing, they almost made Konoha a laughingstock in the ninja world. It can be said that they accomplished nothing. Moreover, what the Konoha high-ups didn't know was that this joint Chunin exam completely exposed the fact that Konoha was strong on the outside but weak on the inside, laying a deep foreshadowing for the various ninja villages to have ideas about Konoha in the upcoming war. Chapter 356. When the chief examiner Narashikaku forced a smile and announced that the final winner of the third round of the joint Chunin exam was Nagato from the Hidden Mist Village, the 5 cages on the main stand also stood up with different expressions. The first one was the third Otsutsuki Noki. Of short stature, he used the earth-style, light and heavy rock technique to float his body up, keeping it at about the same height as the other 4 cages. Then, with a gloomy face, he stared at Nagato who was receiving cheers from the audience below. He had completely lost the demeanor that one should have as a 5th cage. After all, his Kirigakure village came with full confidence, but in the end they didn't even make it into the final 4. You know, he thought that the strength of their Kirigakure village had surpassed that of Konoha village. Therefore, this made him lose face in front of the other 4 cages, and what made him even more embarrassed and annoyed was that he had said many harsh words before and even mocked the other major ninja villages. All I can say is that the more arrogant he was before, the more upset he felt now. The boomerang he threw finally hit himself. The next one was the third Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen. Although he felt very uncomfortable because he failed to achieve his original goal, he was a qualified politician after all. The gloomy and unhappy expression only flashed across his face before he smiled. Comparing the smiling face of Sarutobi Hiruzen and the gloomy old face of the third Otsutsuki Noki beside him, the difference is obvious. After all, Konoha Village is the host of this event. As the current leader of Konoha Village, Sarutobi Hiruzen must show the demeanor of Konoha's great ninja village. The third Raikage AI looked calm and even gave Nagato a round of applause. Although the Hidden Mist Village took the lead in this joint Chunin exam, their Hidden Cloud Village's performance was not bad either, at least much better than that of Konoha, Tsunagakure, and Iwagakure. At least Troy from the Hidden Cloud Village has made it into the top 4, which is enough to show the strength of their Hidden Cloud Village in this joint Chunin exam. As for the third Kazekage Tessa, it didn't matter to him at all, because at the beginning of the third exam, he already knew that their Sand Village didn't have much chance. After all, their Sand Village did not have many genin suitable to take part in the joint Chunin exam, and Maki was already the most suitable candidate that the Sand Village could offer. Of course, this does not mean that the overall strength of the Sand Village is weak, but that the candidates from the Sand Village who are suitable to participate have all become famous in the ninja world. For example, the grandson of their Sand Village elder Cho, known as the genius puppeteer Scorpion of the Red Sand, was only 16 years old and was actually very suitable to participate in this joint Chunin exam, but unfortunately Scorpion was already a jonin and had already gained considerable fame in the ninja world. Therefore, the third Kazekage Tessa could only select those genin who had not yet been noticed by other ninja villages. Therefore, with the premise of being mentally prepared, the performance of the Sand Village has already exceeded the expectations of the third Kazekage Tessa, so he is not dissatisfied with it. Finally, it was our fourth Mizukage CG. At this moment, his face was full of smiles, and he looked at the disciples below with great satisfaction. From time to time, he would shift his gaze to the third Tsuchikage no Ki next to him, with unspeakable mockery in his eyes. Kingxi was too lazy to continue mocking this stubborn old man. After all, lies hurt no one, the truth is a sharp sword. The terrible performance of the Iwagakure village is enough to upset Onoki, and there is no need for CG to continue to provoke him or confront him. It is of no use to gain a little advantage in words. It is better to fight on the battlefield when the time comes. And at that time, Onoki will know that the bloodline eliminating dust release that he relies on is completely insignificant, and even the Iwagakure village is not as powerful as he imagined. The third Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen gave a speech on behalf of Konoha village, the organizer of the joint Chunin exams, thanking the other 4 Kage, daimyos and nobles who came to watch the ceremony, and expressed a friendly attitude towards all ninja villages. He also expressed his good wish that the ninja world can continue to maintain the current peaceful situation. However, no one bought this last point. The third Kazekage Tessa did not show any unusual thoughts, but the third Reikage Ai and the third Tsuchikage no Ki had a flash of disdain in their eyes. The same goes for Kingji. He is totally unimpressed by what the third Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen said. Putting aside his plan, given the volatile situation in the ninja world right now, war could break out at any time. Any accidental spark could potentially detonate the powder keg that is already filled to the brim on the ninja continent. After all, for the benefit of each ninja village, how can peace just happen if you say so? Even you, the third Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen, don't have such a big face. If Konoha was still the same as when the first Hokage, Hashirama Senju, was still alive, other ninja villages would suppress their own little thoughts and maintain peace in the ninja world. However, Hashirama Senju is no longer here. Although Sarutobi Hiruzen is known as the strongest Hokage, it is obvious that his strength does not match this title, and the other Hokage have no fear of him at all. What's more importantly, the location of Konoha village and the Land of Fire can be said to be the most prosperous and central location in the ninja world. There are vast, fertile and rich lands, inexhaustible resources of all kinds, an extremely comfortable and livable natural environment, and a large population. After all, 1,000 years ago, Kingxi's ancestral country was here. Therefore, Konoha certainly does not want a war to break out, because it will not benefit the Fire Country and Konoha village in any way. However, for other ninja villages, the above benefits are all coveted by them. Therefore, the outbreak of the Ninja World War was actually inevitable. It can be said that as long as the ninja world is not unified, wars will continue to break out. The only difference is the time interval. Chapter 357. On the night after the joint Chunin exam ended, Konoha village became extremely lively. Those who came to watch the battle and did not belong to Konoha had a final carnival before leaving Konoha. So, that night, the Konoha village seemed to be lit up, with bright lights as if it were daytime, and the streets and alleys were filled with the air of fireworks. From afar, the lights were like stars, dotted in the quiet and peaceful village. This may be the final piece in the ninja world. CG took everyone from the Hidden Mist village to have a good time in Konoha village, and checked in at Ichiraku Ramen, the future iconic landmark of Konoha village. After all, Ichiraku Ramen was able to remain unscathed during the Night of the Nine Tails, and was still safe and sound under the Chojinra Tensei of Tendo controlled by Nagato. In Naruto Shippuden, The Lost Tower, it is clearly mentioned that Jiraiya showed his raised nan to Minato Namikaze on the day of Ichiraku Ramen's opening. Therefore, Ichiraku Ramen opened in Konoha roughly before the outbreak of the Third Ninja World War. The next day, early in the morning. First, the civilians who came from other places to watch the battle and the merchants who came to Konoha to do business, and then the daimyo and nobles, began to leave Konoha one after another. When the sun was high in the sky, illuminating the sky, the people from each ninja village were ready to leave. Konoha village, which had been bustling for a while because of the joint Chunin exam, gradually calmed down and returned to its original state. Kingxi and the people from Kirigakure were also preparing to return. Originally, Kyoji had planned to visit the Hyuga clan, who could barely be considered distant relatives, but now he has given up the idea. After all, the Hyuga branch clan has already belonged to him, and those Hyuga branch clans who joined his Otsutsuki clan are not much different from the main clan after he lifted the bird in a cage curse on them. As for the purity of bloodline and Byakugan, there is no problem at all. You know, the current technology of the Hidden Mist village is second to none in the ninja world. As for the fact that Nagato, Yahiko, and Konan were surrounded and killed by the Shimura Danzo in the Forest of Death during the second exam, Kyoshi had no intention of arguing with the third Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen and other Konoha high-ranking officials about it. Of course, this does not mean that Kingji did nothing, but because Kingji knew that the third Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen would definitely protect him, his good friend who caused him trouble everywhere. Therefore, there was no need for Kingji to waste his time arguing with Konoha. What the Hidden Mist Village lost can be taken back on the battlefield. Kingsi remembered all of these things. The first Nabe Cage, Shimura Danzo, was handed over to his disciples. Of course, revenge must be taken personally, which would be more satisfying. However, at this time, Kyoshi did not expect that Danzo Shimura, who had suffered a great loss, had not learned his lesson at all and even dared to provoke the tiger whiskers of their Kirigakure, and was even prepared to snatch the Rinnegan and the Uzumaki clan in front of him, the Mizu Cage. Therefore, for Nagato and the other two, their revenge will soon be avenged. While talking with the people from Kirigakure, Kingsi slowly moved towards the eastern part of the Land of Fire. Team Yahiko, Team Meiterumi, and Team Otsutsuki Tenshin, who led the team, can be said to have greatly brought honor to the Hidden Mist Village in this joint Chunin exam. Therefore, CG did not urge them too much to return to the village and just regarded it as a reward for their vacation. Of course, the same goes for Kyoshi himself. At this time, there was nothing urgent that needed his attention in the Hidden Mist Village, and he had temporarily handed over the affairs of the village to his younger brother Yagura, who served as the Mizukage's assistant. So he gave up the idea of using Takamaji Ehara to return directly to the Hidden Mist Village, and instead prepared to experience the customs and practices of the Land of Fire along the way with his subordinates and disciples. Just about 20 kilometers after they left Konoha village, Kingsi suddenly stopped and shifted his eyes to the left side of the road. When the other people in Kirigakure saw Kyoshi stop, they also stopped and looked at Kyoshi with puzzled eyes, wanting to know why their Mizu Cage suddenly stopped leaving. "Come out," Kingsi said lightly. He had already sensed the unconcealed chakra aura of White Zetsu. "Master Kingsi." With a somewhat detached voice, Bai Zetsu's figure emerged from under the ground. "I've found it." Kingsi's expression was shocked. Although Bai Zetsu did not say it explicitly, Kingsi knew that he meant that the location where Uchihamadara was hiding in Lulin had been confirmed. So, Kingsi immediately ordered Otsutsuki Tenshin, "Tenshin, you are responsible for leading the team back to the village. I have to leave first." After saying that, Kingsi let White Zetsu come to his body, and then with the help of the chakra connection between White Zetsu's original body and clone, he located the position of Uchihamadara found by White Zetsu, opened the pure eye and used the eye technique Takamaji Ehara, and transferred directly there. He was already impatient to send Uchihamadara, the old loser, back to the Pure Land where he should have gone long ago. "Yes. Lord Mizu Cage." After hearing this, Otsutsuki Tenshin did not ask any more questions, but agreed directly. Although he was a little puzzled about the appearance of White Zetsu and the sudden departure of CG, as a loyal subordinate, he knew that this was not his business. The same was true for the 6 people in Yahiko's team and Meiterumi's team, except that they were a little curious about the White Zetsu who had just appeared. After all, both CG and the third Mizu Cage Bing had mentioned information about White Zetsu to them, and in their understanding, White Zetsu should be a subordinate of the legendary Uchihamadara, and had a hostile relationship with their Hidden Mist Village. But looking at the situation just now, it is obvious that Bai Zetsu has become a teammate of their Hidden Mist Village at some point. However, there was no one to answer their questions now, so they had to temporarily suppress their doubts and curiosity and continue on their journey back to the village. Waiting for them ahead were hundreds of root ninjas led by Danzo Shimura. In order to get the Rinnegan, Danzo, who was already completely overwhelmed, simply went all in. Chapter 358. Around Lulin. In a vast desert, a space vortex emerged without warning, and the next second, Ching Si and Bai Zetsu slowly emerged from it. As Kingsi walked out of the space vortex, the huge vortex began to gradually shrink and disappear, as if it had never appeared. "Is this the place?" Kingsi looked around and muttered to himself at the desolate desert scene. This is already the outermost area of Lulin. No wonder it took White Zetsu so long to search before he got any results. It turns out that Uchihamadara's hiding place is not within the town of Lulin. Moreover, if it weren't for White Zetsu's carpet search, it would have been unlikely for Kingsi to catch Uchihamadara who was hiding in Lulin. You know, Kingsi has now come to the top of Uchihamadara's location, but his perception still cannot sense any chakra aura of Uchihamadara. However, through the pure eye, he can clearly see that there is a hollowed-out space deep underground, and a thick barrier used to isolate perception and chakra aura. Is that the dragon vein? Qingxi's sight began to move constantly. In the vision of the pure eye, Qing's eye could clearly see an extremely obvious thing that contained a vast amount of chakra, emitting a bright yellow light and flowing continuously like a river. I see. This old man really knows how to choose a place. It turns out that the dragon vein is a huge chakra energy body that is constantly flowing and is formed by a large amount of natural energy. The range of its flow is very large. The power of the dragon vein is entrenched in the entire underground of Lulin. Therefore, for a ninja of Uchihamadara's level, as long as he can find the weak point of the earth veins anywhere in Lulin and go deep underground to face with the dragon veins, it would be easy to absorb the dragon vein chakra or the large amount of natural energy contained in the dragon veins. He does not need to be like the lineage of the Queen of Lulin, who can only control the dragon veins in specific locations. And this underground place is exactly the perfect place that Uchihamadara found, where he can easily absorb the power of dragon veins. You can leave now. Qing-si ordered by Zi. At the same time, his body began to slowly sink into the ground under the effect of earth escape. Next, it will be the death of Uchihamadara. Deep underground. Boom. With a loud bang, the barrier set up by Uchihamadara to isolate perception and chakra aura was violently broken by Qingxi and fell apart in an instant. The powerful impact force formed by the broken barrier formed a series of visible shock waves, which continued to echo in this empty and open underground space hollowed out by Uchihamadara. For a moment, dust was flying everywhere, as if a small sandstorm had suddenly arrived. The underground space, which originally had a clear view, was completely shrouded and obscured by the flying dust. The air was filled with a thick smell of earth, and the vision became blurred. All that could be seen was a dim and chaotic world. However, this is not a problem for Seiji and Uchihamadara. After all, both of them have eye techniques, and the flying dust cannot block their vision. Roar! The outer path demon statue, which was happily absorbing the dragon vein chakra, was startled by the sudden loud noise. Its huge body trembled slightly, expressing its dissatisfaction and anger, and it impatiently let out a deafening roar like thunder that kept echoing in the underground space. Uchihamadara also woke up instantly from his deep sleep. His beautiful dream of meeting Senju Hashirama was disturbed. He had a gloomy face, opened his Sharingan directly, and looked in the direction where the voice came from with a cold gaze. Suddenly, his pupils contracted violently, and at this moment, he had already recognized the identity of the visitor. It was the fourth Mizukage who had easily defeated him before and was still haunting him, Otsutsuki Seiji. However, what puzzled and surprised Uchihamadara was that even though he had hidden so carefully, he was still found by this damn guy. Tread! 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 The air was filled with dust and fog. A white figure slowly passed through the smoke and dust, and walked out with rhythmic footsteps. At the same time, Qingxi's cold and indifferent voice kept echoing in Uchihamadara's ears. All encounters in the world are reunions after a long separation. Mr. Uchihamadara, long time no see. Ha! Uchihamadara sneered, leaning on the flame fan that he had just summoned. He slowly stood up and straightened his body. His Scarlet 3 Megatama Sharingan stared at Qingxi, Mizukage brat. How did you find this place? Qingxi's expression remained unchanged. Although he was very unhappy that Uchihamadara called him a brat, today was the day he would die after all. So let him have some fun with his eloquence. Moreover, Qingxi has always been very respectful to old men like Uchihamadara, whose half-body is about to be buried in the ground. How did you find it? That's a good question. Qingxi paused for a moment. I can only say it was fate. After all, fate is indescribable. Don't you agree? Uchiha. Mr. Madara. When Qingxi finished speaking, his tone changed unconsciously, and he drew out a long note with a hint of mockery. Of course he would not tell Uchihamadara about White Zetsu. There was no need for any other reason. Just let Uchihamadara go to the Pure Land and keep company with Senju Hashirama with his doubts and confusion. Stop talking so arrogantly, little brat. Hearing Qingxi's undisguised sarcastic tone, Uchihamadara couldn't help but feel a little angry. You know, he is the Shura of the ninja world, Uchihamadara. Even Hashirama Senju back then didn't dare to talk to him like that. Moreover, Uchihamadara is very confident now. The reason he was defeated in the last battle with Kiyoshi was because his Rinnegan was not on him, so he was beaten so badly by Kiyoshi. He even survived by relying on Izanaga, who he had transcribed and sealed in advance. But now, he has absorbed the Dragon Vein Chakra and obtained the same power of fairy arts as Hashirama Senju. He is very clear about the power of fairy arts, as he had been brutally beaten by Hashirama Senju using the 1,000-armed Buddha in the Valley of the End. Although he originally planned to find a spokesperson to run around the ninja world on his behalf and finally resurrect him, and then find a way to gain the power of immortal arts, but plans could not keep up with the speed of change. The appearance of the Dragon Vein allowed him to obtain the power of immortal arts in advance. Therefore, Uchiha Madara, who has obtained the power of fairy arts, is now confident when facing Kiyoshi. He is not afraid at all. He is even ready to fight with Kiyoshi again to get back at him. Chapter 359. Looking at Uchiha Madara's confident demeanor, which was completely different from the last time when he fled in panic, Kingsley raised his eyebrows and his expression couldn't help but become weird. Something was wrong. 12 out of 10 things were wrong. He was beaten so badly by me last time, but this time he didn't run away when he saw me, and he was so confident. Could it be that this old guy obtained the power of magic from the Dragon Vein? Kingsley thought secretly in his heart. But it doesn't matter. I also have the power of magic, and it's stronger than his. I really want to see what kind of expression he'll have when he finds out that I also know magic. Ching Si showed a strange smile on his face and thought maliciously. Boom! Uchiha Madara formed seals with his hands, and then a burst of white smoke burst out. The outer path demon statue was sent away by Uchiha Madara. The next second, Uchiha Madara changed the seals in his hands and took action directly. Senjutsu Fire Style Great Fireball Technique. With the blessing of a large amount of fairy chakra, the huge high-temperature fireball, flashing with dazzling orange-red light, carried the power to destroy the world, and rushed towards Kingsley rapidly like a ferocious beast roaring. The flames burned ragingly, and as the fireball got closer, the pressure it brought became stronger and stronger. The air in the entire underground space seemed to be ignited, forming circles of heat wave ripples that were visible to the naked eye, constantly forcing towards Kingsley's position. The Rinnegan can absorb Senjutsu. The Hungry Ghost Path completely absorbed Jiraiya's Senjutsu Gomen. As for when Nagato later invaded Konoha, the Hungry Ghost Path absorbed Naruto's Senjutsu Chakra and turned himself into a toad statue. This was because, in addition to absorbing the Senjutsu Chakra that had already reached a balance in Naruto's body, the Hungry Ghost Path also absorbed the natural energy that Naruto deliberately absorbed into his body in large quantities. When Kingsley saw this, his expression changed. It was indeed a magic technique. It seemed that this was Uchiha Madara's reliance. Thus, Kingsley's eyes instantly changed from pure eye to samsara eye, and then he calmly stretched out his right hand, aimed at the oncoming high-temperature fireball, and directly activated the sealing technique Suction Seal. A layer of translucent chakra shield appeared in front of Kingji, and then absorbed Uchiha Madara's fireball completely without causing any ripples. Humph! Uchiha Madara sneered upon seeing this. He certainly knew that Ching Si had the ability to seal and absorb seals, but his fireball was just a feint to test the upper limit of Ching Si's ability. You are quite capable. When Kingsley heard Uchiha Madara's extremely confident speech, he sighed slightly in his heart. It seems that the fairy technique really gave him enough confidence, so let him wake Uchiha Madara up. Humph! Go ahead and fight. You can't use your skills here. Seeing that Kingsley didn't react at all, Uchiha Madara snorted coldly again, then controlled White Zetsu and Afei to wrap up his body and quickly went to the ground. Just before sending away the outer path demon statue, he had already absorbed enough vitality from it for him to squander for a while, and at this time, he had also entered the Sage mode. The same Sage mask as Senju Hashirama had appeared on the face of Hashirama on his chest, and abundant Sage chakra was constantly surging in his body. With the help of Afei's coat, and the fact that he has mastered the fairy technique, he can even try the devastating wood release that Hashirama Senju used back then. Therefore, he can now be said to be the Shura of the ninja world who possesses the power of the ninja god. So, at this time, Uchiha Madara was eager to have a hearty battle with CG to regain the face he lost last time. After all, over the years, apart from Senju Hashirama, only CG made him lose in battle. But Hashirama Senju is no longer with us, therefore, he who has the last laugh has already won over Hashirama Senju. Then, only Kingsley is left. Seeing Uchiha Madara being so anxious, King Si thought for a moment and knew what Uchiha Madara was planning. Therefore, he revealed a mysterious smile and immediately used the eye technique Takamagahara to return to the ground. The old man couldn't wait to be beaten, so Ching Si would definitely satisfy his simple wish. In the desert, Uchiha Madara directly launched an attack on Cg, and he started with Senju Hashirama's signature wood release ninjutsu. After using wood release in the last fight with Cg, Uchiha Madara finally experienced the joy of Senju Hashirama, so his current combat mode has become the shape of Senju Hashirama. Senjutsu, wood release, advent of the tree world. The calm ground suddenly began to tremble violently, and endless trees broke out of the ground, forming a huge forest in a very short time. The scale was still expanding. Under the control of Uchiha Madara, the thick trees rushed towards King Si frantically. This is a more powerful tree world descent than the one used by Hashirama Senju. After all, when Hashirama Senju used this move, he was just in normal state and did not enter Sage mode. King Si watched this scene calmly with an indifferent expression. Although this was a wood escape technique blessed with fairy chakra, in his eyes, it was nothing more than that. However, this technique is not easy to absorb directly using the sealing technique, because the attacking trees are actually created by wood release. Even if he absorbs all the chakra in them, the trees and the accompanying impact force will still exist. Chapter 360. So, King Si chose to directly dissolve Uchiha Madara's wood release. Immortal technique dissolving escape dissolving monster technique. A large amount of white solution gushed out from King Si's mouth, forming a thick torrent in the air like a flood that broke through a dam, sweeping towards the spreading tree world with an overwhelming force. The moment the highly corrosive solution fell on the trees and came into contact with them, a hissing sound was heard, as if countless poisonous snakes were hissing. The bark of the trees quickly began to bubble and rot, emitting wisps of black smoke, as if they had been burned by a raging fire. In the blink of an eye, the trees that were originally lush and vibrant in the front became charred and withered, losing all vitality. However, Uchiha Madara was still constantly infusing chakra into the tree world, and new trees kept growing out of the ground and merging into the tree world. Therefore, for a while, Seiji's dissolution style and Uchiha Madara's wood style were in a stalemate. For King Si, even if Uchiha Madara mastered the magic and improved his strength, he would not be his opponent. But Kyoji is still ready to play with Uchiha Madara. After all, Uchiha Madara is a strong man who once stood at the pinnacle of the ninja world. Although he had various plots against the Hidden Mist village before, it is still worth it for Kyoji to give him a decent exit. Uchiha Madara was shocked when he saw Kyoji performing the dissolution technique. He didn't expect that after not seeing him for a few years, Kyoji not only mastered a new type of escape technique, Bloodline Limit, but also mastered the power of immortal technique that he had finally obtained. At this moment, his original confidence has been shaken. While his strength is increasing, Ching Si is also making progress. Since they both master the magic, he no longer has any advantage. Moreover, he is now in a dilemma. After all, once the battle begins, it will not be easy for him to leave the battle and then retreat. King Si will not give him the chance to escape. Moreover, the method he used to delay the use of Izanaga through the transcription seal last time has been exposed. He can't use it to get away again. The tree world was unable to break through the dissolution escape performed by King Si, and the vitality absorbed from the outer path demon statue was limited after all. Therefore, Uchiha Madara, who did not want to continue wasting time, decisively changed the seal in his hand and used a more powerful wood escape. Senjutsu, wood release, flower tree world arrives. In an instant, several huge flowers suddenly bloomed at the top of the tree world, like a wonder in a dream, each of them emitting a charming and mysterious glow. As the petals slowly unfolded, countless tiny yellow pollens as small as dust drifted out from the stamens, as if blown by an invisible breeze, lightly floating in the direction of King Si. At the same time, the three Megatama Sharingan in Uchiha Madara's eyes spun wildly, and the power of the pupils burst out instantly, directly entering the fourth stage of Susanoo. Then, Uchiha Madara controlled Susanoo to leap high, stayed at the top of the tree world, and fired a fire escape from below. Immortal technique fire escape great fire extinction. Boom! The huge tree world was instantly ignited by the fire of extinction released through the fairy chakra. Immediately, raging flames shot up into the sky, and the firelight illuminated half of the sky red. The fire spread rapidly, leaving a sea of fire wherever it passed, and rolling heat waves swept towards King Si madly. That's more like it. Ching Si nodded slightly and commented sharply, if it weren't for this fire escape technique, I would have really thought that the one fighting me was Senju Hashirama. A smile flashed across Kingsley's lips, and then he put his hands together, ready to give Uchihamadara a shock. Immortal Technique Ice Escape Eternal Frozen Realm. The originally bright, clear blue sky suddenly became dim in an instant, as if it was suddenly covered by an invisible hand. The hot and dry desert land seemed to have felt this sudden change, and the air was filled with tension and depression. The next moment, a crystal clear ice and snow world like a dream suddenly appeared in this desolate and hot desert, emitting a heart-pounding chill. Countless icicles towered into the sky, as if they were carved from crystal. Huge ice blocks piled on each other to form magnificent icebergs. Even the originally scalding gravel gradually lost its temperature under the erosion of the cold, becoming hard and cold. The ground that was originally composed of gravel was now covered with thick snow, pure white, like a fairyland clad in silver, but full of endless murderous intent. Gusts of cold wind blew, blowing up snow all over the sky. The snowflakes danced and swirled in the air, like a dream. The cold air contained in the world of ice and snow seemed to have life, spreading rapidly in all directions, and wherever it went, everything was frozen into ice. Kingsley, who has a very close relationship with the third Mizukage Ho, had learned ice escape from him a long time ago. This move, the Everfreeze Realm, is a new S-class ice escape developed by him by combining the third Mizukage Ho's Ice Age and Absolute Zero moves. Looking at the ice and snow world that appeared in an instant, Uchihamadara couldn't help but feel a little numb. There is actually a second bloodline limit. The fluttering snowflakes hit Uchihamadara's fourth stage Susanoo, freezing it into a huge ice sculpture in an instant. Moreover, the snowflakes continued to cover the ice sculpture, making it bigger and bigger. Uchihamadara, who was protected inside Susanoo, felt the endless coldness and thought to himself that it was not good. If this continued, the ice sculpture that froze his Susanoo inside would become bigger and bigger. Even with his strength, it would be extremely difficult for him to break free. The growth of the tree world also stopped at the same time. On the one hand, it was because it lost the infusion of Uchihamadara's chakra, and on the other hand, it was because the tree world had been completely frozen by Kingsley's eternal frozen realm. Even though wood release has the ability to absorb chakra, Kiyoshi's eternal frozen realm is just as effective. In fact, its spread and regeneration speed is much faster than that of wood release. What's more, Kiyoshi's six paths level strength is much greater than that of Uchihamadara, who is already very old and doesn't even have the Rinnegan. Therefore, the ice layer above the tree world, after constantly experiencing the cycle of melting and refreezing, was finally completely frozen and turned into a white world of ice and snow. The crystal clear ice layer sparkled brightly under the sunlight, but it also revealed endless coldness and deathly silence. The area of nearly 10 kilometers where Seiji and Uchihamadara fought has now turned into a world of ice. And this was just a casual move of Kingsley that was a very ordinary ice escape technique for him. For Kiyoshi, if he tried his best, then with his six paths level strength, although he could not affect the entire ninja world like the 10 tails heavenly changes and earthly changes and change the celestial phenomena and environment of the entire ninja world, he could at least turn most of the Wind Kingdom into a world of ice and snow.